in EU4, we tend to see the same countries bob every time, and while looking at Mega France, or Mega Austria, or Mega Ottomans is fun for a while, what would happen if I go in and literally yeet a random great power every 25 years? Well, the answer is a lot of uncolonized land, so I threw together a quick little mod that gives everyone in Europe, Asia and Africa Siberian frontiers. This mod is available for download if you wanted to try it yourself, but the way I coded it, it should be compatible with most things automatically. The way it works is it gives everyone, well, everyone in Europe, Asia and Africa that is, but everyone in the world can see this triggered modifier, 3 Siberian frontiers. If you, again, your capital though is on the continent Europe, Asia and Africa. This does mean that we're still going to see colonization, as the Native Americans are going to get Siberian frontiers and shouldn't have the entire continent on lockdown. But it also does mean that if something like the Hungarians are deleted, that land can get refilled in very quickly. Anyway, we will be deleting a great power at the start in 1444 to get the ball rolling, and then another one in 1450, just to again see the dynamics that's going to bring. After that, we'll take a bit of a break and be deleting one every 25 years from that point until the 1800s. Then in 1821, we'll take stock of the world in that point. The selection will be done, of course, by the wheel, which you can see here. Excellent. So that gives a bit of a randomness to it. After all, we'll be selecting from a pool of exactly 8 countries. These ones here, that'll be the great powers at the time I managed to pause, which will hopefully be as close as possible to 25 years as I can. So another quick note though is that when countries are deleted, their subjects become free automatically. So we'll see how that works out. I'm specifically looking forward to, for example, something like Castile getting deleted if they have a large colonial empire, because then we'll see their colonial empires become independent. Furthermore, we're going to be playing on very hard, so the AI is going to be a bit more aggressive and hopefully fight a bit more, as well as get a bit more survivability with small attacks that should be able to squeeze together a bit of a living out of the uncolonized realms that they'll be operating in. Anyway, enough talk, but before we do get into it, as always, a like would be great and a subscription would be amazing. But enough self-shilling, let's begin, and the first thing we need to do is transfer this list of 8 great powers into our wheel and see which one is getting deleted. So, first of all, we have Ming, England, Ottomans, and France. So let's take a look at that wheel and entering Ming, England, Ottomans, and France. And the other 4 great powers are Mamluks, Castile, Timurids, and Aragon. Mamluks, Castile, Timurids, and Aragon. And you know what? I'm definitely good on the Encore Blast trip. But with that said, there we go. That is our selection of 8 great powers. And the first one that we're going to be deleting is going to be... It's going to be an interesting one. How are we changing the world today? Well, I guess the Reconquista didn't happen, because Castile is gone. So, let's take a look at how this is going to be done. We're going to go to Castile now. There's a very wonderful command to remove country. And we're going to be removing country Cast. It's gone. There is no more Castile. Do notice that development is kept and is the religion of the province, but of course the Siberian Frontier is going to delete the religion for whoever gets to Siberian Frontier it. Furthermore, even though the development is kept, buildings are gone in this process, so the only thing really kept is the centers of trade. But there we go, that's the first one, and hey, maybe we see a Navarra come back. Let's go. I somehow doubt it. I think they're still going to be very much on the chopping block, but dreams can happen. And hey, maybe we see an Al-Andalus restoration. With that said, the other thing that's important to mention is, of course, this deletion makes the trade goods unknown, so it'll be randomly rolling to see what trade goods actually end up in Toledo. And this does mean the La Mancha gold mine, it's no gold mine. I'm afraid the gold mine is gone for good. Anyway, that's that. Let's get the game rolling, and let's unpause. And I think the first thing we're going to see, yep, Portugal is immediately going for it. I mean, I don't think Granada has the 50 dip to immediately establish a Siberian frontier, but eventually they're going to get it and hopefully spend on that. There we go, and they immediately go for Isabilia. Good for them. But yep, that's about that. The other thing I think is important to mention with this kind of changes is, of course, I did give it to Africa, and my concern was if I delete something like the Mamluks, if African tags can't colonize it, it'll take forever to do it. But as you can probably see by Fazan and Air grabbing these uncolonized provinces, this does mean the couple provinces in Africa, most notably the Ivory Coast, are going to get recolonized. So that's going to be a bit of a dynamic. It's going to make it a bit harder for the Europeans to colonize those areas. They're going to have to actually invade them. And furthermore, the biggest moves I think are going to be to countries like Mutapa and Sofala, as they will now have access to the entirety of, well, the Cape of Good Hope to colonize, as well as things like the Congo, and these areas being a lot more able to interact with each other, as they'll be able to colonize the provinces between them and actually fight across them. Otherwise, the other big difference is, of course, I gave Asians the power to get Siberian frontiers as well. This is mainly because if Ming gets deleted, then Ming can get repicked up, and, you know, you probably want that area to get recolonized. But this does, of course, mean is that they're going to be able to colonize the Siberia area as well. Initially, I was testing this with not giving the Asians the colonists because I was worried about Siberia. But what happened is Perm was, of course, in Europe, so they just went ham and started colonizing Siberia anyway. So I thought just bite that bullet. It's not the end of the world. And especially if I'm worried about that, then I should probably prevent the Africans getting the Ivory Coast as well. Otherwise, it's already 1447. Not too many changes here. I feel like Aragon's probably going to be the big winner. But hey, Navarra's got pretty much the whole state going for them. So look at Navarra go. And they are, of course, going to be making all of this Basque. Unfortunately, though, Aragon is immediately, of course, killing them. So yeah, I think that might have been a bit short-lived. I don't think they grabbed an ally, did they? No, they did not. I think this is all. This is it. Aragon, you monster. But hey, you know what? They tried. This does also probably mean that I think Granada might be on the chopping block anyway. So, hey, it's at least a bit of a road bump to the massive Spanish colonies. But I feel like if Aragon forms it anyway, well, it'll be that. And Navarra they got PU'd, of course. I think that was the Restoration of Union War. Probably a smart play actually by Aragon, because of course this does mean that Navarra is going to keep Siberian frontier for them. So that's nice to see. But as long as they still have the amount of points to spend, that shouldn't be too much of an issue. I think we still a bit of an earlier colonization grab by Portugal, of course, because they don't have the dip points to grab all this land immediately. But it is what it is, and at the end of the day, it's good land. 12 dev just to Siberian frontier. Of course, when Portugal picks up their colonial growth from the age buffs, this is going to make their Siberian frontiering faster. But that's about that. Anyway. We're almost in 1450, so I'm not sure if there's much worth of a cut. The other thing I was going to mention is I think the Ottomans are a very interesting one to see deleted, because it doesn't exactly give the Byzantines a free game. Karaman, Kandar, Trebizond, well, there was Dulkadir, but I guess Dulkadir is gone now. And little Epirus Crusader state, yeah, they're all going to be very much on the chopping block. We're going to see, yeah, they would have all been able to recolonize this area, but we'll see what happens. There's definitely some very interesting tags get deleted here and really change up the dynamics of the game, so I'm very much looking forward to what the wheel is going to take as its victims today. However, there we go, we're already in April 49th, so we're getting ready for our second deletion of Great Powers. But hey, for the record, we prevented the Castilian Civil War, so you know what, we're doing great. With that said, already July, and Great Power list looking pretty decent. Muscovy has barely squeezed into it, which is probably a bad thing for them. But if they do end up getting deleted here, this is going to be quite interesting as well, because a lot of Ryazan, Kazan, Novgorod are all going to be recolonizing this area quite quickly, so we'll see what ends up working out from that. But yep, we're in November, December, and in the 1st of January, I'm going to try and pause on the 1st. If I'm off by a couple of days, it shouldn't matter too much. Can I get it on the 1st? I can get it on the 1st. I am the best. And with that said, let's take a look at our great powers. We have Ming, England, Ottomans, Mamluks. So let's take a look at our list. We have Ming, England, Ottomans, Mamluks. I believe France will probably still be back on that at some point. Now back to this list, we have Poland, France, Aragon, Muscovy. So that is Poland, France, Timurids are gone, Aragon, and Muscovy. And so the person getting deleted today, let me just check that, yep, I'm on the list. I am on this thing, nice. Let's make sure I have the thing turned on ABS, that'll be awkward if I spin the wheel and you can't see it. But the tag that we are going to be absolutely demolishing today is going to be none other than... This is the early ones, I think they're going to be the most expected. Almost Muscovy, but the Ming is gone. Okay, that's a big one. That's a big one for sure. Well, you know the drill. Let's take a look as they get absolutely demolished here. Got the console command typed up already. That's it. We're now in a Ming-free environment. Sorry, Ming Noble Rebels. I wonder what happens to them, actually. Let's unpause. I think, did they just go away? No, they're just going to sit there. They're a little surprised for anyone that bothers to go into this area. And immediately, Fortune is just yoinking a whole bunch of land. Yep, Mongolia going for it as well. Oirat going for it. Calm just... Well, stopped Sarah Yogurt, cut them off. And went for it as well. And Lanzan went for a colony, which immediately got rebels. Daviet going for that as well. It'll be interesting, because the thing is with this area is the trade goods are now going to be really changed. And especially the trade dynamics downstream, because central China is now producing zero money for the rest of the world. So that's going to make the rest of the world quite a bit poorer. It shouldn't for the long run. I mean, the main thing here, of course, the buildings have been deleted, but the development doesn't disappear. Beijing is still 32 development. I believe it's 31 a game start or something similar, so it's already had a dev click or two on it. But yeah, we'll see how that works out. But there we go, that's our early game deletions. We have Castile, that is now gone. Who's Portugal? Are they fighting Aragon already? Damn. Ah, Neapolitan War for Independence. Oof, not sure if they win that, I mean, but we'll see. And again, England still hasn't gone for France. I think, though, if the Byzantines manage to survive until 1475, they have a chance. I mean, Austria's actually fighting them early. That's interesting. Why are the Ottomans fighting? And the Neapolitan... Wow. This Neapolitan War of Independence has dragged in quite a few people, haven't they? So we have the Aragonese and Austrians fighting the Neapolitans, the Ottomans, and the Portuguese. That's quite the showing, but this might be just what the Byzantines need to bide their time. If the Austrians are going to come in here and absolutely demolish the Ottomans, which they seem to be doing. Definitely kind of revenge the Varna Crusade. This does mean that if by 1475 the Byzantines are still around at some capacity, we might see an Ottoman deletion, and that's going to be the thing they need to break free. At the moment, though, yeah, Aragon is not looking like they're winning that too well, and is, yeah, I think... Genoa as well, very much, yeah, allied with Aragon. I think they're going to be out of this war sooner rather than later. But Aragon is making their own moves. Lisbon is a pain to siege, of course, but they are making progress, and we'll see if they can knock Portugal out of the war. This might change it for a bit for them. Ottomans are still a bit of a pain, but did they just... No, they're still in it. Did Austria get... No. The Austrian army was just here. Where did the Austrian army go? Well, I guess the Ottomans dealt with them. But there it is. Right. That's kind of the big main dynamic. I'm not sure how preventing Castile existing made this mega war kick off, but there we go. Otherwise, in terms of that, we still are seeing the recolonization of China. This is going to take a while. Unfortunately, no one's grabbed a normal colonist to like grab a province here, otherwise they would have had a bit of a free game. And with things like Cam cutting off Sarajevo, who then got cut off by Orat themselves somewhat, yeah, it'd be an interesting dynamic to see. Otherwise, yeah, great powers are now... We have VJ now entering the list. This will be an interesting one to see how the Indians deal with one of their tags being deleted. But yeah, that area being recolonized. Did the Chukchi. They said no, Siberia is mine. Screwed over the other three over here. But Ceylon's getting quite big, which I guess is to be expected. They might be a little power to come from the north, but we'll see. And Uzbeks are definitely getting the lion's share of Siberia at the moment. They're moving almost to cut off Oirat. I guess because Oirat is Siberian frontier on two fronts, and they just don't have that much dip production, I don't think. No, they've Siberian frontiered everything they can, that's for certain. But yeah, we'll see how that ends up working out. Even Korea is grabbing a province for their troubles. And poor Perm, though, I mean, looks like they might get cut off here. But at least they picked up the wasteland, so they get a nice little name. Anyway, in terms of the war, well, Galicia's out. That's interesting, considering they haven't actually colonized any of their provinces. Already immediately had their coast raided, but did Aragon manage to maintain Naples? No, they're still fighting. They just pieced out the Portuguese, I see. But there we go. Right, how are they actually doing? Let's take a look at them. Yeah, they don't seem to be doing too well. The Austrians have been pieced out. I think that's a foregone conclusion then. They're doing quite well against the Ottoman Navy, that's for certain, but yeah, I think the Navy isn't going to save them. They've recovered their main islands at least. So I think what's going to really happen here, I think the Neapolitans are probably just going to grab, yeah, their cause over here and just kick the Aragonese out of Italy, which is fair and almost to be expected. Aragon, I'm assuming, is probably going to be a bit behind on dip tech. Yeah, they are behind on dip tech. They've been trying to colonize. And I do wonder, where did Renaissance spawn? Saluzzo. Okay. Well, certainly one of the options. But there we go. Right. England's managed to consolidate. Oh god, England, what is this? Why can't you just be normal, England? Why are they a... No, I guess they had a vassal of England. Oh god, that's just terrifying. Remarkably, they've lost. I think they gave up Maine, but they've managed to maintain their hold on the rest of the French territories. So far, looking good for them. And Navarro is definitely taking this opportunity to keep expanding. Did they keep the forts when they Siberian frontier? That's really cool. I didn't realize that forts are kept. Maybe buildings are actually kept. Huh. Maybe buildings are kept when their provinces are cleared. I just assumed it would not be. That's good to know. If you're doing this at home, you get to find out yourself. But yeah, Aragon keeps demolishing their navy, the Neapolitan navy, as you probably just saw there, but I don't think Ottoman's going to mind. This is just buying time for Byzantium, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Yeah, they're already in military behind the Ottomans. It's just too little too late. Doesn't mean the Mamluks can get into Karaman, but yeah. I don't think the Mamluks are going to be enough to save them. Look at the rest of the world though. Not too much. Mali finally getting their little expansions to the Ivory Coast. The Congo grabbing land, Mutapa and Sofala making their way down south into that area. Whatever's going on here is terrifying. Oh, thank God. I thought it was the same country. Oh, no. They're very similar colours. So it's like that. So this is just one. A little worm, but no. That's a bit better at least, but still awful. I really hope... I mean, I'm assuming Kiowa desires this land. Yeah, they desire that land, so it's going to be cleaned up sooner rather than later. And we'll see if there's going to be any great powers emerging out of this kind of mini consolidation of the wastelands. I mean, Wadai is now connected the Central and, well, basically the Africas together. So they'll be able to interact a bit more. And hey, Timurids are kind of at least going for the Mughal Empire. Otherwise, yeah, Dali. Dali's a real recolonizer. Go, look at them go. They're going to have a large area to Siberian frontier from. At least 2 more provinces, but I'm assuming they're behind on Dip. No, they're just... is their capital not in... No, they're just not pressing the button. Guys, you know you can press the button. It's free land. It's only 20 Dip as well. Come on. The AI is sometimes a bit reluctant to press it, but I guess it doesn't die it too well. But there we go. I'm assuming eventually they will. I mean, they're certainly working for now. Although poor Oirat is getting... I'm sure they'll be fine. Chukchi, yeah, still blocked them off, but now Song is very much at their borders. Have any of them got gold in these provinces? No. Not at all. That's a shame. There's like a 3% chance of gold to be discovered here, and Perm has now been cut off by Uzbek. Yeah, Uzbek is the real winner here. I think Perm gets, what, 1 more province here, and that's about it. Yeah. Bit of a shame, but it is what it is. Anyway, so 1460, not much going to happen apart from Byzantium just getting deleted while I look away from them. That's to be expected, but there we go. No Byzantium resurgent dreams, I'm afraid, unless they make some kind of late comeback. And hey, yeah, that was to be expected. Aragon did lose that, but they kept hold of Malta, and they kept hold of a little, you know, foothold in Italy. Maybe they will return one day. We'll see. But something tells me that the Aragonese very much, yeah, the Neapolitans desire the land, and they have an Ottoman alliance to back that up. Otherwise, yep, they have their Neapolitan PU, and they still have their Austria alliance. So definitely aren't doing too badly. Anyway, I'm going to catch you when something interesting happens. So I'll see you then. Well, that's a development for sure. I think Bengal's heard that China is ripe for colonization, so they decided to move into as close as they possibly can get to China. They're almost there to get their own colonization going, but damn, they've made some progress. I guess there's a couple more... I don't think there's any uncolonized provinces here, to be fair. I think they're all stark colonized, just very Arctic mountainous, so not great for debbing. But yeah, I've never seen Bengal go so passionately into Tibet. But here we are. And yeah, the Timurids, they're starting to consolidate themselves. Ah, the Portuguese are putting a stop to this whole Granadan experiment. Yeah. Well, they have a province, but it seems to be up to Portugal and Aragon to fight over what's left of Iberia. And I think Portugal has a decent fighting chance, although Aragon's definitely winning, especially by getting that Navarra PU. It was actually very smart of them. Galicia now also exists in Galicia, ever since they got popped out, so look at them go. They're pretty neutral in this, and yeah, they very much desire each other's land. We'll have to see what happens there. The Portuguese aren't exactly low on allies. They picked up the Neapolitans, they got the English, they even got Clemenson going for them. But there we go, we'll see, and hey, they did lose Ceuta to Morocco though. Interesting how that happened, but hey, Morocco's going to be better off now. And they've grabbed Tuat. They kind of do this from their missions anyway, but you know, there we go. I think that's the last of the Scottish though. If the English get deleted, this is going to be a bit of a recolonization project. Of course, no one's going to be adjacent to England now, so yeah, unless someone puts their capital in England, then they're going to have to be recolonized conventionally. Well, no, unless England has their... No, okay, Orkney's also gone. If Scotland had their capital in the Orkney Islands, they could have done something. But, yeah. Has Scotland gone humanist? I don't think that's going to be quite their colonial ideas for them. Any of them picked up? Oh, England's got exploration. Have they got any colonies? Let's take a look. They haven't got a colonist yet, actually. They get that second, but so far so good, and they've started exploring. A bit of African exploration. They might actually get into here before the native Africans have everything sorted out in terms of their Siberian frontiers, which would be interesting. But yeah, I think, has France gone colonial as well? No, innovative. Aragon has gone innovative, but I'm assuming Portugal has gone exploration. Of course they have, yeah. Classic Portugal. Navarra is a subject, so they should have gone exploration, no diplomatic, but maybe Galicia goes for it. They're behind on Abitech. That explains it. We also do have a Prussia, but there we go. In terms of the China front, this is a mess. God, what's going on here? But hey, Calcus popped out. That's a bit of an Easter egg tag. I guess Thora didn't deal with their rebels too well after all, and it seems they're getting slaughtered by this Omega Uzbek. I guess there we go. The Uzbek Siberian frontiers is what they ever needed to get the power base to restore the Mongol Empire. Let's see if that works out for them. And hey, even Chukchi's taken a stab at Solon. Good luck for them. I hope they work out. You rarely get to see these guys do much of anything, so there we go. We have a bit of an Easter egg tag taking over Japan. Hatakema, I think? Can't pronounce this, I'll do a terrible job. Doing a decent job, and Hosokawa hasn't expanded too much. And the Daimyo hasn't exactly annexed anyone yet, so there we go. Yamana's also a decent chunk of expansion between them. I'll be interested to see who wins out over there. But yeah, I mean, the real winner so far from this consolidation, DC Mongolia, has almost cut off Korchin from any further expansions. And Daiviet is definitely doing a great job. Dali, a bit of a weird snake, but we'll see how that ends up for them. Yeah, Austria should have probably fought the Ottomans a bit harder, but it seems that the Ottomans are going to be putting a stop to this whole Europe situation already. Not looking too great, and also working with the Venetians, which is poetic to some extent, but there we go. Yeah, they're definitely going to be taking quite a bit of land here. Ah, the Polish, that's another one of their fascinating collaborators. They do desire quite a bit of land, I'll give them that much. I'll give them that much. Take a look at their actual desires, sorry. Yeah, they do desire quite a bit of land. But hey, Mamluks have made it unscathed so far. And to be fair, the Syrians are already getting annexed, albeit very slowly. Oh, rest in peace, Galicia. Portugal decided to finally put a stop to your existence. That's unfortunate. But I guess they need every little bit of land they can get for this upcoming fight over Aragon. Because yeah, Aragon desires their land and Portugal certainly desires it back. Even more than eliminating poor little Granada here. There's definitely going to be a bit of a thunderdome for the succession of Castile and their removal. That's for certain. But in the next 5 years, we have our next tag up on the chopping block. And some pretty interesting candidates so far. The Timurids are back onto that list. Poland has squeezed out on top, I believe, by grabbing Lithuania. So that'll be a Lithuania going free if that does happen. And a Duke of Prussia getting their independence. As well as the Ottomans, as before, would certainly be an interesting choice. Aragon and Portugal are also back on the chopping block. That's certainly one way to determine who's going to win the Iberia conflict. But there we go. And hey, I know one guy that's going to be very happy if they're gone, and that is going to be, of course, Naples. In terms of the idea selection so far, France has, as previously mentioned, gone with innovative. Portugal has now actually got their colonists. Let's take a look at who they decide to colonize at the moment. Picking up the rest of the Iberian Canaries, fair enough. And I believe England probably has their colonist out by now as well. Let's take a look at them, and yep, he's currently trying to grow up Calais. Well, that's only one type of colonization. I don't think Scotland went for it. Maybe Norway. They did go innovative instead. Oh well. Sweden, any colonization? Nope. Denmark colonization? Nope. Brittany colonization? Nope, just diplomatic. But there we go. I haven't seen any colonies pop out in fairness, and Mutapa has definitely exploited the fact that Kilwa conquered the Porcephalians, and yeah, they've just cut off Kilwa from this area. So Mutapa's doing a bit of a migration into South Africa. Let's hope that's enough to keep the Mutapas alive. With that said, nothing too interesting happened in the New World. We see a couple big federations popping out, but that's to be expected. As for Oirat, they are getting absolutely murdered, and Mongolia's probably going to get their independence here. So Uzbeks are going to have their work cut out for them. Oirat as well. I mean, Chagatai is getting a bit of their regrowth. The Solong Chukchi war, not too much happened out of there, and honestly, the Chukchi, if anything, to probably consolidate their little areas over here. Although, instead, it just seems that the Chukchi have made them tributary states. Otherwise, yeah, China getting slowly but surely recolonized, and we're approaching 1475. Oh, another thing to mention, of course, is things like the Spice Islands get relatively recolonized quicker, but most of them are pretty islanded, so it doesn't matter too much. I mean, basically, Bali gets to get a couple more provinces here, but we'll see how that ends up working out. Otherwise, yeah, Africa's a bit more consolidated, especially Karagwe now starting to take over the Great Lakes area, Congo doing their own thing, and Kilwa definitely not slouching by 73, especially by any standards. But there we go, France getting Burgundy, nothing to be expected there, and is that the Danish invasion of the English? Oh, succession war of Ingolstadt. Yeah, so they do sell the same as the Danish dynasty, and it seems they're now fighting over the succession with Denmark. Not too well, and it seems everyone is piling onto the poor Austrians over here. I think Aragon has backed the wrong horse in that one, and there's the peace deal for one of them. Yeah, not looking too great. But we're in June 1474. We're going to have our next country deletion coming up very soon. So if you're someone like Bohemia, you should probably avoid taking too much land here. You wouldn't want to squeeze your way into the top 8 great powers for this one. It's a bit of a weird one. I mean, as a play, probably avoid this. The air, of course, has no idea that being a great power is really dangerous. But we'll see how that ends up working out for them. Certainly a very interesting list of candidates to be deleted. And yeah, we'll see how that goes. But there we go, November. We're entering December now. Poland Great Power number 1 is an interesting one to be expected. And again, nice. Got the pause off on the first. So, for this list, who do we have? We have Poland, England, France, Ottomans. So, going back to here. Poland, England, France, Ottomans. Then we have Aragon, Portugal, Mamluk, Timurids. So there we go. Is that correct? Aragon, Portugal, Mamluk, Timurids. Yep, seems perfect. Alright, so time to spin the wheel. And the country getting deleted today is going to be none other than... That's going to remain uncolonized for a while, because they just deleted everyone that can Siberian frontier them. Well, goodbye England. I guess you tried. But this does mean that no one can kind of, recolonize them, because of course the Scottish capital isn't in this area. I think what's actually going to happen is Norway's probably going to get their colonist from their missions, potentially. And anyone with a colonist in the local area is going to have a field day by trying to get into England, because there's a lot of great development here. But with that said, hey, France is going to be happy. They're going to grant all of this land for free. It's time to remove England. Oh, they're gone. Oof. Well, I can certainly hear a lot of Welsh people celebrating. Unfortunately for them, they're also gone as well. And same can be said for Ireland and Scotland. But there you go, Scotland. Congratulations. You can make your way back to the continent. I don't know if they'll be smart enough to grab a colonist, colonize a province, and change their capital. I don't think they will. But we'll see how that works out for them. Right. And immediately, yep, France and Brittany grab up that area. And hey, Navarra grabs Labrador. Good for them. Good for Navarra, they're opportunistics. They clicked faster than the French. Good job for that one. But yeah, mainland England, I think, is going to be untouched until someone comes in there with actual colonists. So we'll see how that ends up working out. But that's the main change. It does mean that we're not going to see any England colonies as well. Otherwise, yeah, Sweden's done some bit of migration. I'm not sure if they're still under Denmark. They are still under Denmark. Interesting. So this is kind of a Denmark experiment with that said. But yeah, Timurids doing their thing, and Mongolia truly the winner so far by seems out of the whole China situation. And Oirat being very much demolished. Chagatai as well. Wow, they are pushing deep into China proper. Kind of pushing Kam out of their way now. Kam has done a very big migration out of Tibet. Is all I will say. Kind of a reverse colonization where Tibet is now taking over the Chinese. But we'll see how that ends up working for them. Well, there's another stab at defeating the Ottomans. Unfortunately, I don't think Theodorus quite cut out enough to do it. These occupations are very impressive for sure, but I think it's more of an Ottoman neglect in the area. I don't think there's going to be much that can stop these monsters for now. I think the Ottomans are going to have pretty free reign. Yeah, I think the Theodorians probably have less of a chance of success than these Genoese separatists, to be honest. Not looking great for them overall. But hey, Mamluks have survived for a surprisingly long time. Maybe something comes of that. Austria, on the other hand, yeah, they definitely bagged the wrong horse. And hey, even Tyrol's popped out. Look at Tyrol go. They are the true successors of the Austrian Empire. I wonder who's the actual emperor right now. Austria is still the emperor, although I feel like they are going to be quite a weak empire. Yeah, you can definitely see France has taken this opportunity to start expanding into the empire. Flanders grab Calais. It's beautiful. That's beautiful indeed. Now, I'm curious on who the Portuguese are actually colonizing at the moment. They're probably done with the Carib. I was going to say they're probably done with the Canaries, and they are done with the Canaries. They're just colonizing the other Canaries. Pretty decent settler growth, of course. They have picked up the Portuguese settler growth, so they're doing quite good at that so far. But we'll see if that's going to be enough for them. Realistically, they do need to start like going into Morocco, so they can. If they do go into Morocco, they can get like a land connection over there. Otherwise, that's kind of their main strength against something like Aragon. Aragon did lose their Austrian ally because Austria is gone. It's probably a good thing to lose. I don't quite think Corsica is going to be enough to replace them. That's all I will say. But if anything, Corsica is probably going to get diplomatically vassalized by Aragon sooner rather than later. I mean, can they? Let's take a look. Yeah, they literally will. They are very much working on diplomatically vassalizing Corsica. Okay, fair enough. And they're helping their little Navarran buddies keep that check. I wonder if they're going to annex them as well soon enough. They can do that in 97. Definitely going to help. But if not. Granada remarkably has survived this whole time. They've just kind of been hide out in the corner. Guaranteed by Portugal, probably is what's happening here. Portugal does not want Aragon to kill them, so they kind of guaranteed them this kind of a way. But they're happy to be vassalized by both. And the Moroccan alliance is probably something to keep them alive. But we'll see. In terms of the rest of the world, Mamluks are having fun in Arabia as always. Mutapa is definitely completing their migration into South Africa, and we'll see if they can use that as a power base to expand further into, well, Africa and kind of make a little bigger attack over there. We do see Busoga now. I believe, is that not a formable? I'm not sure what happened there, but hey, at least some consolidation. That's nice to see. And what you're probably here for is what the hell is going on in China. The answer is Cam has continued their migration, and there are many Oirats. 4 Oirats to be exact. Thankfully, just the 4 of them. Bengal slowly but surely pushing forward into this land as well, and Dai Viet has probably been very happy with all this brand new land they've taken. Religiously, of course, it's also a complete mess as well, because the Saravas tend to be colonized in this area, so the Confucians are very much taking a bit of a backstand. Thankfully, when Castile got removed here, not too much happened religiously, if anything, and Portugal's been doing some conversions. But hey, is that a colony I see in Portugal? The Portuguese are colonizing. The Portuguese are... Wow, that is an incredible amount of new settlers. That is basically every other... That's an extra 25 settlers because it's a 50% chance of getting 25 extra settlers. But, yep. Portugal. That's bringing back the world's oldest alliance by recolonizing the British. I don't know how I feel about that, but you know what? At least it's getting colonized. That's for sure. Scotland, come on. You can grab a corner here, right? You know you want to, right? You know you want to. Has any of the Dutch grabbed any kind of colonial ideas? No. Really, Holland, administrative ideas. What are you administrating? You're administrating 3 provinces. Why do you go administrative ideas? I love the AI decisions sometimes. Innovative offensive, yeah. I've not exactly seen them colonize. I don't think the Norwegians are also going for it. I don't think they've done their missions, which give them a colonist. No, they have done their missions to give them a colonist. They're just not using it. Come on, it's England. England's right here, Norway. It's right here. You have to love the idea AI sometimes, don't you? You really do. Anyway, that's that. With that said, it's 84, so we have another 16 years before our next great power gets deleted. And it's only going to be an interesting one. The list has changed quite a bit. Timurids have been knocked down, but are still on it. Muscovy's up there. Aragon and Portugal as a little successor states to Iberia are very much there. Poland knocked down a peg, and France now dominating the tier list. It's kind of funny that I said Mega France, Mega Ottomans, and Mega Austria as the big ones. I think Austria's the only one that's been really knocked down a peg, and that's probably because they had to fight the Danish so early. But they're still the Emperor. They are still the Emperor, to be fair. They are still holding on to that. And I believe their reconquest is probably going to be quite beautiful. Indeed it is. Indeed it is. So there is still hope for them, but I'm not going to be holding out for too much, or for too long for that. And yep, the Portuguese, they're going for it. Yeah. Well, that's certainly one way of getting England recolonized by the Portuguese, but I'll be honest, not what I was expecting, which is probably a bad idea. This, however, is probably going to be helpful for the Portuguese to get control of Iberia, though. If they're already starting to, the French have decided to put an end to this whole Aragonese experiment. poor Navarra very much getting crossed with the crossfire as well. I don't think that the Aragonese are going to be able to win that. No, I don't think they've gotten... Yeah, I don't think Luke is going to be enough to change the tide of battle. They did grab Corsica as a subject, to be fair, but yeah, again. I think the French are going to just walk in here and take exactly what they want. And the answer is with innovative offensive, yeah, they're probably going to be fine here. Aragon, you've got innovative quantity. Well, you definitely do need the troops, but you probably need the quality as well. The Portuguese, I'm assuming, grabbed Exploration Expansion, a classic, that's for certain. Well, we'll see how that works out for them. Anyone else really colonizing? Not too much. Mamluks colonizing a wasteland. I don't think Morocco grabbed colonial ideas. Espionage defensive. No, I mean, Mali still hasn't unlocked anything, so yeah, that's to be expected. But hey, Matapa at least has most of the South Africa now on lockdown. I wonder if how they're doing on tech. They're behind, even more behind on dip than before, but probably best to own this land than get dip tech for, I'll be honest. Hopefully they catch up on execution sooner rather than later. And yeah, Calm now getting their little new life out there in China. But if they are left alone long enough, they'll be able to colonize some decent provinces, because these provinces are good, right? Like 11 dev in some of these, 10 dev. Good land. And yeah, we'll see. I mean, Dali here running around with Chengdu is certainly nothing to be scoffed at. Otherwise, in terms of our major power in the north, I think that, yeah, they're about to break to Oirat tribes, so Uzbeks definitely remains as the big boy, and the Chukchi are now, well, in direct competition with Solon. I think they've run out of Siberia to colonize. Similar things can be said for Perm, although... Ooh, is that a... They're fighting Kazan, and they seem to be winning on that front, but they definitely don't seem to be winning in Siberia, so... I think Muscovy still win that overall, but definitely a bit of a setback. Poor little Perm. I was hoping Perm would do well, but it is what it is. And Ducal Prussia is gone. Weirdly enough, Pomerania's survived though, and Sweden's gone and entered Mecklenburg, but there we go. That's the thing with the weak HRE Emperor, is a lot of people on the peripheries, like France, can start nicking provinces here and there. Oof. Yeah, poor Aragon. I mean, they even... They set Corsica free. That's a very French thing to do, but they've even grabbed a bit of the West Mediterranean islands. And why did they grab half of... Well, they got some of the Balearics. They're suddenly ready to party in Ibiza, that's for certain, but interesting choices of provinces grabbed. Poor Aragon had their capital taken as well. They're now in Valencia. They lost Barcelona as well. Yeah, Navarra very much cut down to size. They do now border the French do now border Portugal in more ways than one. Border them with Portuguese Britain, they border them very directly there in mainland Portugal, so we'll see what happens there. The thing is with Portugal, is if they do get kicked out of, well, Portugal, they have to move their capital. What might happen is, if Aragon invades them and they lose Lisbon, is that probably is going to knock their capital into London, and that's going to make them go ham on these provinces here. So surprised that Norway isn't colonizing England, but I guess it just gives Portugal a free into the area. You know what, Matapa? You were in the greatest name growth title at the moment, I'll give you that much. You've gone from looking quite small on the map to now looking very big. Shame that most of this is wasteland, but hey, at least you picked up South Africa. There's definitely some good provinces here, the Cape especially, 16 dev. I mean, it is grain, so it's not the best in terms of trade good, but hey, you'll take it. And if you survive long enough for coal, congratulations, you have access to that. Otherwise, yeah, I don't think they can grab this little province here, so it's going to remain wasteland until someone comes here with a colonist. Otherwise, that's Mutapa, and they've picked up quantity. They have picked up quantity, so that might be interesting. 27k is nothing to scoff at, but he always running around with Miltech 6 against their 5 with similar amounts of troops. So they're definitely not in a position to fight them yet. They probably want to pick up some local alliances before they go for that one. And it's kicked off, the Portuguese versus the Aragonese. I think they saw that Aragon lost that war against the French, and they've gone in on them, which is to be expected. I'm not sure if they're gonna... I mean, Portugal does have Naples and Tlemcen on their side as well. Tlemcen isn't probably too much help. I mean, 12,000 you can't scoff at, but the Neapolitans, I mean, they know what they're here for, and hey, Malta fell to Tunis. And that's probably going to be their core on this province here. Yeah, Aragon really had an excellent chance to be the true successor to the Iberian one, but unfortunately being stuck in the middle meant that, yeah, I think they're just going to be on the chopping block here. The Portuguese are definitely getting a bit of a boost, weirdly enough. They've also swapped their golden age here, 45 income. Assuming they're making a pretty penny off London alone. Yeah, ducat 43. The English channel's probably quite weak as a node now. Yeah, 15 ducats. It's actually not too awful, but yeah. For certain, we'll see how that ends up going for them, but I wonder what they do decide to take here. Ooh, that's not the button I meant to press. What do you decide to take, Mr. Portugal? Quite a bit of that. Remarkably, it does seem Granada's going to survive this one again. But, hey, if Portugal gets deleted here, then this is going to be exactly what the Aragonese need. But we'll see. I think the biggest change probably is going to be either the Ottomans or the French. Because whatever happens here is going to have a massive recolonization, like, swarm back into the area. Otherwise, in terms of great powers coming up onto the list, Bengal has unfortunately managed to squeeze onto the chopping block. Not a good position to be in, just squeezing out BJ from recently. Timur's still been there. Portugal has also knocked the Aragonese down quite a bit of a peg. And you know what? I respect this border choice. That's quite a clean border. It's given them a bit of extra Iberian land, but they now do control Madrid. And, of course, the La Mancha war mines. But, you know, it is what it is. Poor Navarro really is the real loser. I think they're not going to be around for too long. And they look like they're 27,000, but then that's just the Neapolitan armies vibing over there. They only have 1,000 men. Yeah, not quite enough for independence. And hey, look at Granada. Maybe they've gone colonial. Yeah, they've gone for innovative defensiveness. Well, it's certainly an innovative defense they've got over there. But let's see if they can make a bit of a comeback if one of these tanks get yeeted. I think the Ottomans being deleted is definitely going to be quite a big one. Mamluks are probably going to be the big winner there, but the Hungarians, ooh, they're going to... Because this little jagged border is going to be great for them in that regard. Otherwise, that's about that. I mean, the French Ottomans are a classic. Poland will be interesting as well. Lithuania, Muscovy. A lot of the Germans are going to be able to enjoy that one as well. Mamluks will be quite interesting, actually. Tunis will make almost a bit of a comeback. And Dongolia, Makuria, we might see Medina also do quite well. Portugal will be a bit of a weird one here. Just kind of some kind of curse surrounding London's going to let you land it on the wheel. Timurids, I mean, we're going to see an Ajam, Persia, Baluchistan combo, and Uzbek are going to get even more powerful, because Lord knows we need that. And Bengal's going to be quite interesting as well, because we're going to see almost back colonization. So some interesting options to go. It's definitely some worse than the others. Hopefully whichever ones you're backing for the moment are either off the list or not going to get picked, but we'll see. I feel like I shouldn't pick favourites, but I'm not going to lie, I'm quite liking how this Portugal's doing so far. I really hope they're not eliminated, but that's, you know, I don't control the wheel. If anything, the wheel controls me. Well, the recolonization of China has almost come to the end. Dai Viet, Mongolia, Korchin, all been excellent winners here, and Kharm, of all people, also taking a good part of that. But unfortunately, there's the 1st of January 1500, which does mean taking a look at our great powers. Now we have France, Ottomans, Poland, and the Mamluks. So that is France, Ottomans, Poland, and the Mamluks. Ottomans, Poland, and the Mamluks coming in as the top 4 performers, followed shortly by Portugal, Muscovy, Bengal, and Timurids. That's... What was that again? Portugal, Muscovy. Muscovy... I don't spell them perfectly, doesn't matter too much. Let's have that C back in there. Bengal and Timurids. There we go. Right. That's our 8 great powers. Let's see who gets to be defeated now. That is going to be... Oh my god, Portugal. Portugal is almost on the chopping block, kind of confirming a curse of London, if anything. But it's going to be the Mamluks, so the Ottomans are going to blow up even harder now, if anything. But hey, we definitely will see some new attacks over there. But that does mean that, well... These Mamluks, congratulations on your wasteland. Unfortunately, what's Mamluk tag actually? I didn't check. Mam. Alright. Mam, you're gone. Bit of couple rebel bombs left for you, but hey, Dawazir, Mushasha, Medina especially, they're gonna be ecstatic. Let's see how that works out for them. Yeah. Tunis immediately retaking a whole bunch of their land, Jared as well. Going for it, and yeah. I mean, Ottomans might get cut off here by AQ, actually. It'd be interesting to see if that happens. They've definitely grabbed at least 13th province and this new land over here, so that's nice for them. We'll see. It's a lot of very nice land for them to take over, especially inside Egypt proper. There's some great development here. Cairo's 27 as well. So it's another little whale feast for all the little tanks over here. And it seems that Medina may have prompted the wrath of Hassan the moment that has popped out. So yeah, they might get knocked down a peg before they get a chance to succeed, which is a shame. But we'll see how that ends up working for them. Again, the colonization of the recolonization of Ming has almost come to an end now. But we'll see. Uzbeks have gone so much, but they've done so little with it. I was hoping they expand a bit more, especially being a horde. But I mean, the real winners clearly are the Portuguese, who decide that maybe we'll migrate into England at this point. I mean, if the French do come knocking again, then yeah. No, the French have decided to change. They've become a diplomatic 663 and only design Neapolitan and Italian land. Certainly an interesting decision by the French. I'll give them that. Maybe it's yeah. It's a very specific amount of land they desire. Probably explains why they went into here. Have they allied the... They have not. They have a truce with the French, but they have an alliance with Venice. A very diplomatic vassalization of Corsica would have been a very French thing to do, but there we go. Otherwise, the next deletion will be in 1525, so let's see what happens by then, and if Granada manages to survive another 25 years in this weird world that we live in. I guess the weird news is, because England is the subject of the colonization, and the removal of, well, England as a colonizer and Portugal colonizing England, with the French not colonizing as well, means that the New World's relatively untouched now. No one's bothering to grab colonies over there, like, at all. And I guess Spain really was one of the main colonizers into that area, which makes sense, but them being removed and Portugal being distracted with, well, England, means, yeah. France, you had the entire New World to go for it, and instead you went innovative offensive. I guess there's no need to conquer the New World if you can conquer the Old World instead, which makes sense. And unfortunately, yep, Navarra is gone. It is part of the Aragonese now. Aragon has not been able to use that to get back onto the Great Powers list, so they're at least safe for now, but yeah. We'll see how long that lasts. Probably a while, actually. I think Aragon's definitely on the decline now. They don't have any easy areas to expand into, and Tunis is definitely going to be utilizing this power vacuum created by the Mamluks. AQ is, okay, not fighting the Ottomans. Do the Ottomans not desire this land? No, not really. They have a weird desire for Damascus specifically, but that's about it. And apparently Medina was absolutely fine in that war, and are now having fun recolonizing Arabia. Shame that Makan, I guess they can only grab the one province at a time right now, but there we go. We're also going to see them, like, from Mongolia and Ethiopia. Perm has also unfortunately come to an end, and Muscovy, though, is not forming Muscovy. I guess they don't have Amenhotep 10 actually yet, but can they form Russia, is my question. Do they have all the provinces? No, they need to either beat up Great Horde or Smolensk for it, and it does seem like they're getting ready for it. That's a very, very good general they have as a ruler as well. 6521. Is that their event one? No, that's just a very competent man they have in charge of the country right now. Fair enough, fair enough. Let's see if that's good enough for them. The Portuguese, of course, are just... And there they go for the Great Horde as I say that. I mean, yes, they desire Ryazan. Weirdly enough, it's the one province occupied by Nagai at the moment. But yeah, I mean, they probably desire a lot of it. Are they still paying tribute, actually? Is it Astrakhan, the province, where they still have to pay the tribute? I'm not sure. It's one of them. But if they're still paying tribute, that's honestly quite late. And congrats on their monument improvements, that's for sure. Where did they go down? Infrastructure quality. That's not what I think of when I think of Muscovy. I definitely don't think of good quality and good infrastructure, but I guess we're here to exceed expectations. But the one thing that's definitely not changing is the Ottomans going straight back into Poland. Okay, yeah, fair enough. The Ottomans really need to be kept in check, because they are lobbying. Oh, Hungary's a junior partner of Poland. I missed that. Christ, this Poland is a big boy. I just don't think it's going to be a big enough boy to stop these Ottomans. Unfortunately. Well, we'll see. We'll see. And yeah, I think the Ottomans do get into the new frontier. So they're probably going to be able to not even have to beat up the Mamluks. Christ, that alive. That's going to be an issue for the Europeans, that's for certain. In terms of ideas, admin quantity. Yep, they're here to core and they're here to swarm. That's the Ottomans for you. Doesn't mean at least quality-wise they'll be able to be beaten, but that does need someone like France to have to get involved. In terms of great powers, Denmark's entered the ring, actually. I'm assuming from their subject plays? No, they've lost the Swedes, but gained them in an alliance, and they aren't integrating the Norwegians. So I guess that's the end of the Norwegian colonization attempts. And poor Scotland over here is sitting around with humanist offensive. Come on, Scotland, who exactly are you? Please don't tell me you spawned a Protestant Centre of Reformation there as well. They have not. The Reformation has kicked off. I did kind of miss that, to be fair. I'm used to kicking off in 1530. I guess I play too much multiplayer. And yeah, I mean, it's all, like, Austria's in a position to stop it. Palatinate has taken over as the emperor, but a decent chunk of people, well, Bohemia at least, is voting for the French. It's a very contested emperorship. Honestly, it's a coin toss if whoever actually gets it now. It's definitely not the Palatinate. Even the Palatinate are the emperor, and even they are not voting for themselves. It's kind of funny, actually. They're like, yeah, we shouldn't be the emperor of this thing. They see it's a sinking ship. They want to get out of it. I have to respect the hustle, to be honest. And yep, it does seem that Bengal insists on being the grand owner of all things China, as they've pushed further into Dali. The Great Bengal Migration continues. They're entering Ava now. I mean, we might see this Giga Bengal, but the problem with being big and doing well is that if you do a bit too well, you're going to end up on this list, and that's a dangerous list to be on. However, the effects of the deletion of China, well, there's only 2 provinces left before China is fully repopulated yet again. The religion map mode, though, is terrifying. And I guess that's another question of... I think there's going to be not too much, maybe a bit more Shia people coming over into this area, but the religion map mode isn't too affected by these guys being deleted. We're also not going to see an Anglican now, unless Portugal shoves their colony into Britain, because you need to have your capital in the England area to spawn Anglicanism. England does still have cores on this area, to be fair, so if there is a large enough revolt, they will pop out. But they're not going to keep them, because this is Portuguese, well, primary culture, so they're going to lose those scores by 25 as well. It also does mean that Flanders borders Portugal. Not normally a problem, but at the moment they do look very similar in colour. Well, the Portuguese are going to be reined in at least. The Age of Discovery is ending in 49 months. Well, if there were any Medina supporters out there, it seems Mushasha has cut them down to size at least a bit. They still have a bunch of land to recolonize, and they are going for it. The culture map mode is, of course, looking incredibly cursed in this area as well. Hejaz has now really grown, but we'll see how that goes. And oh my god, there's Azerbaijanis down here. They are getting places, that's for certain. And why does the of course. Mamluks owned Cyprus, probably, didn't they? Yeah, there's the Mamluk core, so... Portugal just grabbed Cyprus real quick while they're in the area. As well as Rhodes. Watch the Portuguese grab the canal. The Portuguese really have, like... They've colonized a bit of British and got very inspired by that. And, oh god, okay. Well, it seems the French have picked up a colonial idea. Yep, exploration 2, and they've taken this opportunity to grab Lothian. The French are going to be in charge of the, you know, it's a kind of an irony, isn't it? England disappears, Portugal takes over the oldest alliance. The Scottish disappear out of the British Islands for the most part, and the French immediately take over the Old Alliance. You know, somewhat poetic, one could say. And there we go. There's the Age of Reformation. One thing that's definitely reformed is cultures in China. It's gone from this massive, absolutely huge group to just being full of Mongolians, Tibetans of all things. Christ, they really control a lot of China at this point. And the Vietnamese, who seem to settle to southern China and made this their new homeland. The Chinese are stuck to just 2 provinces now. It's gone from this absolutely massive culture group to basically not existing. And with these colonies finishing by Tibet soon, it seems Tibet is gonna have a little bit of their revenge now, as either the Mongols or whoever's going to click on this province fast is going to be putting them out of their existence. And by the looks of the fact that the Mongols are currently invading Cochin, I'd gauge that that's probably going to be Khan. I don't think Siberian frontiers go any faster if they're occupied. Well, in fairness, they don't seem to be going, well, any slower. Actually, are they affected by that? Ah, they're stopped. Yeah, that tends to help. So I think that's probably going to help Tibet, yeah, finish this Mongol-Siberian frontier before them and grab the last 2 Chinese provinces. But there we go, that's the effects of that finally being resolved in 1515. As for the, well, Mamluks, yeah, Tunis is slowly but surely making their way up there. Jared actually stopped air from getting the last 2 provinces, so woo, go Jared. They're doing things. I don't think there's any Jared supporters out there. But unfortunately, the big news is, of course, the Portuguese are putting a stop to the Aragonese experiment. Once and for all. The Aragonese literally have no friends at this point. I mean, this probably spells as doom for Granada, yes. They're no longer guaranteed by the Portuguese. They're probably going to be next on the chopping block. Well, there we go. Portugal takes over England and immediately takes over their tendencies. Grab a bunch of random islands and start invading the Spanish. And hey, the Commonwealth is formed. That's a sight you see honestly quite frequently, but it does mean that if these guys get removed off the map, that's going to be a big recolonization effort. But I mean, if the Ottomans are ever removed, these couple of provinces by the Hungarians are just going to be beautiful for just Siberian frontier and the entire thing immediately. And somehow Ragusa is doing quite well as well. I guess the Ottoman guarantee in the Commonwealth Alliance is pretty nice for keeping you alive. And there we go. The last of the Chinese are now gone. We're now in a Chinese-free environment dominated by Vietnamese people, Tibetans, and Mongols. That is it. The closest thing we have is a couple more extra Koreans, but even then they're not Sino-sized Koreans, they're Korean culture. The Dutch have also, well, more specifically the Netherlands, I believe, or... Who is this? Yeah, Holland has actually figured out, let's go exploration, go colonize something. And the first thing they decided to colonize is the Irish. So you know what? Ireland, congratulations, you're now ruled by the Dutch, at least down in Cork. We'll see what happens here, but it seems like Portugal seems to be taking over England. The French are working on taking over Scotland, and the Dutch are working on taking over Ireland. Which again means that culturally this is going to be one of the paintings of all time. At least as for now, united in being Catholic. But culturally, dear Lord alive, this is cursed. Cursed beyond belief. French people running Lothian, dear Lord alive. And hey, Naples formed two Sicilies. Go Naples. Aragon has also been very much reduced to almost their starting position, with a bit of extra Navarran slices to make up for their losses to the Barcelona and Alicante. Unfortunately, yeah, I think Granada is, when that truce expires, something tells me, yeah, they're next on that shopping block. Seems that everything that was holding Portugal back was Ceuta from being a massive global power, even more than they already were. And there we go, Russia has formed. They now have access to Siberian frontiers twice. Yay! They are really ready to Siberian frontier 2 times over. Unfortunately, it doesn't do anything, but there we go. And Sweden is getting Poland. Polanded. Yeah, Commonwealth's really having a bit of a free game in that one. I mean, I was joking about Portugal colonizing the Suez Canal, but it seems that they decided to actually go for it. And much like the Venetian colonies down in Alexandria, they went, you know what? We'll have some of that, please. And they've gone ahead and grabbed the colony of the Mediterranean. Look at these global settlers. They are ready to colonize. And they're colonizing quite well. The real winners clearly are all the Native Americans, because no one's bothered to come over in this area at all. Everyone's too busy recolonizing themselves after the fall. And I thought this was Portugal. No, this is the Flemish. Flanders has decided to settle the north of England. So I guess we're going to see even more of a divide there. And I've just realized, oh god, it's going to be Flemish in... Oh god, the cultures are somehow getting worse. How is Oirat making a comeback? I thought the Uzbeks really had this one in the bag, but they seem to have been slaughtered, and Oirat, West Siberia, grows. Is Oirat really not out of this race? I mean, the Mongols have taken over a lot of new land as well, so maybe they are there to rebuild their Genghis Khan dreams, but Oirat, out of all places, with all people recovering, is not the comeback I was expecting. Unfortunately, Bengal has also been cut down to size a bit more. Or have they? No, I think they just didn't expand into this area. Let's take a look. Did they have any cores that they've lost? No, they just didn't go into China. Okay, fair enough. I thought they went into China. That's on me. But yeah, they are... I mean, they're not very much cut down to size. They're still not in the Great Powers list, which is a good place to be, to be fair. Not in here. But they're looking very impressive, that's for certain. We have our next removal in 3 years as well, and the candidates are... Commonwealth will be a very interesting one to go as well. France will be a big one. The Scottish will be liberated yet again. The Ottomans, again, as mentioned, be quite a major one to go as well. Portugal would be a shame if they get to go as well. I'm starting to root for them now, but it does mean that England gets to be recolonized again, and Aragon will be making their true comeback, as is Granada. Russia will be an interesting one too. Kazakh will make a comeback, and Uzbek will finally be able to migrate, as well as Sweden, getting their little free game, although the Commonwealth will grow larger even again. Timurid, I mean, yeah, again, Persia will be up for grabs then. Denmark will also be interesting. Sweden's going to be very happy with the Denmark gone, and a lot of the Germans as well. And Vijayanagar is definitely going to help the unification of India in one way or another. But there we go. That's going to be rapidly approaching, and I hope... I mean, there might be some changes in the last 2 years. We'll see. If Timurids keep losing wars, then... But did they win that? I'm not sure. I think they won that, sorry. If the Timurids keep winning wars, then it's also going to have an effect. But Mazandaran, of all people, seems to be doing quite well so far. But yeah, just a year left before the next great removal. And it does seem that Jerusalem has been grabbed by Medina, who now owns both of the holy sites, both Mecca and Jerusalem, now under control of Medina. Bukhara really also having a bit of a field day with that one. But here we are in December. Let's see if I can pull the pause off. There we go, on the 1st. Let's go. A lot better at this than Ottoman, it seems. Let's take a look at our great powers. France, Ottomans, Commonwealth, and Portugal. So France stays on top, 0 surprise there. Ottomans and Commonwealth. Poland does get replaced by the Commonwealth. Ooh, that is not what I meant to press. Portugal, Russia. Timmy, Denmark. Timrowitz. Denmark. And of course, Vijayanagara. Alright. Well, time to spin the wheel and see who gets deleted today. That is going to be... some more consolidation down in India. Probably one of the lesser impactful ones to be removed, but Bahmanis, or whoever's left over there, is definitely going to be happy. So there we go, that's our results so far of our removals. If we take a look back at the map, well, who's really going to be ecstatic for this one? Bahmanis for sure, and Orissa. I mean, Bengal has a little dream if they can sliver down onto a couple extra provinces, that's for sure, but somehow doubt that. What's their consul command? Because I'd hate to delete a country that wasn't meant to be deleted, VJ. Vij. They're gone. Goodbye. Goodbye, Vijayanagar. And, well, Bahmanis is definitely going to be enjoying that one. Yep. You can see them go right away. Did Bengal grab anything? They did. They did grab a province. Congratulations, Bengal. You make out with 8 extra development from that one. The culture map mode, though, is going to be... yeah, interesting. What's the Bahmani's primary culture? They are strict. What is their primary culture? They are, of course, Kannada. The Kannada culture is going to be popping off. Where the hell is their primary culture? It's not too substantial, because a lot of it did get reconquered, it seems, but hey, they're going to repopulate that area, that's for sure. As for the cultures in here, it's yeah. The Suez is going to be Nubian. I'm not sure how I feel about that. And the Portuguese Catholics running the Nile Delta is definitely one of the things that are happening in this world. Unfortunately, it does mean the Scottish do not get to go free, as the French continue to exist yet another day. I do like how, for the most part, though, they've kind of kept to their little areas. Like, France has kept to Scotland. Flanders has kept mostly to the north, it seems, and Portugal is kind of focused on southern England for the most part. Eventually, they're going to run out of this area to recolonize. I don't think any of them can recolonize into India. So we are going to have to start. We are going to start seeing new colonies pop up over in this area from the Europeans. Could probably take a look by the culture map and see if anyone has really popped out at the moment. Not really. No, not by anyone. Well, at least the Aztecs are having a nice game out of this. Maybe the Cusco get to do something, although I doubt it. The AI really rarely does anything with them. In terms of Africa, not too much. Mutapa has taken this land and I seem to be quite content to just sit on it. Same for Kilwa, I think they're just not in a position to do anything. And now Mombasa has taken over the Great Lakes. There we go. I guess with the Mamluks kind of gone and the Ottomans having a lot of speed bumps in the way, the Ethiopians are pretty happy to just keep vibing over here. Let's see if they do anything with their newfound freedom. Well, there we go. Another day, another Bengali invasion of, well, China. This time I don't think Delhi and Ava are going to be able to win that one. They do seem slightly outclassed. As for the Bengal desires in the Chinese area, it's a decent chunk of stuff. I think what's happened is they've probably accepted, they've accepted the Tibetans, now they desire a bunch of this extra Tibetan land. So Bengal can make it into China, that's the conclusion. The Bahmanis really is the big winner here. They've cut off Orissa now. So as they keep colonizing through this area, bear in mind, because as tech keeps going, so they're at Tech 9, if we take a look at it, they're getting a lot more global settlers than they were getting before, simply from technology. If they got, they have Dip Tech 10, so they have an extra 10, but once 15 comes from, they get an extra 15, so their settlers are going to increase quite a lot from that alone. So there we go. It does also mean that having exploration or expansion ideas just picked as any tag is just nice for you to have. But yeah, the trade map mode is definitely getting devastated over here. I am curious, actually, is how is the Chinese wealth looking? The answer is a lot of the Chinese money is getting sent back. Into human, fair enough. Very, very Mongol approach to that. Canton has recovered a bit of money, but nothing the Chinese would have had. I guess that's the Vietnamese home node now. And Bengal continues to be... Are they sending this out? I think they're just getting stolen into Darb. That makes sense. Yeah, fair enough. That's to be expected. The English Channel has certainly recovered though. 34 ducats is nothing to scoff at, especially considering England got removed for a while. Sevilla though isn't doing too great. I guess that's Sevilla without colonization for you. And without Spain there to do dev clicks. I'm not going to lie though, if Bahmanis fails to use this power to unite India and beat up Delhi, as much as I'm backing Bengal as my little sleeper backup Portugal, they seem to both have the same colour as well. I mean, if Bengal blows this opportunity, that would be terrible. There's so much development here as well. Like, this is... I feel like the ones I clicked on are quite bad, actually. But, like, 13, 12 dev provinces, farmlands, it's nothing to scoff at. 17 dev over here, 12 on the coastline. There is some good land they're picking up literally for free. I mean, the Golconda diamond mines are literally in this area. There we go. They've got them back again. Congratulations. There's the diamond mines of Golconda. And because the new world hasn't been colonized yet, faceting has been very profitable for them. Did it spawn in? It did not. Where did faceting spawn? I'm actually quite curious now. And I guess also on the trade good map mode. Probably a good thing to check. So where did our faceting spawn? Because you are gems. Did it spawn in? Yeah, it spawned in Gdansk. Fair enough. I guess Poland is now the true diamond center of the world. The English trade goods are very... London has been turned into a sheep farm, it seems. The best part of it. And England is just a massive grain fishery. The coal is still blatant in those provinces, so that's nice. But yeah, the trade goods in England are significantly worse. Same can be said for Iberia, actually. The recolonized ones are very cattle ranch heavy, that's all I will say. Ming did at least retain, or at least what was left of Ming, a couple China-ware provinces, but a lot less than they had before. And, well, a lot more grain is now being produced in this area, it seems, although it's a bit hard to check. There's certainly a lot more livestock, though. Dear Lord Alive, there's a lot more livestock. I am curious to see what happens in India, though, because the trade goods distribution for India is quite nice. Spices, tropical wood, incense, cotton, sugar, I mean, even some gems chance, and not that much grain as well, so it'll be interesting to see what they actually find over here in these areas. Ah, and of course, the Mamluk granary of the Mediterranean is now producing cotton. Well, at least one of them is back to being grain, but yeah. And the promised land of Jerusalem is now, of course, just a big wool sheep farm. That's good to know. Couple salt plains found over here, but there we go. Nothing too unexpected here. And cotton grown in the Suez. And Cairo has now been... Okay, they're colonizing now. So they were at Siberian frontier. So did they move their capital here? No. But yeah, the Mamluks have been eaten up very quickly, to be fair. I think that's kind of what happens when you have a lot more people colonizing. Especially something compared to this area over here. Well, in 15 years, we'll see the next tag being removed. Bengal, I believe, just entered that list and just got back knocked out of it again. They're entering a bit more into dive yet. Denmark is there. Bahmanis now has entered. If Bahmanis gets removed again, though, this is going to be a very open India, to the extent we'll probably see colonizers from other places coming over. Timuroids, again, as said before, nothing too major has changed in terms of the great power distributions, although the Portuguese definitely getting away with a lot more than normally would. And, of course, the Flanders Flemish, the moment they've got done with a bit of Northern England, they went straight for the Isle of Man. Interesting choice. I still love how the French are keeping to Scotland so far in terms of their colonization endeavours. And it does seem that Aragon seems to be left alone at the moment, although yeah, Granada, unfortunately, they did not survive the truce expiring with Portugal. And are now Catholic. Another good point though is because this has all been Siberian frontiered now, this is all going to be actually Shia, this isn't going to be Hindu land, because again, Siberian frontiers. And I guess that's the other situation over here with the colonization, is now a bunch of Catholics living in Egypt, and a whole bunch more Shia peeps just running around the place. The religion in Europe is, as always, a mess, but that's honestly to be expected. And the Ottomans have taken over Venice. I would say I feel bad for Venice, but I don't. Oirat, West Siberia has grown. Unfortunately, it seems that the Russians are putting an end to that. I honestly thought it was the Mongols for a minute, and that would have made a bit more sense, to be honest, but no, it seems Russia is not going to be Siberian frontier in this area, they're going to be conquering this area. And the poor Scots have unfortunately lost their core in Lothian at this point. Yeah, it's not Not looking great for them, I'll be honest. I don't think they desire much of anything at the moment. Yeah, just slightly desire Sunderland. Oh, Sutherland, sorry. I think they should have probably grabbed a colonist instead of diplomatic ideas, though. I'm not going to lie. I don't know how much diplomacy they're going to do out of this situation. Oh, this might be interesting. Russia and the Timurids are fighting. I mean, if Timmy can cut off them from this area, that'll be quite nice, because it'll kind of prevent Russia going east, at least for now, into the into Oirat. But I somehow doubt the Timmies are desiring that land. Yeah, a bit more focused on their little forward provinces over here, which will be interesting to see. I mean, it's definitely a nice land for them as well. And what is this peace deal? Well, yeah, definitely taking some very interesting choices, I will say. But yeah, they're almost outside Moscow now. QQ is part of the Timurid alliance bloc, and they are certainly helping. Although Timmy is definitely putting an end, Ottomans are definitely putting an end, sorry, to this bloc as well. Are they in the same war? They are. The Ottoman-Russian alliance. That is not what I expected, I'll be completely honest with you. Okay, maybe it's not going to look too great for the Timmies then, when the Ottomans turn around and realize, oh, we should probably help them fight that. Yeah, that's quite an alliance for sure, and it's not looking too good for Timmy. AQ is also nothing to be scoffed at this point. They've definitely grown quite a bit. Probably desire some of their, well, I was going to say some of their cores back, but it seems the Ottomans insisted on taking that land. Seems the Ottoman invasion of, well, the Mamluks is predestined, even if they're taking their sweet time and they have to fight Medina and Portugal for it. But yeah, there we go. The Russians are now flooding into Persia with the help of the Ottomans. Not looking too great for Timmy. Not looking too great for them at all. Bahmanis is definitely making good progress into Vijay at the moment. You can see their little line of Siberian frontiers going straight down into this area. It's going to kind of consolidate for them at least, so that'll be nice. But we'll see. The thing is with these kind of like flanking things, as they move around, they'll be able to Siberian frontier in the middle as well. So that'll be quite nice for them, even if they're a bit behind on, say, this one. For example, that's not the end of the world for them. However, there's 7 years to go. I don't know if they'll be able to finish it, and if Bahmanis is selected as one of those other ones, that'll definitely be a major upset. We'll see Sind having a chance to recover. Timur's been able to migrate out of their not that well going war with the Russians, although we'll see. And Bengal and Orissa are definitely going to have a field day here, as well as Jaunpur. Well, actually, Bengal's barely in this area, but I think Orissa, Jaunpur, even Malwa are going to be big beneficiaries, and Delhi's definitely going to be swooping in quite a bit here. We'll have to see what happens, though. We'll have to see what happens. If it is Bahmanis back on the chopping block again, then definitely going to show that the wheel does not like Indians. Well, the Flemish are done with the Island Man and decided that they have enough of mainland England to go for, so they've gone for Tyrone. Definitely an interesting selection of provinces to colonize. They kind of almost use this as a spring towards the New World in a weird way. Although I have to say that the cultures are definitely not great. The English survive, or I was going to say, almost survived back in their little, you know, in Cumbria, York, and Sheffield. But yeah, I don't think the English are going to be around for long, unfortunately. And the Scots are gone. It's just the Highlanders left up in the mountains, but the French, they're going to work through them eventually. Honestly, I have to say though, I thought the culture map would be a lot worse than it is. I mean, the English one is certainly quite a bit cursed, but it's not that bad as I thought it could be, especially for some things. I mean, I think making this through Siberian frontiers and not colonists has prevented all of this culture border gore, because at least they seem to be a bit contingent. And, well, Canada culture is definitely growing. Go Canadians! I don't think they're related like that. They're related to. You know what? Let's make the Canadians happy. With that said, though, just under 4 years to go for the next big purge. Now we're about to enter 47, so it's 3 years until one more tag gets removed. Hopefully not Bahmanis, because then, I mean, it'll be interesting to see. To be fair, Bahmanis gets removed again. They are very much on the list. But there's just big boys on here on the chopping block. I mean, Timurids on their own are going to be a big one to remove. They're probably the least impacted ones. Ottomans will be massive for everyone in Europe. France will be huge for Aragon and a lot of the little Germans on their border. Commonwealth especially for... I mean, Commonwealth even grabbed a province from Denmark, for crying out loud, for the Hungarians, Bohemians. Even the Brandenburg peeps might be able to grab basically Prussia from that. So, pretty impactful ones to go on the list here as well. Russia's also going to be a big one, as the Uzbeks and the Kazakhs and QQ and the Ottomans and Commonwealths, especially the Swedes, will also be able to just swoop into this area. Great Horde will, I was going to say make a comeback, but I don't think they're going to survive until 48 now. I think they're A bit on the chopping block at the moment, yeah. I don't think they're going to make it till 48, till 50. So they're not going to be making a comeback, but hey, AQ expansion again. I do wonder who the wheel will choose to demolish though, but my guess is as good as yours. I guess one thing I didn't realize as well, I should have probably checked that earlier, France is also the Holy Roman Emperor at the moment, and they seem to have a pretty good stranglehold on all of the votes. I mean, the Imperial map mode must definitely be a bit, yeah, cursed. Oh dear Lord alive, what is going on here? Almost seems like a play of France, to be honest, with what they're doing, but Christ alive, that is a cursed empire I've ever saw it, and religiously it's a bit disunited. I can see why France got elected though, because it seems no one's actually Catholic enough to run for office. But there we go, we're approaching the end here. The Ottomans did decide to go into the two Sicilies. I guess the Neapolitanized didn't last. But November, we're going to be entering December, and hopefully get the pause off again on the 1st, if not at the end of the world. Let's see who's getting deleted again. Ah, perfect. And from our list, we have France, Commonwealth, Portugal, Ottomans. So that's France, Commonwealth, Ottomans, Portugal. Portugal, Ottomans. Portugal, Ottomans. Wow, the Portuguese really exploiting the fact that they've been colonizing half the planet. Followed by Russia, Bahmanis. Timurids, and Ayutthaya. Ooh. How do you even spell it? Ayutthaya. Tihaya. I see. I did not... Did Bengal fall them or something? No, they've just been chilling over here, probably deving half the entire universe. Oh, they've been expanding into here as well. I mean, that's actually going to be quite a big one for removal. We'll see Daegu, Lan Nan having a bit of a field day. Even a budget Vietnam, Vientiane recovery. But there we go. Right, so that's the wheel. Oh, I've just realised you didn't see what I was talking about. You were looking at the wheel. Fair enough. Yeah, this is Ayutthaya. They've been kind of left alone, and if you take a look at the dev mode, probably dev clicking quite a bit. Yeah, I mean Ayutthaya proper 30 dev, and the rest of the world doing quite well. If all of these big tags getting removed, things like Ayutthaya get to make it on the list. And they've expanded quite a bit into some good land over here. We'll see Khmer. Dai Viet will be incredibly happy if Ayutthaya get purged as well, and Pegu will definitely be in a great position to take over all of this land. So we'll see. Anyway, back to our wheel. Let's see who is getting removed today. And that answer is going to be none other than the... Oh dear God, not Portugal. But the Ottomans are finally gone. A bit too late for the Byzantines, but the Ottomans are now going to be purged. I haven't been showing the map, haven't I? I've still had you shown on the wheel. Well, my apologies, but the Ottomans were removed, as said before. I just realized I talked all about this new school stuff happening, like Trent going into the Venetian area. And I was recording the wheel screen, so my apologies about that. Well, the Hungarians are predictably going straight back into this area. And the Dutch have decided to colonize Constantinople. Okay, that is, you know what? That is not the... I don't know how I feel about this. We're going to have a reformed Flemish Constantinople with 41 development and an unknown trade good. Probably grain. Yeah. Well, Ragusa is definitely one of the winners here, as is Scilly. And the two Sicilies were getting murdered by the Ottomans, but not an issue anymore, so they kind of got saved by the bell there. But yeah, no, that's kind of the big aftermath there. Medina has also managed to grab themselves a bit more land over in this area. And Makuria and Dongolia are starting to fight over, as well as AQ over who gets custodian of the Mamluk lands. So those wars have begun. Unfortunately, the Portuguese did get there, so that land is now Catholic and Portuguese. Unless they don't seem to be losing this. The Portuguese have re-landed again, so commendations in that regard. Let's just see what happens there. The Russians, however, have now immediately swooped into AQ. I guess the AQs were being kept alive by the Russians. Sorry, by the Ottomans, and yeah, not looking too great for them. Let's see if Scilly can become a major superpower from all of these new promises they've gained for free. Oh, the Dutch, the Danish, they're finally colonizing yet again. They just had to annex Norway, and I think do their mission for, yeah, colonists to start colonizing into... Danelaw is back, only it's a bit more Norwegian, to be clear, because this is very much a Norwegian island hopping territory. Oh, beautiful. The culture map mode of the English grows cursed by the day. And of course, the Portuguese, they could not resist. They want their little Anatolian colonies. God, they're getting their little fingers everywhere, aren't they? Ragusa's definitely going to become a regional power out of this. It depends how much Hungarians can grab as well. But we'll have to see what happens. I mean, they have this province, so they can start grabbing these three as well, but they just haven't spent the dip on it. I bet you if I tag onto them right now, yeah, they have the dip for it. They just are not pressing the button, it seems. There we go, yeah, just... It's 20 dip, man, come on. You know you want to, but they're not doing it. I guess it's their choice to do that. Well, at least Oirat migrated back to Oirat, West Siberia, so they're back to having their names, but unfortunately, Chagatai really seems to be the actual winner from that one. And Mongolia certainly not doing too badly. Chukchi are pretty content with having their little three friends as tributaries and just sitting over there in Siberia, and I guess Mongolia can't actually bother to go all the way over there. Something tells me that... Chukchi is a tributary state of them now. They've grabbed... Yeah, makes sense. Fair enough. I have kept an eye on what the Native Americans were doing. The answer is honestly not much. It's basically a game where Europeans killed the colonizers, so the Native Americans have a free game. That's kind of what they've been doing. They've just kind of been running around Native Americaning. The Aztecs have failed to unify Mexico, and Cusco is just kind of vibing, to be honest. So, yeah, the New World is very untouched, because why colonize the New World if you can colonize Turkey? Well, AQ's been left alive to live by the Russians. They've also got a Circassia as a little ally, getting some of their land back at least. It does seem, however, that by taking this land from the AQ, they should be able to... I don't think they make it to Crimea proper first, but they'll probably be able to make it into Kaffa. So we're going to have a very cursed land over there. And somehow the Polish have also sneaked into Azov as well, which is kind of funny to me. But there we go. Grey Horde is back to being alive yet again. So if they can just kind of stay under the radar until 1575 and see the Russians get deleted, then they're definitely going to be making quite a comeback here. But we'll have to see what happens. And hey, Ragusa has formed Croatia. Look at them go, and they are expanding. I mean, the Dutch are going to have Constantinople on lockdown. They have got glass in there, so look at them. They got that back. But yeah, the Portuguese are there to contest Anatolia with AQ. And they've retained their stranglehold over on their Egyptian provinces as well. Good job. Especially since all of these were grain. They literally have the stranglehold of the grain of the Mediterranean. Although it seems to be a slave granary. This one makes sense. As does this one. But we have a cotton granary and a slave granary in the Mediterranean, which is something, that's for sure. I do like how the Portuguese have kind of left Aragon alive. They're like, yeah, get out of Spain, that's our land, but you know what, you can keep Aragon, that's fine by us. That's all good. I guess, in fairness, the Portuguese can be a bit busy defending their, Egyptian colonies. They really have taken after the British, haven't they? I'm almost proud. Almost. That's a lie, I'm very proud. Go Portugal. I'm definitely backing a lot of blue tags today. Portugal and Bengal are definitely my little personal favourites. I would say tell me yours in the comments, but I think you'll tell me anyway. And there we go. Bahmanis are doing something with their expansion into India. They're actually killing Delhi, so that's nice of them. I do wonder if we'll see a united India here. It very rarely happens in AI games, but I guess if a bunch of the countries get deleted, that turns to help. I mean, a free Vijayanagar is definitely a lot of a power boost to Bahmanis, especially now the land is Shia. And that land is one culture for them. We've seen a lot of Canadians popping out, that's for sure. And yep, Oirat almost had a comeback, but I think this is probably enough to ride them off now. Chagatai took a big bite out of them, and yeah. Russia's definitely a big boy now as well. Surprised they haven't stabbed Uzbek. I thought they would have done that a lot earlier, but there we go. To be clear, the Mamluk restoration has done. The Egyptian desert is just not under control by anyone, so it's just a wasteland. But yep, Mamluks are now fully restored. The culture and religion map modes are definitely quite cursed. We see a bunch of Nubians going back up north, a Portuguese resurgence over there, and a whole bunch of Hijazi peeps coming around, and even an Azerbaijan colony over in this area. It does seem, however, that the Dutch were content with colonizing Constantinople and not much else, so congratulations on Bosphorus, Sanford, and Entreport in Constantinople. But yeah. Dutch reformed Constantinople. That is definitely something you don't see every day, I'll give you that. And the Hungarians are steadily moving in on the area. It's kind of prolonged their existence. I believe they've been annexed by... Yeah, they were being annexed by Commonwealth, but now the Commonwealth has spent a lot more points because they've just grown so much. Oh, beautiful. And Croatia has grabbed Kosovo, which of course is a war province, so that's good to know. The Flemish really know their trade, aren't they? They've got the Constantinople trade, now they're going for the Athenian trade, colonizing that. We are also now going to see a Dutch Athens. Can you imagine going to holiday on Greece and you just see a bunch of Dutch people running around owning the Parthenon? I don't think I want to, actually. You know what? I'm not going to imagine that. Sorry for putting that image in your head. Also, I am sorry. I thought Tyrol was expanding. Why do the Danes... I mean, I guess they got that union earlier, but they now just own really random bits of Germany. I mean, the Holy Roman Empire is a complete joke now. Voltaire is being incredibly happy. But they are lining up for a league war, so we'll see how that works out. And some of them are voting for Portugal. You know what? If anything makes the HRE more cursed, it's going to be that. But yeah, France, Commonwealth are coming in from the flanks. Against, what's the big size? Oh, Russia, actually. That's going to be a big boy on the Protestant side. Be interesting to see how that knocks off. I guess we'll tell because the game's going to go incredibly slower. I wonder what happens if someone like France is the leader of the League War, and then they get deleted by the Consul Command. I might not want to find out and just piece them out before that happens. Like, uncon them, if that makes sense. Because that might be quite problematic if the war leader gets pieced out. Like, if Russia gets deleted mid-war, that should be okay, but... What happens to the war? Like, what happens to the event chain here? Well, I guess that's something we're going to find out, because there we go. They are attacking against France in the War of the Protestant League, and the Commonwealth have taken this wonderful opportunity to immediately invade. Fair enough. I guess Sweden is... Yeah, they are not looking too great for the Russians, is it? Not looking too great at all. I don't know why the majority of their armies are over here in Siberia. I guess they're trying to put down revolts or something. Or at least trying to expand their land, but... The Swedes, the Commonwealth, are pretty much outside of Moscow. I mean, Commonwealth is about to take Moscow, and there they go. There goes Moscow. That's gone. I mean, I guess the Polish were not waiting around to see the Russians get deleted. That's for certain. They might have this war under wraps by 75 as well, I guess. I mean, Bohemia's not on the list of subjects. They are on the list of subjects. How has Bohemia become such a big boy all of a sudden? I guess they are just a big boy. Congratulations to Bohemia, they are a great power. So we have two people on the list that if deleted are going to be introducing us with problems. I guess if one of them is deleted, I'll tag into them, uncon them, let the peace still happen, and then delete them, just so we don't break the game over, well, that breaking. And the French and the Portuguese are fighting. Weirdly enough, too, so far the Portuguese are winning. Do the Portuguese desire any land? Is my question. They have claims, yeah, they want to kick the French out of Iberia. That's a pretty noble goal, I'll give them that. But we'll see. I mean, the Hungarians are definitely a bit more on the chopping block. That's where those coalition forces are being concentrated. But if they can get the Russians out of the war, maybe? I mean, they certainly seem to have abandoned that front. I guess they're coming over here to Bohemia now. We'll see. The League War is a bit of a weird one. The fighting kind of happens everywhere simultaneously. And especially when a bunch of them have things like, well... Turkish colonies, then yeah, can be expected. I mean, I think Mercuria has taken this opportunity to, oh, they're pieced out now too. I think Portugal's probably invading them, would it be my guess. And Mercuria take this opportunity to take a couple occupations. Commonwealth still does have the electorship, and they have an Oldenburg heir, fair enough, but yeah. It'll be interesting. I mean, the Portuguese are pushing well into France now. And I guess Scotland has actually fallen now to the Bohemians and the Portuguese, so we'll see, we'll see. But yeah, the Russians do seem to be pushing into Poland now, so not looking too great on them, but they still have a couple of occupations, at least over there in the north. In terms of the French front, the French have beaten the Portuguese back, although that seems to be more from the Portuguese deciding to dip from the combat. The stacks here look quite healthy. They just seem to be either got sacked when I wasn't paying attention or looking at our front, or they just seem to have gone elsewhere, which I won't be too surprised. They aren't really landing back in here again, but there we go. The French, though, are certainly seeming to be losing us at the moment, though. Christ. Minus 80 war score, yeah. The Protestants might have this one in the bag, not going to lie. Might not even to do any weird console magic. Minus 80 war score is quite impressive, although Bohemia is also certainly under occupation themselves. This might be exactly what the Grey Horde needed to slip under the radar. With the Russians busy fighting in Europe, they probably don't have any stacks to send over to kill the SOPM Great Horde. I mean, did they even design that land? Oh, absolutely they do. So if Russia does get yeeted now, well, Great Horde, it's time for their ultimate comeback, isn't it? China's weirdly enough stabilized, and hey, Japan has formed. I would have also said that Korea's done absolutely nothing, but that's a lie. They've just been deving the entire time. The Korean AI loves to dev click way too much, to be honest. They're going to dev click themselves into great power at this point. I mean, if you want to talk about deving yourself into great power status, then, I mean, Morocco getting up there is quite impressive. I think it's more than embracing the institution, though. But yeah. Unfortunately, as much as I have been back in Portugal, it seems the French have finally decided to put the foot down. I think they might be saved by the fact they're on -99 war score, though, but by the looks of it, they better send that peace deal soon, because the French are absolutely demolishing them right now. Yeah. I guess the only thing keeping the Portuguese alive was the fact that the French couldn't be bothered to go down there. I mean, if the Portuguese inherit the spirit of the British by taking over their land, then I guess the French inherit their spirit of trying to beat up the English at any given opportunity. And poor silly, no, they're getting Croatian. Oh, so close. So close yet so far. And the French have decided to colonize. Definitely fascinating colonial choices, all I will say. I mean, the islands are now getting picked up by the Dutch, who have also picked up Athens, and yeah. I always knew that the Portuguese controlled the Knights, but to be fair, they had that earlier. AQ is slowly but surely creeping into this area. Remarkably, they've even got the occupation back from this area. It's kind of ironic that the Scots are helping the French unsiege back Scotland so the French can hold on to that land again. What's even more remarkable is how much France has stuck to the Scottish borders in terms of their expansion. Well, there we go. Portugal is out of the war. The French are seemingly invading very slowly but surely. They've gotten the old Aragonese land back, and they've started to push into Asturias and this area over in the north, though. So France is slowly but surely making their way into Iberia. Aragon is kind of becoming the little mini puppet at this rate. And there's the peace deal. I'm assuming religious supremacy secured by the French. Well, good news for us, though. Don't need to worry about any tags. But it does seem that Commonwealth didn't get too much out of the Russians. By the looks of it, literally just the one province. Fair enough. Although they seem to have gotten a second one against Denmark. This is a very spotty and weird expansion, I'll tell you that much. In terms of great power shifts, though, France and Commonwealth are definitely dominating. Portugal now in a very firm third position. Denmark still somehow being in fourth. Russia would be up there in third if they had the institutions embraced. They very much do not. They're 2 institutions behind. Morocco has made their way up now as well because they've actually caught up institutions. And Bahmanis and Bohemia are now over there. I guess Bohemia being very much up there because they have the institutions embraced. Bohemia is probably going to be the least impactful one if they got yeeted in 1575, but we'll see. I mean, the land is good, but not too much of it being changing hands. And yeah, Russia being beaten up there means Timi and Kazakh are going straight into this area. So hey, look at you, Great Horde, you get to live again. Although, being at war against Russia might not be the best bet. How the hell have you managed to be at war with... Are they Defender of Faith? They are not. But they're fighting the French over the... Circassia is a French vassal. And they've gone in against Dagestan. Oh dear. Yeah, let's hope the French don't send troops over there. That'll be a bit ironic. But we've almost at... There we go. Oof. Almost missed the pause there in 1575. But there we go. It's time for the next tag to be removed. Let's take a look at our great powers. Probably tag out a Great Horde as well. We have France, Commonwealth, Portugal, and Denmark. So that is going to be Portugal and Denmark. Followed by Russia, Morocco, Bahmanis, and Bohemia. I guess the good news is that the Timmies get to avoid the Wheel of Death by not having the institutions embraced. Anyway, let's see who doesn't avoid the Wheel of Death, and that tag is going to be... No, Portugal. The Portuguese are gone yet again. I think they knew what is not going to be colonized now. Oh dear. Well, there we go. There goes poor Portugal now. Castile and Portugal being removed is not good news for any colonizers. But I guess great news for the Native Americans, because the only people coming over here are the Danish, which honestly seems like a curse. But there we go. Right. Well, let's prepare them for the annexation. I guess Aragon was the real winner the whole time, although... Oh, France is going to Siberian frontier all of this, aren't they? Oh, Lord alive. Have mercy on our souls. Let me just check that they are indeed Portugal. Excellent. And it's time to remove Portugal. They are gone. Yet again, from their colonies. This land is going to get recolonized again. And England, yet again, is the curse of London. Whoever owns that land should never, is never allowed to exist for too long, it seems. Well, let's unpause and see what happens to this world. I don't think England's going to be colonized by much, but the French, yeah, they've gone for it, as have the Aragonese. And Morocco, of course, yeah, they're going to be entering through Gibraltar. I don't know if we'll see a restoration of Al-Andalus, but it'll be interesting. It'll be interesting for sure. AQ's probably happy, and immediately this land gets grabbed up by Macau and Medina. Let's see what the granary of the Mediterranean should be granarying this time. Will be the fish granaries of the Mediterranean, by the looks of it. Oh, this one's probably going to still be grain, but yeah. That'll be one to find out. But yep, Portugal is gone yet again, so France continues to grow ever so larger. And Aragon gets to yet again attempt to recolonize that land. This time, however, as being Protestant, the religious map mode is going to be much worse. The culture map mode, oh god, this land is all going to be French. Oh god, and the French have started colonizing London. It is not a good time to be English. At least the Portuguese were an ally, but the French are literally colonizing London. Well, I guess the French deserve a win here and there, don't they? But this pains me to look at. This pains me to look at for sure. Let's find out what this is going to be this time. Is London going to be a large grain farm? And yep, of course, Cyprus is yet again up for grabs. Remarkably, Bahmanis hasn't actually finished their colonization of EJ. They're definitely working through this area, but they are, like, being as big as they are for so long has been them consistently dangerously up in the top 8 that gets purged. So we'll see if it's a good strategy for their long term. Manida definitely seems to be getting the win here now with their new land. Davasir seems to be on the chopping block, especially since they lost their core land to QQ. And AQ has kind of taken over the mantle of the Ottomans to some limited extent, though certainly not to such a large extent as well as the Ottomans had before. I wonder if Croatia is going to survive the Hungarian annexation by the Commonwealth, though. That'll certainly be quite interesting. Although, Christ, I turn around and see the Timurids have definitely been eating quite a bit of Russia. There we go. Although I think this is going to be the it for the Great Horde. I think with the with Russia out of that war, yeah, on the chopping block. I mean, this makes sense. Russia does seem to be going into the time of troubles, I'll give you that much. Are they bankrupt? They are bankrupt. But their bankruptcy expires around now, so... yeah. Not looking too great. Well, it seems that the dream of Portugal has been kept alive by the Dutch that are colonizing Porto, with the idea of re-establishing at least a similar colour as we had before. I'm honestly very surprised that the French haven't grabbed expansion ideas at this point. I mean, they've got the exploration ideas, so they got that going for them, but I feel like expansion ideas would have been quite helpful for them at this point. I don't know how I feel about the Danish re-establishing Danelaw over here, but you know what? I guess I should have expected worse things, to be honest. The culture map mode continues getting worse and worse in this area, I feel like, with each passing day. There's now Danish people here, Dutch people here, French people here, a whole bunch of Dutch people in Ireland, and even the French are running around in London. Iberia, though, is certainly worse somehow. The Basque have grown, but are still around. Very much so between this Aragon that's resurging and this France that's colonizing the French. And the Dutch Flemish people have started to land in, well, Portugal again. The Hungarians have definitely migrated into this area, and Dalmatians are also very much taking over the Greek lands. And at least AQ is Turkish enough to maintain this going, but hey, the provinces below that are base Portuguese. And hey, look at that, the slave granary is back. Although this one is back to being a grain granary, as is this one, so maybe we get back to the granaries of the Mediterranean being actual granaries. I don't understand what's going on though, but China just seems to be inherently stable. I mean, Dali's just kind of been vibing over here, as has Carmen. Bengal seems to have gotten to a point where they're like, yeah, we have enough land, and they're just vibing. In fairness, they're probably making quite a bit of money, would be my guess, at the moment, even for an AI. 82 ducats, I mean, it's not good, especially in 1581, but for an AI, fair enough. Oh dear, and Austria has now been taken over by Styria. Well, almost poetic to some extent. And the French have colonized Venice, of course they have. And the Merino glass industry is now the Merino cloth industry, naturally. I do like how I said that Luke is not going to do much for Aragon, and in fairness, they haven't done much for Aragon, but they have expanded. And honestly, this land here, very highly devved. I mean, you have the lowest dev province being 27. This Lucca is going to be a great power soon at this rate, just from this random provinces they've taken over. They might even form Tuscany at this rate as well. Oh god though, France though, they may have won the religious war, but their people do disagree with them over their religion is all I will say. That is terrifying to look at. I still don't understand though, how the hell is the English Channel this rich? How is it 40 ducats and most of the England land is just gone? Haven't checked in with the Africans in a while. To be fair, Mombasa's still doing their thing, a bit more consolidation. As is Mutapa, they have starting to grow and get a bit more consolidated. They still haven't fought Kilwa, it seems, which is fair, but they've caught up on tech at least and have a lot more troops than Kilwa now. I guess it depends. See, Kilwa has gone for defensive and offensive, so they definitely have the quality there. You know, Mutapa has only quantity, so we'll see how that works out for them. The Danish, however, seems to have finally started to get a big colony going in the New World. New Denmark is certainly growing and one by one starting to eat a lot of these natives. I'm not sure how I missed that, but did the French colonize Haiti, which then broke free in some kind of historical... I promise, this is my constant command log. You can see it right now. I've just been removing the countries as promised, right? This wasn't my doing. Did Haiti just get colonized by the Portuguese and break free? Well, they are Portuguese primary culture. Wait, are they colonizing with a colonist? They are, it seems, and they are independent. So look at them go. There we go. We have a Haiti. Are they Western or are they... They are Western. I'm not sure how the hell they popped out. Let's take a look at the timeline, actually. I'm curious now. Not much going to be happened, but how the hell did Haiti pop up? Is this a French colony that broke free in some kind of incredible poetic form of justice? Look at Carib go around. They're happily migrating around. No, that was a Portuguese colony. That formed... Ah, the Portuguese actually got the Caribas. So when Portugal got deleted, they became independent and formed Haiti. Fair enough. Look at them go then. Do they have missions or anything? Does explain how they're Portuguese. No, they don't have missions. EU4 really needs a colonial rework, come on, give Haiti some content. Oh. I think the Danish are going to be putting a stop to that experiment. Let's see if the Danish can put off a naval landing. From the looks of it, the answer so far is a no. I like how both of them came with 6 Danish ships as well. But yeah, there we go. Haiti colonial nation. I wonder if the Danes are able to succeed in putting them down, or if Haiti can hold on to their independence. And there we go. Hungary's also entered Turkey. Congratulations to the Hungarians, or I guess the Polish when they take that over, and the Croatians have certainly been working short work of the Greeks. The culture map mode continues to be very cursed, because they're colonizing the Portuguese down in Turkey. The Hungarians are colonizing the Portuguese in Turkey. Just when would you ever expect to hear that sentence? Right, it's about to get done. Does Lisbon keep all their buildings? They do! So even the buildings don't get deleted. Fair enough, I was not aware of that. I was sure the buildings would just be gone. Does explain the forts that were colonized earlier, though, into existence. So I was like, there's no way that they would have built a fort on Toledo or anything in that regard. And Lamentia, of course, was, the grain mine the whole time. The trade goods map mode are probably really messed up from this. And here we go. Yemen has kind of formed and did their little thing. Medina hasn't done much with this, and yep, that's the last. It's now a livestock granary. Well, I mean, I guess that makes a bit more sense, but the slave granaries of the Mediterranean are certainly something. That's for sure. Hadramaut has grabbed a colonist. So they're colonizing the provinces that Bahmanis didn't get down to fast enough. Oh, that's beautiful. Oh, that's amazing. I mean, they definitely have a lot of India on lockdown now, that's for sure, but we'll see. I mean, there's still a risk for them to kill, and Bengal does look very big on the map, but them being expanding too much. I think John Paul's certainly a bit stronger than them at the moment, and that's an understatement. Timorous, though, they have definitely taken this opportunity to go north. It will be very poetic if Aragon, after all this time, does end up unifying Iberia as their new Spanish successor, although it's looking less and less likely with things like the Danish colonizing the area. However, I think it's time for me to give up on a united England dream. A united Ireland, maybe. I mean, by the looks of it, it's going to be a united Dutch Protestant Ireland, but a united Ireland nonetheless. But a united England, yeah, does not seem happening, unless the French really try and rein everything in. Well, unfortunately, the Danish have put off a landing on Jamaica and some of their islands. Haiti still has control of Dominica, so they aren't completely out of it yet, but by the looks of it, it's not looking too good for them. The Danish might be putting an end to the Haitians' independence movement. Rest in peace. I guess what the Haitians really should ask is for help from the Polish. Because both in this universe, the Polish can come over and smack the Dutch silly. Sorry, the Danish silly. And the Dutch, to be fair. And, you know, poetic history moments for sure as well. New Denmark is big, though. That's there. And I think they have, they're going to have the White House sooner rather than later. I'm not sure where exactly the province is, but it's here somewhere. I thought it would be here. I've also just realized fish has never been really colonized. Like, I don't think the Newfoundland fisheries have decreased the price of fish yet. I'm trying to find a fish province to check. Now, they have Protestants only fish, but Newfoundland fisheries haven't happened yet, which is kind of funny. And the Dutch seem to have been pretty content with their migration into the Netherlands. Out of the Netherlands into Ireland. Is there a capital here, actually? They have. So their capital in Limerick. If they, I mean, they're not Irish, but if they were to take the Flanders out of Tyrone, they will actually have a united Ireland. They can't form it, of course, because they're not Irish. But, hey, if they ever make a return back to their homelands, they can form the Netherlands. By some weird miracle, and I don't know how, but the English have maintained their existence in Cumbria and Sheffield, the true bastions of English identity. Sheffield, which I guess makes sense, but honestly is quite depressing. Oh god, the French have annexed the French Caucasus. That is just so wrong. And this Hungarian expert is just, why have I done this to myself? I like clean borders. I really thought the Siberian frontier expansions would have allowed for clean borders. Instead, we have Denmark owning a whole bunch of random brand inside of the HRE. Well, Haiti actually held on to Haiti. The Danish did steal Jamaica from them, but they are continuing to expand into the Caribbean. So good on them. The Africans haven't done much more consolidation, if you're wondering. Although Kilwa has been defeated by Ajuran now, so maybe this is the time for Mutapa to strike. Certainly desire this land, and Kilwa is a lot weaker from the looks of it. I mean, they have Miltech 15, that's a big one, but once Mutapa gets Miltech 15, quality is good, but, you know, 125k versus 33k, not going to do much. I think at the moment, though, if I do have to mention my current picks, I am still keeping an eye on Mutapa. I hope they do quite well. I am very much Team Denmark at this point, because they're actually colonizing the New World and going for that regard. I also do want to see an Aragon recovery, so they are definitely a plus one from me. And I think Croatia has put in a good solid performance. I wonder what they end up with. Those are the ones I'm backing at the moment. Bengal, of course, is still on the list, but given their current invasion by Bahmanis, I think they waited for a little too long. And with Timurus now moving into Delhi and potentially into Delhi proper, we might have to see a Bahmanis versus Timurid battle if the Timurus do form their Mughals and start going forward. All I will say, though, is Vietnam has been very good as custodians of China, especially all these new people taking over. It's been incredibly stable. It seems Scotland was the real winner the whole time. They may be Norwegian provinces, but somehow they're still sticking it out there. Turns out the best way for the Scottish to succeed was to leave Scotland. But yeah, Commonwealth, I think they've seen from that previous war that they can beat up the Russians, and they're back for round 2. By this time, I think they're probably going to take a bit more. They've got the Swedish in with them as well, and by the looks of it, I don't think the Russians are going to be winning this one. Remarkably, the Russians are somehow avoiding the time of troubles, which I think is kind of funny, but I don't think they'll be able to avoid it forever. I mean, they're certainly migrating east into China. The Mongols, they've just beasted out for an obscene amount of land over here. Not good land, I mean, this is 3-dev Siberian frontier land, but land nonetheless. Unfortunately, I think that peace deal with the Commonwealth is going to be rapidly approaching here, -89. And whatever they're going to take here is not going to be pretty, I'll tell you that much. They probably want quite a bit of this land. And there's the peace deal. I mean, Sweden, I think, got the lion's share of that, actually. But yeah, Commonwealth, I mean, they took some interesting provinces. I'm not sure why they took that. They do now border Moscow, so congratulations, but interesting choices with their expansion. I believe the Hungarians, I mean, I think the Hungarians, weirdly enough, survive this, because yeah, they're annexed in 1611. So the Commonwealth gets deleted here, the Hungarians do get to live, despite being under the Polish thumb this pretty much for most of the campaign and being integrated for donkey's years at this point. I mean, that diplomat has been... We can check in if we tag into the Commonwealth, actually, how long that diplomat's been going. Let's take a look. 27,000 days. That's quite a few days, isn't it? Let me just get a calculator out to see. Took how long? 27,000. That is 74 years he's been going at it. Quite impressive, to be honest. But the time is rapidly approaching for the 1600s. Let's see if I can pull the pause off yet again. I've been quite lucky with these, but I'm assuming eventually I will fail. And if I can get a 1600 pause and see who is getting purged. There's December. Yeah, I got it off. Nice. It was a bit of a mess this time, but our great powers of choice for today's wheel are going to be Flanders made it on the list, and I did just miss the Mughals forming there right at the end. But we have France, Commonwealth, Russia, and Denmark. So, let me just move Russia around. There we go. As for the last three, we have Bahmanis, Mughals, Morocco, and Flanders. So, Bahmanis, Mughals, Morocco, and Flanders. Alright, that is our 8 selected. There we go. Looking good. Good luck. The tag removed today. Oh, it was almost the French, but it's a very solid choice. The Flanders people, they have to go. The same colours as the Portuguese, another colonizer yet again wiped from the face of the earth. Definitely going to be a lot of small peeps throughout to be happy. I mean, basically the French are going to swoop right back into this area, and the French are now going to have relative free reign over the UK with the Danes. I mean, Holland has the island on lockdown, but I mean, I know who's going to be actually happy, Morocco. But let's check. What is the... I did not mean to take a screenshot there. That's impressive. FLA for Flanders. Let's disable it again. And FLA is gone. So Portugal now open up for the French to grab. Sevilla open up for the Moroccans to go for. And the Aragonese... What the hell has happened here? Oh, that's the Danes. I thought that was the Aragonese. Yeah, Iberia is getting more and more cursed by the day. French, Moroccan, Danish influences, the religion map moders. Leaves a lot to be desired. But we now have, again, seen them out of England, so I guess the English get to probably live for a lot longer. And hey, the Dutch are going to be a bit more consolidated, although realistically what's going to happen is the French are going to move right into this area. So, let's unpause and see what happens. And yep, the French immediately cut off a whole bunch of this land. And they go for Porto right away too. Fair enough. Holland also immediately grabs back Ireland. And there we go. The Dutch have united the Irish. Culturally, absolutely. And religiously as well. It's now a reformed Dutch Ireland. As for this land over here, well, it's going to be French, unfortunately, but a lot of things really are French. Christ, that is a massive culture group. Really going all over the shop. And Constantinople does get grabbed by the AQ. Interesting. Are they going to be in a position to form Rum? Once they have finished this, that's a very good click the AQ managed to pull off. Once they do finish that, they can press the button, and the Ottomans, to some extent, Rum, will be back. under AQ management. Very much a return under new management. Just goes to show that the Ottomans are so powerful that even if you literally delete them off the map, they will make a comeback sooner rather than later. But there we go, Bakhmanis has definitely finished the recolonization of that, although they have to share a bit with Hyderabad now. So India's looking a bit more united, and they've pushed into Orissa and Bengal a bit more. Poor Bengal. Well, I mean, if they can keep going north and push the Mughals out of this land, then yeah, that's going to be a united India. The Age of Apps Reformation is ending, so thankfully whatever the hell has been going on religiously is going to be coming to a stop, though. That's an awful mess. But I'm very curious into where the institutions spawned, because Saluzzo spawning, that makes sense. Colonialism spawned in Jabal Tariq, fair enough. I mean, that's the Portuguese spawning it in Granada. Fair enough. Printing press spawned in Sealand, fair enough, fair enough. That does mean that this is now a paper province. Yep, they did go for it. And global trade was spawned in Calais. So global trade still spawned in the English Channel, despite England being deleted twice. Just goes to show how amazing the English Channel is, really. Jesus, that's obscene. I believe the printing press is also here. Yep, for sure. No, that's, yeah, that is printing press. Global trade in Calais, yep. And then manufactories. That one's going to be anywhere. Anyone's game. That. But yep, Ram will be making a comeback with AQ, and the Mughals are here, formed by Timmy. I'm assuming that does mean they desire half the planet, though. The Mughals tend to do that. Ah, it's a bit hard to click on them if I keep clicking on the wasteland. Yeah, they do desire half the planet. Yeah, seems about right. Mughals, why do you need Brittany? No, really, why? Let me guess, that's Breton, yeah, because when England got yeeted, the Negro-Siberian frontiered by the Breton peeps. A cursed existence nonetheless. I mean, even Frisia's having a bit of a free game. Remarkable that the HRE has not been dismantled yet, to this day. But I guess the French do have a big stranglehold on the whole thing. And yep, slowly but surely, New Denmark is pushing forth, and Danish Canada has been established now. So another colonial nation to add to the Danish colonization of the New World. They very much have a free game over in this area. South America remains untouched, so Cusco's done sweet nothing. Congratulations. Bengal on the chopping block again. I don't seem to be very good at picking winners, do I? Well, that's unfortunate. They really gave it a good run, though, but I think if they keep getting invaded like this, they're not going to be around for long. My main question, of course, is what the hell is Ajam's troops doing in China, sieging out Bengal? But, you know, just one of the few things that happened. So remarkable how Del and Kam have managed to migrate out of Tibet and hold on to China for as long as they have. Constantinople, by the way, of course, is a grain province now. So that's good to know. The great big farms of Constantinople. So here's my take. I think Aragon is really playing the long game here. Because they're not one of the great powers. But the moment France and Morocco go, they can swoop into so much of this land. They're very, distributed through this area, so they can Siberian frontier a lot of this land very quickly. And, I mean, even if Morocco disappears, they are very much ready to swoop in on this area. By the time someone like Clemenceau, had them open, swoops back into this area, and Timbuktu starts pushing from the north, they're going to have a lot of this land down on lockdown. And that's going to be quite a nice land for them. And if France disappears, they have the exact same thing going for them. By avoiding top 8, well, probably they are not doing it on purpose. They are very sneakily avoiding a lot of these issues of being, well, purged randomly. But there we go. No, the British, the English have been reduced down to one little province in Sheffield. That is it. That is the last of the English, as the French have moved into Cumbria. There is 5 development worst of English people running around in Sheffield, and that is it. That is all that is left of the English. The Scots, the Irish, and the Welsh are long gone as well. Huh. I've taken that back. Bengal has actually grown in that war. Pretty impressive. I thought that a jam coming over there would be the end of them, but seem to be migrating into Burma over here, so that's nice of them. Look at them go. They've also fully encircled Mon Mao. Well, they haven't formed Rome, they formed the Seljuk Empire. It's probably one of their little content things where if they form Rome, they form the Seljuk Empire instead from their mission, I'm assuming. Seems to be like it. Yeah. So there we go, the Seljuks are back, guys! That's definitely not what I was expecting, but there we go. As soon as they took over Constantinople, the Turkish Sunni grain province, the farm of the world's desire, there we go. They do still have rum ideas, so it's quite a good idea set. Nothing to complain about for certain. But, yep, the age of absolutism. That's definitely going to help quite a few people eat, especially with admin efficiency now coming in quite a bit from all the techs for everyone. But another day, the Danish are getting beaten up by the Poles. That's what they get. That's what they get for killing Haiti. They have also remarkably landed in Mexico. The Danish really are going for this kind of global New World dominance. Huh. Mutapa, no. What happened here, Mombasa? Mombasa's the real winner of this. They've kicked Mutapa out of a bunch of their expansion now. That's unfortunate. Yeah. If they don't turn this around, I think Mombasa's going to be the real winner of this area. Kilwa, probably with Ajuran owning this bunch of land inside of them, probably not making too much of a comeback, but at least they've moved into Madagascar now. Oh no, France! France is killing Morocco! No, did they actually desire that land? They do as well. Oh, they want Alhambra, of course. Oh no. Well, I mean, that's even better news for the Aragonese. The moment the French are removed off the face of the planet, then, yeah, they get to blob over here. They get to blob good into Iberia. Although, let's be careful, the French colonies over in Turkey are being taken over by the Moroccan... Yeah. Something tells me that the Tunisians taking part in the French war was a bad idea, though. It seems that Makuri is definitely taking this opportunity to proclaim themselves as the real successor to whatever the hell's going on with the Mamluks at the moment. Well, there go the Hungarians. The Commonwealth is now an absolute monster stretching across the entire plane of existence. Thankfully, the religious unity got kind of fixed with all of this new Catholic Hungarian land they've picked up. Thankfully, they've also accepted the Hungarian culture, which is quite convenient, because if they didn't, then I think there'd be quite a few issues. But yeah, the Commonwealth is now a big boy, almost on par with the French now. I mean, if they had the institution, that is, but they seem a bit behind in that regard. But yeah, I mean, the Seljuks have their work cut out for them, and they don't even desire this land. They want very specific bits of land, it seems, but there we go. And hey, Croatia's got quite a bit of an empire they've carved themselves out as well from the collapse of the Ottomans. The Dutch people are back. They're trying to colonize into Gloucester yet again, and the French seem to have they've grabbed a bit of London and Essex and seem to be content with not needing to expand into England further. Although they're starting to move into Northumberland as well. Weirdly enough, this whole lack of desire by the AI to colonize England has really been great for this these little Sheffield British people over here in England. They seem to have their time of their life. Oh boy, Bukhara really took a lot of land from Tunis though. That's quite a bit of land you took there. Unfortunately, I think the French are going to be taking quite a bit more. I'm surprised how the French have not fought Aragon. Like, surely they designed that land. They do a bit. And there's the peace deal. They did not take anything, and oh god, they didn't even take Alhambra. What are these borders, man? And Sale now exists. Oh, Christ alive, that is just cursed. Well, credit where credit is due to Bengal. They are expanding back into Monmal. Look at them go. But it seems the natives are finally putting an end to this whole New Denmark experiment. That's a lot of occupations, and I don't think Denmark has an army to fight back from that. Oh, they kind of do. Oh, they really kind of do. They are probably quite a few techs ahead, aren't they? Yeah. Okay, they might still have this in the bag then. The Danish are here. Okay, they've just tactically retreated through most of their land and let them get it. Okay. That's your choice to make, Denmark. Your choice to make. I'm not sure why I would have... I don't know if I would have enabled all these occupations to happen, but... Yep. It looks like a new Denmark and their colonial experiment gets to continue another day. I guess we should also probably mention, because everyone has so much land left to colonize, Australia's been pretty much left alone. No one's bothered to come over there. The Australians are having the time of their life. 1618 and no one's touched them. Well, at least Matapa's consolidating Kilwa though. That's good to see. Not sure if that's going to be enough for them to resist Mombasa's second invasion, but so far so good. Here it is, Denmark-Sweden war. To be expected. I mean, Sweden really owns some really random things over here in Germany. I'm assuming Denmark wanted quite a bit of it. Though Denmark has kind of also been kicked out of the Lund. I'm not sure what the hell the Commonwealth are doing by taking this area, but you know what? I'm not the Commonwealth, they're the ones making the decisions. And the decisions they've decided is they need Bohuslan. Congratulations. You have it now. What are you doing with it? The answer is a shipyard and a castle. Fair enough. Oh no, the French, they're rapidly encroaching upon the British Sheffield colony. And the Frisians are back. This time to colonize the Isle of Man yet again. I'm not sure why the hell they love the Isle of Man so much. I guess it's 16 dev. Yeah, wow, why the hell is the Isle of Man 16 dev? It's putting, like, I mean, almost saying putting York to shame. Ah, Vinland? Oh, are they going to finally be able to colonize this area? Are they going to get their plastigus produced, finally decrease the price of fish? The thing I've also realized is because Holland has their capital in Limerick, if the French do get yeeted, then the entirety of England is going to get recolonized by the Netherlands, or by Holland specifically. So that'll be interesting to see, because they're going to have Siberian frontiers on this land. Basically, I've just realized I'm really rooting for the French to get deleted now. I mean, I've been rooting for that since day one, to be honest, but, you know, even more so than usual now. But if the French avoid the 1 in 8 deletion yet again, then, well, I guess they just deserve to live. Look at them, those monsters. 440k troops in the field. 1621. Quite impressive. I mean, if Bahmanis is the one getting deleted, then, oh boy, that's going to be an interesting one. I mean, Hadramut, weirdly enough, would be much better off if they got full annexed there by Yemen or something, so they could move their capital over to Bahmani's area and just start lobbing over there. But we'll see, we'll see. Japan's also done pretty much nothing this entire game, if you're wondering. They've just kind of sat in Japan, so you know what? Good on them. Same on Korea, just dev'd every single province under the Sun to 30 development, give or take. A couple to 25 to be fair, but damn, 43 dev'd capital. Most I've seen AI dev in a while, to be honest, but that's just Korea things, I guess. Well, it does seem that Denmark's pretty content to trade in Norway for their German possessions. We'll see where that works for the peace deal, though. It does seem that, I don't think they have mill access here, or at least there's some notable case preventing the two fighting directly. Oh, no, the Danish have got some troops sent over to this area, and they're starting to get some occupations, to be fair. And it's not looking too good for the Swedes in the battles. Okay, maybe the Danish are about to make a comeback. Come on. Delete the French. Delete the French before they can get rid of the Sheffield British reservation. Come on, Sheffield. You just need to survive for one more year. One more year, Sheffield. It'll be 1625, and another country has a chance to go under. There it is, last month, taking a look at our candidates. Oh, Korea has just barely. No, Korea. That is a bad time to embrace an institution. You've just barely squeezed yourself onto the list. But our options now are France, Commonwealth, Bahmanis, Denmark, Russia, Mughals, Morocco, and Korea. All quite impactful. I mean, even Korea, to be honest. That's going to let Junzhou and Cochin go into, but I think that's the least impactful out of all of them in terms of the annexations. If Korea is the one that's annexed here, I think everyone's going to breathe a big sigh of relief. The problem is Korea's got so much development there that anyone that kind of monopolizes them is going to immediately become a regional power. That's going to be a horde. With that said, though, less time to update the Wheel of Fortune. So, France, Commonwealth, Bahmanis, Denmark. Bahmanis replacing Russia, Denmark for the top four. Then we have Russia, Mughals. Russia, Mughals. Morocco, and of course, Korea. Korea, if you sneak into this top 8 just last second only to be eliminated, and that's quite disappointing for you. Anyone rooting for Korea, my apologies that they have to go out this way, but let's find out. I don't control the reality, the wheel does. And the wheel is going to speak today. Come on, France, 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 France! Come on, come on, come on! No, 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 come on, come on, come on, come on! Oh my god, I hate this wheel. I love this wheel. That was so close to being France. That was so close to being France. I could have been so happy. And instead it's just the Koreans. They enter the list just to immediately get deleted off the face of the map. Oh no. No. Remove. Oh, Korea. Korea, Korea, Korea. You don't always want to embrace an institution, do you? Let's check their, let's check them. Yeah, Korea. KOR. Yep. KOR. You are gone. You and your beautiful development now are ripe for colonization. Well, at least Junzhou is going to be one happy chappy. Indeed, they are. They do not wait around for that one. Oof, are they going to use this for much? I mean, they can't even burn this land. It's just going to be their land, their primary culture there. Yeah, so close to being France. That would have been so huge. Aragon would have blobbed off. I mean, even tags like Saluzzo and Milan would have had a field day. Switzerland would have blobbed. Mulhouse, Strasbourg, Thiers, Liège would have had a good field day. Holland would have finally had a chance to recolonize Britain. Even the Seljuks and Commonwealths have picked up an extra province, maybe even the Croatians. But no, No, the French really get to live yet again, don't they? Ugh, God. Well, Bahmanis has taken Bengal out of Bengal, so that's a bit unfortunate for them. They seem to be migrating away into their Tibetan expansions anyway. But at least Bahmanis is now starting to get more and more control over, well, India. A lot of their land being Shia and primary culture certainly helps, that's for sure. Unfortunately, I think that means the writing is on the wall for the Sheffield British Reservation. The French are coming. It's a shame it had to be that way. It truly is. And yeah, New Denmark is fine. They won that war. They got their occupations back. They're expanding again. To be fair, if Denmark gets through, that's going to be quite a big America popping out. I'm assuming they can form the US if independent. Well, let me check. Yeah, they can do it. If they're independent and at peace, then they can become the America. So all of you Americans can go back your American, scream USA #1 in the comment section. I know you're itching to do that. I know, in fact, you're probably going to do that anyway, now that I've said it. Well, I think Fortunes realized that the writing is on the wall, so they've started to expand into Mongolia, because I think they've realized that if they don't, then Janzhou, when they finish Siberian frontier and all this land, is going to be a lot stronger than them. Weird that that's what got them to go. Maybe, I think Korea probably has some alliance with Mongolia, something that's preventing this. Because they seem to have gone in immediately the moment I deleted them, so good on them. But when it comes to looting the French, I always have to remember, they're definitely not getting out of the top great powers, that's for sure. Although Seljuks have now squeezed themselves in there. A double Ottoman deletion would be poetic. But if there's so many opportunities still left to delete the French, that's what's going to keep me going. Look at the Seljuks expanding, growing that power base. Then they realize they're just putting themselves more and more towards being annexed. Also, sorry, Poland. I thought this was Denmark. Really? Oh my God, they've gone exploration. I mean, Poland can into space. They're about to colony the Polish roads is definitely one thing I was not expecting. I mean, Frisian Cyprus, fair enough, but Polish roads is a thing. I mean, are the Polish going to colonize the English now? Is that what we're going to see? Is that why the Polish have been squeezing their way into Denmark just to get the colonial range? It all makes sense now. There's this big Polish conspiracy to build up a massive Polish force. Also, like how Sicily's been cut back down to size to Sicily. It's still been annexed. Like, Croatia beat them up down to Sicily, so they took all this land, and then they're just like, yep, that's good enough for me. They also took Treviso from Trent. Like, they cut Trent down to size, so they're like, nah, we won't annex it. And Austria's like split in half now. I have though realized that if Russia goes, the Mughals are going to have a field day with Siberian frontiers, especially things like Korchun as well. I mean, oh wait, what's the... No, Bahmanis, no, what have you done? Bahmanis, don't tell me you've gone. The Indian colonial empire grows. They are, as is the Hadramuts, they are colonizing the Koreans. I was going to say I don't know how I feel about this, but that's a lie. I know exactly how I feel about this terribly. No. I mean, I take it back. It's good content now that Hadramut is now colonizing Korea. The Yemenis Korean colonies are definitely one of the things I never expected to say in my life, but here we are. It's a work of art. This map will be a work of art. The culture and religious map modes will be incredible works of art. And hey, look at them. The Mughals are going in for Bengal. God damn it. Come on, Mughals. Could have let my little boy Bengal live. What have they ever done to you? I guess it's inevitable, really. I mean, what the hell are the Mughals doing here? They're actually bordering Hadramut. They might be able to knock the Hadramut capital around at this rate. And, well, credit is due to credit where credit is due to the Metapans. They are still going for it. They're now going into the Congo. And get a bit of another peace deal. They are building up their power base yet again to go for Mombasa one more time. Hopefully they do actually win this and we see a united Mutapan South Africa. Although they're very good at keeping the colonizers out, I guess, because all the colonizers are busy recolonizing England. And some of the other colonizers we've seen are now busy colonizing Korea. Oh, for those wondering, by the way, the Swedish were beaten back. They've kept control of Lübeck, but they've been knocked out of a couple of their German possessions. It's weird enough quite good for them because it's knocked them out of great powers, although Vietnam has finally made their way back into it after taking over China all these years ago. And hey, look at Haiti. They got their revenge back on the Danes. They kicked the Danish straight back out of their Portuguese Catholic land. Look at them go. Haiti now has control of the Caribbean. Thank God they're not a pirate republic because That would have been quite painful for everyone else, but there we go. I was wondering who would be that finally starts to colonize South America, and the answer is, of course, going to be the French. They decided that they'd rather colonize Patagonia, and, well, so not Patagonia, basically this area over here. Is this Patagonia? Rio de la Plata. Yeah. They'd rather colonize this area over here, and have Argentina going for them, than colonize the rest of the British. This does, however, mean that the Sheffield English, the last bastion of English, still maintains themselves. So, congratulations. Where the hell is the culture? There it is. The last bastion of British English does remain held, but probably not for long. I think the Dutch are coming, and there's very little we can do about that. I do still love how Friesland grabbed the Isle of Man and decided, you know what, that's enough, don't need the rest of England, we'll just have Man and call it a day here. And the Bahmani's colonies inside, they grow. Oh, that's so cursed. That's so cursed. They have the level 3 center, and they can't use it, but they have it at level 3 for the palace. They just have a really fancy palace and no idea once there and how to use the thing. Beautiful. Honestly, it's a miracle how Oirat survived this whole time. They even have Kalka back under vassal. I don't know how Oirat has just refused to die for so long, but here they are, and honestly, it's commendable. Oh god, Mughals, why? This is a really smart thing to do if you expect Bengal to get removed by the purge, because this gives you beautiful land to Siberian frontier from, because they can Siberian frontier like all of these provinces right away because of this like entrance here. But the AI has no way of knowing that. They've just done that because they hate clean borders. My poor Bengal getting demolished here. Rest in peace, Bengal. One of the few last good blue ones. Now the only big blue blob remaining is unfortunately one I'm not a big fan of. Hey, Croatia's doing great, and they're kind of blue. And you know what? Seljuks are nice to see as a comeback as well. Maybe there's hope for the blue team as well. I mean, even Sweden's turning around fine. Okay, this is getting insulting at this point. The French have realised they'd rather colonise Crete than colonise the rest of England. I guess the chaps down in Sheffield are really that unappealing. Okay, Mutapa's gone for it. And they do win that. Just see the end of that, unfortunately. Ethiopia was called in, so I think Mutapa and Ethiopia have an understanding going. They don't want Mombasa to turn around and kill both of them. But this is good news for Mutapa. They've beaten the Mombasans back. They've gained even more land. And so it seems to be pretty open for them now. They are also fighting this little tag over here. And I think they're just cleaning up shop from that one. And should be ready to be stat out sooner rather than later as well. Yeah, I think the main reason they're in that was to kill the... I'm not sure if they can land them, but by the looks of it, Mutapa does have an AB, 15 heavy ships. It's pretty respectable as well. So maybe they pull it off, we'll see. But if Mutapa can get into Kilvar as well, that'll be quite good for them. And it does definitely cement them as the big boys in this area. Well, it does seem that the Deccan... they formed Deccan, I just missed that. Hold over this area is not going to be allowed because it seems that the Janzao people are going to be putting a stop to that right now. Doesn't mean it's going to be wrong culture, wrong religion, but I think the Hordes will be able to put up with that. And hey, at least they get to burn it. But that does tell me that, yep, there we go, we have Deccan, it's formed. Look at them go. The Indian Empire, they're here, and they're here to stay. Well, maybe not in Korea, but you know what? They're doing their best. So the Mughals have their work cut out of them. Both Miltech 12, although Mughals are riding with 500,000 men. I do wonder if any hegemons have been taken yet, though. No, not by anyone. Although, if I were to guess, France is, 700k men. Starting to seem pretty close to it, to be honest. Taking a look at the Great Powers, the Seljuks have unfortunately squeezed themselves into that. But the Khan is now in there, as well as the usual suspects. So this is going to be an interesting one nonetheless. Morocco is probably the least impactful out of all of these, but Aragon will certainly be happy to see them gone. With that said, let's get ready for it. And there we go. 1st of January 1650. We have France, Commonwealth, Mughals, Denmark. So France, Commonwealth, Mughals, Denmark. Followed by Deccan, Russia, Seljuks, Morocco. Seljuks. Oh, sorry. The Seljuk Empire. There we go. Let's fix it up for them. Make them nice and happy about that. Right. It's time to find out. Now, for the wheel, I have one request. Please. France. Okay? I'm not asking you for much. I'm just asking for France. Can we get France? Let's will it all into existence. Can we get rid of the French? Please. France. Yes. 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 Yes! They're gone! Oh, I should not be that happy. But they are gone. The French. I will be gladly removing you. There we go. That's the results we've had so far. But that does mean the French are gone. That's it. Let's double check very quickly. And also show the console. I haven't been touching anything. I've been... FRA, of course. FRA. You are gone. Seljuks will be happy. Cons will be happy. This little area gets filled in. A lot of these little bits get filled in. Morocco will be happy. Aragon will be ecstatic. And the Holland is about to bring the British back with their Siberian frontiers. Well, it depends. I mean, they only need to grab this one. They can Siberian frontier from there. But yeah. For sure. The French are gone. Great power number 1 is no more. And even the two Sicilies will probably be able to grab the provinces out of the whole process. Aragon, though, is definitely the real winner. But that's how you conquer Iberia. Just be the last one standing after everyone else gets purged from the area. With that said, let's finally unpause. And yeah, Aragon is going for it. They are going for it immediately. They've been waiting for this for a while. Yep, Salusa as well, grabbing for it. Milan going for it. The Swiss expanding. Mulhouse going for it. Liège being a happy boy. Friesland going for it. There's the Dutch-Siberian frontier that we expected. From Holland. Truly beautiful stuff. They're gone. So who ended up grabbing this area? The Seljuks did end up grabbing Hedvenigar. And honestly, that's pretty clean borders over here. I'm assuming the Russians are, yeah, slowly going to be working through those two because these QQ hasn't got them connected to their capital, so they can't expand there. There we go. And the best part about all of that, the French are gone and the Russians have colonized London. God damn it. Jesus. Why is it that the moment... This is actually what happened. I'm telling you right now. Russia will be next. This is the curse of London. England owns London, gets removed. Portugal owns London, gets removed. France colonizes London, gets removed. Muscovy is next now, mark my words. Muscovy is going to see the wrath of the wheel for their hubris in taking over London. Fortunately, does mean that the Holland is going to be next on that list. And it also does tell me that, oh god, the Russians are colonizing. But yeah. Russian London. That's... Somehow the culture map mode in Britain keeps getting worse. And the religion map mode, there's now Orthodox. Oh my Christ. What's happened here? Well, Aragon truly is the real winner from this one, though. I'm surprised they haven't grabbed this one, but I'm assuming they're a bit spent on all their dip at this point. It does mean that the Basque people are getting reduced even further than they were before. But, yep. There we go. All of these beautiful, beautiful Siberian frontiers. Come on, you can grab Burgos. You can keep going. Oh god. Denmark's gathering Bordeaux. Well, that's a reality, that's for certain. I mean, that's going to very much get in the way of the Aragonese reconquest. But yeah, the French are gone. The wheel delivers. If you believe in the wheel will deliver. That is the real lesson today. It does also mean that La Plata has popped out. So we have an Argentina, guys. We do it. We have an Argentina. So, any Argentina enjoyers, you'll be glad to know that anyone that owns London gets immediately wiped off the map of the face of the earth, and Argentina exists. So, congratulations. French Peru is also here. So, France has still managed to scrape away their existence by continuing French Peru. And the Netherlands have started colonizing. Fair enough. Haiti's actually expanded into Mexico as well. Look at them go. But yeah, New Denmark. The natives, they had a good run. They had longer than they really should have had, but it seems to be coming to an end for them as well. I'm quite happy the Seljuks also survived that one. But yeah, it does seem that Aragon is going to have free reign over Spain this time. I do wonder, can they actually form it what they're going to need Isabella? Like, what do they need to form Spain? Barcelona have, yeah, they're going to need stuff down south. Yeah, they're going to need stuff down south, of course. Oh, and they need Muslims to not exist. So this Moroccan, oh my god, 37 Dev Isabella, yeah, that's going to be, it's going to be on the chopping block, that's for sure. And what the hell is, oh my god, Denmark, what are you doing? They're back. Morehouse got beaten up, so they released France back into the wild. The French are back. The French refuse to die. They've popped back out. They're still French. They're over there. They are still de Valois. They mean business. They are ready to retake France. That's what they are. They refuse to accept the judgment of the wheel. And also have their army here for some reason. I mean, I know you still own this place, France, but come on. The worst part is about this. If they do colonize the entire thing, it's going to make the entire thing French. And at least they're now reformed. I wonder what happened to the Empire, though. It's Koborg. It's a Koborg-based empire. This definitely seems like one of those things where, like, they just gave it off to be off the list. And they're embracing institutions. They're there to accept their... Why is Sweden occupied? You know what? It's sometimes best not to ask these kind of questions. But there we go. France, I know you still own this land, but send your troops home. You don't own this land anymore. You're working on it, but you don't own this land anymore. If they're the first back to Paris, this is just some kind of French resistance. They refuse to die, the French. They refuse to accept the judgment of the wheel. Well, Manchu's here, so that's good to know. They've definitely burned this land down to 27 there. Fair enough to that. Well, I guess the Khan wasn't allowed to hold on to those colonies, that's for sure. Oirat still defying expectations, and still just existing over here. They also refuse to accept the judgment. They refuse to die by wheel or by mortal man. They are here to survive. And you know what, Oirat? I respect you for it. Well, congratulations to French Peru. They've gone ahead and formed, well, Peru, so that's good on them. They are probably still French, I'm assuming. Indeed they are. As are their cousins down in Argentina. French Catholics, the whole lot of them. Not sure how that makes the Argentinians feel, but congratulations. You are being joined by some Dutch colonies, so we'll see how that ends up working for you. But so far, so good. And hey, Cusco, you finally started expanding. Maybe a bit late for you now, but you know what? Good job. Oh god, there's also Russian Guyana. What am I looking at? This is just so... No. Are they done with London? They grabbed London. They grabbed the Tower of... They've got their... It's a Muscovite. Starts. London. This is just so wrong. This is just so wrong on so many levels. Muscovite Orthodox London, that is Russian but has a French core on it. Well, at least the French reconstruction efforts are being somewhat hemmed in by the Swiss and the Liègians, but we'll see. I mean, Denmark's taken this opportunity to go completely ham into this area. And Aragon is finally getting their domain over Iberia back. Although it's a very Protestant Iberia. And a very Catalan Iberia as well. They've even been culture converting, haven't they? Damn. Look at them go. Don Golia has also used their newfound wealth to beat the Ethiopians back, so good on them. Shame that the Ethiopians are going to be kept alive with the Metapans, but I think Metapans probably don't need them now as well. I think Metapans, if they keep going the way they're going, they should have all of this down on lockdown sooner rather than later. And there we go, the Holland-Siberian frontiers. You can see them now in action. Dutch Edinburgh is back. They just need to make sure that the Holland don't take London, because that is the curse of London. That is how empires fall, owning London. So people think like, oh, is Afghanistan the reason all these empires will collapse? No. The actual reason that all these countries collapsed is they owned London, right? Think about it. British Empire, did they own London? Did they collapse? Yes. Roman Empire, did they own London? Did they collapse? Yes. Coincidence? I think not. I mean, I'm trying to think who else collapsed that was like a big empire. I guess the Mongols never really owned London. But you know what? Not a real empire. There we go. My one terrible example continues onwards. Flaws. There are zero flaws with that argument. Owning London condemns your country to collapse. That is the true takeaway here. Finally, Daviette decided to move into calm. Fair enough. Look at them go. A bit more of China going to be united under them. Good job. Bengal, though, really is going to be moved into Tibet and Burma at this point. They're very much being pushed out. And the slag spike indicates that Khan and Mughals, they're at war. Any of them hegemons yet? No. But, I mean... Khan doesn't seem to have a lot of money or manpower for this, but for what they have in the field is pretty impressive. Mughals are also pretty much out of money. They're quite evenly matched. Although the Mughals have a lot more force than it seems. They're just not using it. And they don't have the manpower for it, that's for certain as well. In terms of this war, so far it is looking good for the Khan, but they're also sieging a 65k stack without a general, so... yeah, we'll see if that's enough for them to win. They are actually fighting over... Khan. Ah! This is the Diviet de Khan versus Khan Mughal war. Fair enough, fair enough. That'll be interesting to see. A Manchu probably... I mean, they're going for caution at the moment, but definitely has an idea to go grab this land over here while they're down, you know, while the Khan's distracted. And Denmark's grabbed Porto again. God. Just... these are some of the most random colonizations I've seen in my life. As well as the Polish... why do they... you know what, I think it's best to just stop asking questions. Hey, at least Holland's trying to make their way back into the Dutchlands. Congratulations, look at them go. They even got Calais back. Or at least are getting it back somewhat. Oh, and Haiti's expanding further. Not going to give this land away to the Mexicans. They are happy to... yep, literally took the whole thing. This is now Haiti land. I think there's definitely going to be a war between Danish, Mexico, and Haiti, though. Yeah, they do kind of desire each other's land. Haiti, absolutely. Mexico, much less, but we'll see how that works out. The real miracle is, how the hell has this Tunis, Gerard, and honestly Central Africa survived this long without that much consolidation? You would have really thought Mali would have had Fulo sorted by now, but apparently no, they have not. I mean, just compare that to the Mutapa consolidation. Is it finally happening? Is Austria finally killing Styria? Austria comeback? Is it happening? Finally? Or is this just Tyrol's aspirations? God, poor Croatia killed them. Oh, and of course they can... Venice is now up for grabs as well, because the French had that. Good about it. They are! The Austrians, they're back! The Austrians are growing, they're back to... they've gained 50% more land than they had before. Oh, beautiful. Now, my real question is, how on God's green earth is the English Channel still worth like almost 100 ducats? Like, who is pushing value here? The Russians? Like, why is there just 100 ducats in the English Channel? Why is the English Channel irrespectively rich just all the time, forever? It does not matter. Also, come on, don't tell me the French get to Paris. Don't tell me the French get to Paris. The French might get to Paris. I really hope... oh my god, Denmark, you are just dedicated to screwing over the Aragonese expansion, aren't you? Well, I guess Danish France is definitely a dream. But still. Oh god, the cultures. I've just realised what are the cultures here going to be. Polish. Danish. I mean, it's not that bad, apart from the Lombards also entering. Regions are, well, not awful, to be honest. But still, why is the English Channel rich? Like, who is putting value? Who is putting 108 ducats into the English Channel? What? Why are we still sending 26 ducats from Lubeck and 22 ducats from Chesapeake Bay into the English Channel? Are the Danish collecting from it at this point? I wouldn't be surprised. I guess they do have some trade power here, but still. Well, with those two Siberian frontiers, though, I think it's finally going to be it for the last of the English. But I think that might be it. I don't think Holland's also qualified to have enough depth for the elimination. No, they have not. So yeah, you need to be you do need to be an empire now to be on the list. My question is, how is Russia still running around this point? I mean, the Polish are outside of Moscow. They've lost St. Petersburg. Like, what? How are they still functioning as well as they are? I guess they've really gone east. To very great success for them regards, but yeah, still quite impressive, if anything. I mean, the real miracle is how the hell has Bengal still alive after being decapitated, but here we are. Okay, everyone be pleased to know that the French will not in fact be owning Paris. In fact, the state of Paris is going to be very much contested between Liège, the French, and the Polish. Oh, also, for those curious, the Khan grabbed 2 provinces from the Mughals, so not too much happened there, unfortunately. Diviet took the share of the spoils in India. But hey, we've almost got the whole of the UK back. Look at Holland, they're really doing a great job building it back. They're just going to have to kill the Danish out, knock the Danish out in the process. Let's see if the curse of the wheel stays true. I think it's every other one, to be honest. they kick out the one out of London, but we'll see. It could be coming up now. It's 1672, 1675. It's time for yet another kick. And to be honest, our contestants are looking still quite interesting. The Seljuks are still there. Diviet is probably our more pure contestant. I think that's going to be Ayutthaya, Dali, and Khan for the most part. And actually, Bengal will finally get a break if Diviet is on the chopping block. Russia would be a great boon for the Mughals and for the Commonwealth and for the Swedes. Deccan will also be a huge one for the Mughals and Bengal to finally make their comeback, as well as potentially Hadramut. Saying that, with Hadramut, I do wonder if they get annexed, if they move their capital. Like one of these. They might, if they move their capital here, they could definitely start becoming an Indian power, that's for certain. But that requires them to move their capital there, and they can't be the one that's purged. Denmark will also be quite interesting because that's going to free up things like France again for a lot of things. The Dutch colonization of Iberia continues. And Morocco is still on the list. Aragon has not made it so far, so they are safe, at least for now. And of course, Commonwealth will be huge. Seljuks will be glad, Croatia will be ecstatic, Bohemia will expand. And hey, even someone like Brandenburg will be able to potentially even grab Prussia before Denmark decides to grab Gdansk or something stupid. But we'll see. I mean, Commonwealth will also be amazing for Russia because they're going to get a lot of their old land back as well. I do wonder how much land they desire. Oh, yeah. Yeah, they desire it. They desire land, alright. They want their old empire back, goddammit. 1675 is rapidly approaching, and so it's time to figure out who's going to be next on the chopping block. I don't think the Great Powers had much updating. Oh no, they have. No, Mutapa. No, you've just made it on the list. Do not suffer the fate of Korea. Please. You're the last one I've been backing from day one. Mutapa, you have to. You have to endure this one for me. Survive this one, or get knocked out of the list. This is a bad time to embrace the institution, Mutapa. Bad time. Well, it's a 1 in 8 chance. It's a 1 in 8 chance, but one of them has to go. And with 75 rapidly approaching, or October, it's going to be one of them. I really hope the French get back on the list so they can be purged for the second time. That'll be poetic. Although I think if they do make it back on the list, they'll probably endure. The fact that France is the only one that's defined death so far is also quite poetic in my regard. But there we go. There we go. 1675. Let's update the list. Commonwealth, Denmark, Mughals, and Deccan. So Commonwealth, Denmark, Mughals, and Deccan. Followed, of course, by Russia, Diviet. Really shot up in the rankings, to be honest. Guess that's what conquering China does for you. And then Morocco and Mutapa. The Seljuks actually got knocked off of this, so the Seljuks are safe, today at least. But that's because Mutapa's been blobbing, so congratulations to them. But yeah, well, let's hope that Mutapa does not meet an untimely demise now. But with that said, it's time to spin the wheel. The tag removed today is going to be... It is a good day to be in Aragon, is all I will say. It is a good day to be in Aragon. Because I think they are going to make the ultimate comeback here. And they are definitely going to be taking this opportunity to reform, well, Spain, by the looks of things. Tunis is also going to be having a field day. And yes, as is Timbuktu, although it's going to take them a while to push up. Right, so as before, let's check them more. So more is gone. Aragon, I mean, still has their work cut out for them. They've barely got into France, but they've been really winning this one. They're really winning this one. But yeah, I mean, if you take a look at the map now, Timbuktu can go into Tao to start entering this area. Tafil is no longer a guaranteed gold mine, which I think is fascinating. And Morocco can yet again start going into those areas. Well, let's see it in action. And yep, immediately. Although I feel like Denmark's going to grab Sevilla like in 3 seconds. And by I feel like, I mean, I think it's someone. Russia's going to land a colonist there soon enough. That's almost a promise. Nope, they're grabbing a Dutch colony in Cadiz. Okay, fair enough. Good news is as well, the major colonial port is now uncolonized, which is somewhat poetic, but there we go. And Poland is... No, Denmark is grabbing Tangiers. Oh, fair enough. 42 development, that's fair. It does mean that Aragon has a chance of at least going for Cordoba now, but Isabella, but we'll see. We'll see how that goes for them. But yeah, I mean, if you thought Aragon was a done deal after they got beaten up by France and Portugal many times, well, that's a comeback for certain. They kind of stayed under the radar and managed to survive. Much like the French at the moment, seemingly insistent on taking back their land. Christ, if the French make a comeback from this, that would be the most cursed thing I've seen in a while. But yeah, I mean, the next one is going to be 1700s, the Age of Revolutions. And if revolutionary France ran on the shop, that would be true poetry. Well, it does seem that the Dutch have decided to get pushed out of Calais. But they're not giving up without a fight. They've got at least a couple occupations back. We'll see if they can manage to hold on to this area. But Liège definitely wants to, and they have a couple of free, points of French debt to work with. The Polish have decided to take this opportunity to take Paris, so congratulations. That's honestly quite impressive, and mainly concerning, but there we go. As for the consolidation down in this area, no. Polish Sevilla. I know how I feel about this. The answer is badly. But there we go. At least in Book 2 is slowly but surely making their way up. No, come on, Frisia, why? This is just so cursed on so many levels. The problem is now, the tags being deleted are colonized, so they're going to get swooped in. Instead of colonizing something like the New World or whatever, they're now going to be colonizing again the old land of Denmark, really? Oh, they actually took that off Haiti, fair enough. But by the looks of it, Portuguese Mexico has collapsed. Down to the work of Haiti. Good job on them. Although the Russian Panama... whoever seems to take over London seems to inherit the British colonial spirit. To take over key colonial possessions like Panama. Like, I don't know what it is. The Portuguese did it and they suddenly start colonizing a whole bunch of British naval bases, like Cyprus. Then the Portuguese get removed. The French get it, and then the French suddenly start colonizing random trade outposts, like, Athens and so on. And now the Russians have grabbed London, and they immediately take this opportunity to start colonizing things like Panama and Russian Columbia. Which seems to have been knocked down a peg? No. That's Haiti, Columbia. Fair enough. Very different. Well, Morocco's back. Seems they weren't out for long. Clearly, whatever happened to Tunis is they got beaten up, and now Morocco's adjacent. So, look at them go. They have a bit of reconquest to work through. Somehow I doubt they'll be able to achieve it. But they are still here. The best part is, because there's their capital, they can start Siberian frontiering their old land back again. That means that Morocco and the French are now two tags that have refused to die. Congratulations, and what the hell have you... Milan, why? No, Milan. Milan, what is this? Milan, please. You take over the French land and you suddenly start getting hit by the French colonial bug again as well. This is so cursed. How has no one taken Venice yet? That's my question. I mean, this is now connected to Croatia. They can literally Siberian frontier, I believe. But there we go. Holland has now, for the most part, rebuilt the British Isles, apart from the Russian Free City port in London, and the Danish colonies in Lincolnshire and Norfolk, as well as the Danish colonies in northern Scotland. Scotland, of course, is still around. They have now become Norwegian. Congratulations to the Scots. Did they break to rebels or something? Nope, they've just accepted the Norwegians. Fair enough, they still remember their Scottish heritage. Good job, and they still haven't gone any kind of exploration ideas, so they are content to live out the rest of their days on their in Shetland. Fair enough to them. To be fair, if you don't expand too much, you can't get on the Great Powers list, so you can't get purged. So maybe they have they figured something out, that's for sure. But by the looks of it, I think the French are going to have the rest of France locked down. The Swiss are going to be able to contest this province with them, but Maine and Anjou, the French should be able to grab back. And that puts the French not even in a weak situation, to be honest. Like, 255 dev is nothing to be scoffed at. And let's just say they have a lot of reconquest. A lot less reconquest now. I think a bunch of their cores expired. But you know what? They have a dream. And 23 ducats to carry it out. I don't think they'll be making too much of a comeback. But hey, reconquest is reconquest at the end of the day. Also, there's been a bit of an update. Holland, after taking over the UK, has finally knocked the Mamluks out. And now that Holland is one of the great powers on the list of being able to be purged. Maybe the curse isn't London. Maybe the curse is just the UK as a whole. I guess we'll find out. Well, Austria's also done some migrations. They're back in their gold mine, congratulations, but they've been kicked out of Austria proper by the Croatians. Very poetic that the Austrians are getting beaten up by the Croatians, let's just say that, but here we go. Sicily's also managed to grab themselves a province, good job. Bohemia maintains their stranglehold on Austria proper. Also, I believe it's a bit too late for Anglicanism to spawn, but technically I believe Holland can actually get it now, so that'll be interesting. I don't think they can, I don't think they will. Also, by the looks of it, I think they've won. I think they won this war here. By the looks of it, they are going for it again. Remarkably, the HRE still exists. Granted, governed by Cleves, but, you know. It is still here. Just not by a very strong emperor. Maybe Holland, maybe the best thing that ever happened to Holland was them getting kicked out of the Netherlands, so they could come back and form a greater Netherlands. Guess we'll find out. But it's certainly looking like that at the moment. Or do they need to form the Netherlands? Or the Dutch? Oh, a bunch of land they don't own. Fair enough. Peru and La Plata now. Now that's consolidation. They don't have Siberian frontiers, remember, but they're still doing quite well in terms of consolidation. And Haiti continues to impress, to be fair. But we'll see. I mean, the natives are very much being kept in line by Denmark now. Denmark has granted themselves dominion over the New World by the looks of it. And there's definitely... I mean, people complain there's too many green tags. But I'm looking at the world right now. I think there's too many red tags. Commonwealth, Aragon, Holland, Milan, Medina. It just seems that they own the entire goddamn planet at this point. I would include England in that list, but, you know, unfortunately they're gone. And unlike the French, the English stay dead. Speaking of the French staying dead, though, I think, by the looks of things, though, is that the Polish trying to put an end to them? No, that's the Swedes. Did they call in the Polishes? The Polish called in the Swedes. Alright, come on, Poland. It's a bit overkill. You don't need Sweden to beat up the French. Although it is the Commonwealth-Peru imperialist war, actually, so, you know what, maybe the French get to live in this one. Okay, Commonwealth, I'm not gonna lie, you also definitely didn't need Croatia in on this one. It's remarkable how those two guys are allied, considering their borders are very... What the hell are these borders? But there we go. Also, unfortunately, I think Hadramut, despite their major colonial attempts, I think they're coming to an end. They've been kicked out of their original land. Weirdly enough, by Mara and these tags. The Khan is finally putting an end to their existence, so maybe they survive on an island, but we'll see. Considering they've dead this island so much, it's somehow dead. I think it's probably something that the Khan very much desires. No, not really. They're happy to let Hadramut live on this island. And there we go. The Seljuks are finally starting to do what the Ottomans should have done all these years ago. They're finally invading into Arabia, the Middle East, and Egypt. And of course, Sweden now owns Crete. Of course, Sweden has natural Swedish borders in Crete. Swedish Catholic Crete. Producing furs in Crete. What are they catching for furs in Crete? Okay, you know what? It's always best to not ask questions. France is a junior partner of Peru. You know what, France? Maybe you should have stayed dead. Maybe you should have stayed dead, is all I will say. My question is, what's Peru looking like? Honestly, relatively fine. I think they got off scot-easy. Scot-free for the most part. But France being a junior partner of Peru, now that... Maybe I'm happy the French came back, just so they can be humiliated like that. And I love how Granada is still not colonized. Like, come on, Aragon. You can literally press the button. Can they form Spain yet? They need Sevilla and Granada, and they can literally form Spain. So if Commonwealth ever gets purged, they're good. Oh, unfortunately, though, Aragon has made a crucial mistake. They've gotten too much land and have now entered the list of death. I mean, to be fair, they had to go big one day, but... yeah. Well, congrats to Timbuktu, though. At least they're taking some of that land. Here's a development, though. Seljuks and the Commonwealth are... Unfortunately, I don't think that's going to go too well for them, considering the Seljuks are not a great power, and the Commonwealth a great power number one. These things at least seem like a fair 1v1 to me. Commonwealth also seems to be running around with 655k men and 230k in reserves. So he tells me the Seljuks are fielding a bit of a smaller army. Indeed they are. Yeah, I think the Commonwealth is going to have this one in the bag. Although this is the Swedish Makuran Imperialist War, so... That was up to the Seljuks to defend that, but it does mean that Seljuks are at least double the price to take things from. So we'll see. I'm not sure what the Commonwealth, if anything, they desire from this. Yeah, they don't even want Constantinople, to be fair, so it's being given to Sweden. Oh no, the Commonwealth grain farms have had their growth hampered. That's certainly a development, but there we go. Of course Denmark takes the Falklands. They've really become the British in the save, haven't they? They are going around taking everything on the planet, including random bits of France. I mean, really, Denmark? Why? I guess the answer, as always, is art. Well, 10 years, and one of these people are going to be going into the purge. Of course, they might change by this point, but that's what we have so far, and I think Holland is pretty secure in that position. I am curious, though, where did the institution spawn? For manufactories? In Warsaw, fair enough, considering no, they don't have the grain yet, but yeah. The Netherlands don't actually have Dutch searing yet, I've just realised. But hey, at least the Manchu have it, and French have French absolutism. Yeah, you do that, France, you do that. Swabia and Trier are kind of doing some pretty decent jobs in United Germany. We're still pretty much a mess up there. Nothing too big to get eaten, that's for sure. Unfortunately, though, I think the Russians are putting an end to the whole Manchuria thing. Yeah, I think Manchu's not going to live on this one. Well, China can breathe a sign of relief. Oh my lord, Russia. I mean, you are migrating into Korea, I'll give you that, but it's Manchu Tengri land. Hope you know what to do with it. That's quite impressive, to be honest. The Russians and the Japanese are going to border already. I mean, they kind of already do. And they've already taken Sakhalin from the Japanese, of course they have. Japan's really, honestly, been quite chill this game. They've just been sitting here. I won't even say delving. I mean, they haven't even got exploration or expansion. They've just been vibing. And avoiding the great powers list like the plague. And you know what? They've been doing great with that. Good job, Japan. They're the real winners of this campaign. I bet you, if I look at their land, they're prospering through the roof. The same cannot be said for the Seljuks. I think they're finally being cut down to size by the Commonwealth. They couldn't repeat what the Ottomans did, unfortunately. Well, I guess they didn't take Constantinople, but they definitely took the Portuguese land that was owned by this... Christ, that is ugly. Oh god, and there's still Ottoman cores here, actually, because of course this land is Turkish. Wow. Well, that is a sight to behold, I'll give you that. 7 years into the next purge, until that point, I guess they exist. Or at least one of the great powers exists. Although Aragon, please, you want to press the button? Or did, like, Peru or something send a colonist? Oh, someone apparently already did. Who sent a colonist into Granada? Who was it? The Dutch by any chance? The Danes? Nope. Huh. No clue. The Croats, maybe? Can you imagine? Nope. Fair enough. Although they are fighting in Germany now. Again, with random Danish possessions in Germany, but here we go. I really wish I could just randomly change their colours, because Aragon, Denmark, and Commonwealth all being very similar colours, all being all around the same area. It makes it seem like this is one big empire, but in essence, it's just this, like, mess of Polish, Aragonese, and Danish things, for lack of a better word, and even some Milan just put in there for the fun of it. And it seems Jared has survived compared to Tunis. They were the real survivors the whole time. Though Tunis is still here, just in Sassari. Is this it? Is Oirat finally being put out of their misery? I think they have a truce with... No, they don't have a truce with France. And sorry, with Russia, and Russia wants their land. I think this might be it for Oirat. They've endured for so much longer than they really should have, but I think this is it. They can't survive this forever, right? Surely the Russians are going to turn around and finally put an end to their pitiful existence. Poor Oirat. I mean, they've certainly been cleaning up a lot of these areas, that's for sure. Speaking of cleanup, though, I think the Mughals have finally decided to put an end to Bengal. Which is fair. Not looking too pretty for Bengal. They've really held on for way longer than they should. Again, as well, Deccan kind of pushed them out of Bengal proper. And the Mughals very much there with a final blow. They tried to migrate into to China and Burma, but I think Dai was just there, and there was very little they could do. So yeah, onto the chopper block they go as well. Well, maybe if they can hold out 5 more years, maybe Mughals and Deccan will be one of the 2 purged of the face of the earth. We'll see. It does seem, however, that Granada is immune to colonization, though. I've been waiting for a while. I think that's just bugged. Well, Venice seemed bugged as well for a while, but it got fixed eventually, so I'm hoping it just fixes itself. Worst comes to worst, I can console colonize with one of the tags. Oh god, what have I just seen? Why is there Swedish Egypt? I mean, oh, they own Crete, don't... Oh my god, Swedish Egypt. Well, you know what? Now is a good time to be a Sweden fan, is all I will say. Now is a great time to be a Sweden fan. I mean, if Russia goes, now would be a perfect time to be a Sweden fan, but damn. Swedish Egypt? That's one of the arcs I was not expecting. Well, congratulations to Mutapa. They're now a very beautiful golden yellow Zimbabwe. I'm not sure if that's done much of anything for them at all. In fact, I hope they kept Mutapan ideas. No, they've gone for Zimbabwe ones, which are... Well, we'll guess we'll call it an upgrade. Sure. But there they go now. Zimbabwe, they exist. Congratulations. Good job, Mutapa. You've done a thing. Probably one of my only successful picks, as it were, so far, and they definitely looked like they were out on the way back for a while. And would you look at that, Luca did end up forming Tuscany. Good job, Luca. You did great. You even got a level 3 monument for your trouble. You know what, Luca, I'm sorry for those insults about you being irrelevant early on. Allied with Aragon. You and Aragon both went on to do great things. Let's just hope none of you get purged in the upcoming, well, murder. And that's going to happen this year. Now, my only real request, though, I mean, it'll be a shame if it's Aragon, to be honest, but one of the pink tags to go, and even if it's something like Holland, Denmark, just even Aragon, just one of the little pink-red things, they need to go, because, dear lord, there's so many of them. Munich does seem a different colour than it usually is. Is it always this dark blue? Maybe it's just contrasting with Denmark. Either way, it is December, so hopefully we get the pulls off right in time, and see who's going to be entering our list. Perfect as always, and for the list today we have Commonwealth, Denmark, Mughal, Russia. That's going to be Commonwealth, Denmark, Mughal, Russia. They can't get knocked down a peg. And I'm assuming the next is Deccan, Holland, Aragon, Zimbabwe. Zimbabwe. I'm gonna spell them right? Well, let's hope it's on Zimbabwe. Otherwise, there's going to be a lot of recolonization for a lot of tags. Cuba's going to be ecstatic with Zimbabwe, though. And, really? Really, Commonwealth? Why are you... You know what? It's better to stop asking questions at this point. And it's time to spin the wheel. And the tag being removed today is... Ho ho! The Mughals! Well, Deccan is definitely getting a lot of free land, that's for certain. But congratulations to the Mughals, you had a good run, but to be fair, the Timmy was on this list from day one, it was bound to happen eventually. And so there we go. That's the list of tags removed so far. Now to get back into EU4. Zimbabwe, congrats on your survival, and this is what I meant earlier when I said Commonwealth, what are you doing? But Mughals... You are a monk. I'm afraid you are gone. Russia's going to have a field day with this one, I've just realised. As is QQ. You know what, Mushasha? Maybe this is the comeback you needed. Maybe this is the one. And Mara, time for you to go be happy. Let's unpause and see how this game works. And Bengal, you're free! Although slightly under Russian occupation, but, you know, mostly. You're mostly free. I'm just gonna lose probably Tibet and the rest of you. Yeah, okay, maybe you don't survive this one. Bajjanpur, Deccan, they're all going ham. QQ, Mushasha, they're getting their land back. Oh, they're a vassal. Okay, never mind, they're not living. Okay, take that back. But yeah, I mean, Russia's about to Siberian frontier all of this land. And surprisingly, even a couple provinces now going to be going to Seljuks. They're going to be getting Ardbil for free. 17 Dev, they can't complain. I'm not sure if they grab anything else. Considering the QQ capital is right here, you'd have thought they'll, you know, Siberian frontier, the province next to them, but they haven't so far. We'll see. And look at Mara, they're off to the races. But there we go. Definitely a pretty major shift here. Russia's going to love the Mughals being deleted to her, and the Khan might actually be able to unite India now, proper. Unfortunately, Milan, Aragon, Holland, Commonwealth, and even Swabia now in Germany, and Denmark, all of this just mess continues to be here. Thank God Tuscany's here to at least break it up somewhat. Yeah, I would say this is really red as well, but at least it's all one country, Denmark. Well, with the exception of Haiti, who's definitely taking this opportunity to expand. And God, Dutch Peru. Well, it does mean the Curse of Unknown isn't too real, because Russia has survived, and the Age of Absolutism is now going to be coming to an end. We are going to the Age of Revolutions, the last age. Let's see if France can go revolutionary France and make an ultimate kickback. I somehow doubted them. Especially since I think they're still under union with Peru. They do seem to be under union with Peru indeed. But if Peru does integrate them, that would be poetic. If Peru does integrate them back. I'm not sure they can. If I tag over to Peru, I don't think they can annex France. Let's take a look-see, shall we? They must have at least one province close enough to core. Well, in the next stage, there'll be no more coring range, so they'll have that going for them, that's for sure, but is there any other requirement, or will they just be able to annex them? No? 1732. I think Peru will be able to grab France, or what's left of it, which would be very poetic. Also, Baroua is, of course, the third province, which is beautiful. The trade goods are really messed up at this point, because there's been so many annexations. I mean, yeah, England's just a couple cloths, to be honest, but yeah, Iberia is very grain-based, that's for sure. Morocco is pretty similar, to be honest. India is definitely a weird one now. And I've realized so much of this India is now going to be Shia, and so much of this India is going to be, well, this culture. Canada. Canada's the real winner here. Yeah, poor Bengal though. I don't think they survived that one against the Russians, especially as Diviet just kind of pushed them out of, well, their little excursion out of Burma. I think that's the end. Is Pegu even at war with them? No, but they will be soon enough. And Oirat is still somehow sticking around, as is Mongolia. Tributary state of calm. God, you know that's bad. And have they... Oh my god, it's Christian Japan. Well, congratulations on Christian Japan. They've got their fancy reform, I'm assuming, from being Christian, haven't they? I'm not sure. They have that. They have this beautiful early Bushido code as well. But where is their Christian Japan? Did they just not take it? I think they just didn't take, yeah, Federation religion. The Christian. Oh, which one is it? I think it's a mission, actually. Ah, that's the one, yeah, minus 25% courier power cost. Unfortunately temporary, but still a beautiful one to have. Well, I mean, they are going for it. They're going into Korea, or at least Hadramut, which they've allied. They've allied, okay. I guess they're invading India, just a bit earlier, and also in Korea, but there we go. Congratulations. Denmark, Denmark, stop. Denmark, please stop. This is no longer... Why? Denmark, why? Why are we colonizing Hormuz, Denmark? Denmark? No. They have really taken up the mantle of being the British, haven't they? The moment some land pops up, they're going to be like, yep, time to colonize. How am I going to explain the Polish minorities in Normandy and Loire Valley? Can you imagine popping down to the Loire Valley and then just having some Polish Slav chavs just like, yep, just vibing in the Loire Valley, which is no longer producing wine, by the way. The Loire Valley is now just a massive, like, cow farm. The Belgians have taken over a bunch of France, and the Belgian culture is about as big as the French one at this point. Meanwhile, there's a whole bunch of Swiss people running the south of the show, a bunch of Italians running the even further south, and a bunch of Catalonians running the other bit of it. There's a massive Danish colony, and just, you know what? I think the more I look at it, the less happy I'm. And there's also just a Danish part of... Okay. Sure. Although it does seem that Aragon is finally going to put a stop to a bunch of your colonies. We'll see. We'll see. Is this finally it for Austria, though? Are they finally been taken out? Oh no, poor Bengal has been reduced down to just being in Burma. They have one level 3 center of trade on 15 development left inside their Bengal node. Unfortunately, it's been reduced to just being a Coromandel tributary state at this point. Poor things. These 3 provinces as well, they're just Siberian frontier colonizing them as well. Viet, though, Vietnam is certainly moving in to unite the south of China. And oh my god, Christian. Reverse, okay, the Indians have landed Japan. I guess that's what they get for FK in the entire game. They're not safe after all. India is coming for Japan. Do they even want this land? Maybe, because they are adjacent to it. That's going to be cursed if the Khan has ever purged off the face of the earth. Well, not really, because Japan will just take that land back, but still. I'm assuming they can't full annex the whole of Japan here. No. They don't even take much of anything, to be honest. Another bastion of grey, the Two Sicilies, about to fall to Aragon. More red. I mean, it's definitely sounding like the achievement where you have to conquer the entirety of Europe as a blue tag and only have blue tags in Europe. Only done by red tags this time. Milan, Commonwealth, Aragon, Holland, all just kind of having this red monopoly over the map. Well, it seems like Peru is also putting an end to Argentina. Rip La Plata, I think Peru's going to be taking charge over that from you. And all those beautiful, beautiful French cultured provinces that Peru pretty much desires. Although Dutch Brazil is certainly a mood as well. I do have to commend the Tibet attempts to survival, but yeah. Again, Russia is putting an end to that too. Although how the hell is Oras still alive? I think that is the real miracle. How have they managed to avoid this for this long? They even have a truce with Russia at the moment. Truly some kind of miracle. I mean, come on. Russia's currently bordering Vietnam. That just sounds wrong to say, but here we are. Zimbabwe, why are you colonized? You know what, Zimbabwe? Sure. You do that. Because you're yellow and you'll stand out more compared to all the other red tags. I may be back in Medina because I'm like, oh cool, they own both holy centers. That's neat of them. However, they are red, so if they're ever next to the peeps, they'll be terrible. And also here we are in the age of revolutions. Hey France, how close are you to revolutionary France? Well, you're about to take break to particulars. No, you're not. What is that army composition? I see you're running Napoleon's army stacks already, though, so good job on that one. But yeah. Croatia. Since when do you own a Abruzzi? Why do you own a Abruzzi? Do I even want to know why you own a Abruzzi? Why have you accepted the Neapolitan culture in Croatia? What exactly are you planning? You know what, yet again, this is one of the situations where it's better to just not ask questions. Really, this is Haiti Amazonia. Okay, we'll go with that name, that's for sure. Amazonia, that is exactly what that area should be called, I agree. Not Haiti, Mexico or anything, Haiti Amazonia, because the Amazon is very close to all of this land. Indeed, Paradox. Very cool. How is Scotland still alive in Shetland, kicking around with 33 development and still independent? Like, how have they done that? I don't understand. Like, they just got beaten back to here, and no one seems to care enough about them. It's a 33 dev province. I mean, even Denmark's like, yeah, I'll take it if it's going. I bet you the Holland would love it, but no, they don't actually care. Fair enough. I mean, in fairness, I think what they do care about is taking back their Dutch land, and they seem to be doing that quite well. They have their cause in Frisia, so something tells me that Frisia is not going to be around for too long. Although by some sheer miracle, again, the Holy Roman Empire, in this incredibly weak state, is still kicking around. Although I'm not really sure who respects at this point. And why has Sicily migrated? I thought you'd be dead. And how is Austria still alive? You know what? So many wonderful questions. Even the 3 leagues have returned. I mean, Swabia's doing nice. Maybe, I mean, it's quite rare to see them. It's just a shame that it's a red tag in the middle of this Red Sea. I guess at least orange, but still. I mean, the German formation will be incredible. But in fairness, there's only 3 more purges to go. 1725, 1750, no, 4 purges. 1725, 1750, 1775, and the 1800s. After which, of course, we'll have the last 20 years of the game left to play out before this is done. But yeah, 4 purges to go. So Holland has to survive, what? 4-7 out of 8. I like those odds. Remarkably, though, Denmark has just overtaken Commonwealth in terms of their development. I guess having the entire New World certainly helps. The fact that colonizing Persia is also helping. Commonwealth, on the other hand, is, yeah, an absolute monster as well. Remarkably, they've almost approached Mill Hegemon worth of force limit, which is quite incredible. And you know what, Hadramut? Congratulations. You've occupied Novgorod. I don't think I'd ever see a reality where Hadramut would occupy Novgorod, but this tells me that the Russians are dealing with you. So, dare I even look? Yeah. It's over for you, isn't it, Hadramut? You've had a good run. You've definitely done a lot of migrations, that's for sure, but... Oh, you have 204 development, actually. What? Oh. No, you're gonna live. I don't think Russia's taking you out there. But damn. I mean, where are your provinces? Micronesia? Yeah, that's fair. Oh, you own some really random things. Kind of migrated into the Malacca node. Fair enough to you. Good job. Hadramut, you refuse to die, and I respect that. I genuinely thought this was Ayutthaya because it's the exact same color. But no, it's Hadramut hiding in plain sight. The Yemenis people just refuse to give up. Good job. Although, what am I looking at here? This is just... No, stop. I'm happy to say that Aragon did manage to at least colonize Granada, so they're just one civil away from being able to form Spain. Good on them. Unfortunately, it's Polish currently occupied by Denmark, so I don't think they're going to get their hands on it that easily. And hey, look at the Holland, Dutch, Northern Africa. They're really taking their British roots to heart. And there we go, Deccan finally putting Jean-Paul out of his misery. Makes sense, but we are going to see, when Gar gets kicked out of here, pretty much a united India. Unfortunately, the Mughals seem to have been, well, the Russians have been uniting what's left of the Mughals up north. And hey, at least Turkey's been moving a bit into Persia. Not looking at you, Mr. Denmark. Well, the Commonwealth's Danish war isn't over, but 1725 is coming to its inevitable start. Or at least the January of 1725, which means another great power is going to have to go. Russia has taken this opportunity to claim military hegemon, which is fascinating that military hegemon got claimed before economic hegemon did. Meanwhile, Russia is actually fifth great power in the process of doing so. Remarkably enough, Holland is staying up at third, and Aragon has expanded their hold on to fourth. Zimbabwe is still very much in the running, as is Deccan. And there's the peace deal. I don't think Commonwealth lost much of their French territories, no they did not. But hey, the Danes got Lund back, so I guess that's something. Poor Jean-Paul, I think the only thing I can say with them at this point is they can't be deleted. But there we go, that's our first of 1725, which means it's time for, yet again, the top 8 to enter the field of death. Which is going to be this time, Commonwealth, Denmark, Holland, Deccan. Sorry, that is Commonwealth, Denmark, Holland, Deccan. I was looking at the results. Holland. Russia, of course, being 7th. No, 6th actually. Aragon is 5th. Then Zimbabwe and Diviet. That is our list. Is it? I think Aragon is in there twice. Well, that's almost poetic, but let's not delete Aragon twice, shall we? There is our 8 tanks. Time to spin the wheel. Who will the wheel decide to remove today? Well, let's find out now. No, please, not Zimbabwe. Oh, one of the... They were my last real OG pick. I think it's only Aragon left now, and they were beautiful golden color, but unfortunately the wheel has spoken, and Zimbabwe has to go. Let's take a good last second look at them. Well, Cuba's going to be ecstatic, and Mombasa's going to have a bit of a field day. I mean, even Santa Marina's going to get at least one of their provinces back, but unfortunately... Let's check their tag yet again. GZI. Good to know. GZI. I am sorry. You are gone. Well, great day for Rwanda, I guess. But South Africa is yet again ripe for colonization. This one will make sense if the Dutch start colonizing this one, to be honest. And wow, 37 development over there. Yeah, I mean, I can see that happening for sure. We've also freed up another province over here. Yay! Well, there we go. Let's see this Cuba blob. Yep, there it is. Beautiful. Immediately, you're gonna take this one, or you're just good. Yep. Antorino immediately grabs that one back as well. And even Noop is swooping in. Congratulations. But yep, Mutapa, you did well. One could say a bit too well. You could not escape forever. 3 eliminations remain. It does, however, mean that I think unless Oirad does some kind of miracle at this point, if Russia was not removed today, Russia's going to be here for good. Well, no, they could still be removed, but I don't know if Oirad can survive another 25 years for the chance. Unfortunately. But there we go. At the moment, though, the Great Powers... Haiti's in it! Haiti's made the Great Powers list. You know what? That would be quite sad to see them go, actually. That would be quite sad to see them go. If Haiti are the ones deleted, if the wheel is extra cruel, then Haiti is the one to go. It also goes to show that the wheel does hate people in London, unless those people tend to be Russian. I'm not sure what the takeaway from that is, but I guess the Russians are the only ones allowed to own London. Maybe the wheel is saving up. Maybe the wheel is trying to delete Russia last. It's going to give them the largest amount of time to build up. Oh, some revolutionary zealots popping up in Swabia. Although somebody tells me that they're about to be... Yeah, I don't think they're going to be going revolutionary anytime soon. And hey, France is going for it. Went for it. Is no longer... Yeah, fair enough. Well, the French tried. They can't even siege down a fort. Okay, well, that's Napoleonic warfare for you. You can bring 14 cannons, you still don't have enough for these late game forts. And they give up. Fair enough. I do hope we at least get to see the Netherlands from Holland, though. I'm assuming Frisia is very much on their chopping block. And they have Allied Revolutionary Handbook. Oh, we are seeing a couple revolutionary. Oh my god, what is this flag? What is this flag? That is just... I feel like I want another revolution just to shoot whoever designed this flag, honestly. What? And I mean, Revolutionary Hamburg, that's at least okay. That, you know... The Revolutionary Republic of Revolutionary Hamburg. Are you sure these guys are revolutionary, by the way? Are we absolutely sure? Because they have 5 words for their name. 2 of which include revolutionary. Like, not just revolution, revolutionary, twice. The Revolutionary Republic of... I think they've gone revolutionary, guys. How's the revolution spreading, to be fair? Is it in diplomatic? Is it in political? That actually would make sense if it is in political. Oh wow, their revolution is spreading. That is... Then, well... Swabia is pretty much ready to go revolutionary already. Jesus. I mean, France is... I would say revolutionary if it wasn't for the fact they're under a personal union with Peru, but, you know, close enough. I mean, if they were just... No, that's Swabia. If Swabia was less stable, they'd be immediately going into a revolution. As for France, well, they seem to be fine for now, but yeah, if Swabia wasn't just such a paragon of stability, they'd be going revolutionary now. I guess they're just too stable. Also, congrats on saving their golden age all the way to now. Good job, although it's about to end in 3 years. Hey, and would you look at that? Deccan has formed Hindustan and are fighting the Russians. Well, somewhat poetic. Bengal is, to be fair, clinging on to dear life somehow. Unfortunately, Oirad did not make it through. They are gone. But yeah, the Hindustan-Russian conflict. I mean, Russia probably win this considering they are military hegemon, but we'll see. We'll see. But, yeah. I mean, really, Russia? Deccan, you haven't even finished Siberian frontier on your own land at this point, I mean. Congrats, to be fair, to fight Hindustan, but... Did they go for the Hindustan ideas? I'm assuming so, right? Yeah. They're quite nice. Get some GovCap, get some discipline, you get some... I don't think you get the admin efficiency in this one. This is the kind of MP one. You get the ICA, you get the good dev cost, you get the manpower. So, we'll see. Though I think Russia still has this in the bag. Oh god. The Swedes, the Danes, the Poles, the Dutch, they're all colonizing South Africa. I mean, it's poetic to some extent. It's just also really ugly. And also Friesland is grabbing Kiowa. You know what? Fair enough. And why is Poland grabbing Mombasa? I mean, it's 43 dev. I can't really blame them, but still, damn. They're grabbing Mombasa from underneath Mombasa's nose. That's cruel. And the Flemish are getting... And even Tunis is gone in on the whole colonial action. And why does Sweden own some of the Western African coasts? You know, so many questions. So many places best left without answers. Peru, though, I mean, they're going to be entering the great power territory if they're not careful. Although, I think the Haiti is safe because Swabia has entered the fray. So, good job on them for uniting this area, although I don't think we'll see a Germany, considering the Holy Roman Empire, by some miracle, is still kicking around. Though they're all voting for Sweden now. Milan is currently the emperor, but they are all voting for Sweden. And by whatever miracle Brandenburg is still alive is definitely some kind of divine intervention. Oh no, Swabia and Commonwealth are occupying Friesland. Are they going to prevent the Netherlands from forming? That would just be sad. Come on, let them have it. Wow, this is something you don't see every day. Revolutionary Iceland broke free or got released from Denmark. And now we get to see the might of Revolutionary Iceland. Or the Revolutionary Republic of Revolutionary Iceland. I don't know what it is with the revolution, but these guys are really not good with names. They've allied Rwanda, which is... I mean, I'm glad they found each other is all I will say on that one, but there we go. Revolutionary Iceland gameplay. You know what? Good job on the Icelandic efficiencies. That's all I will say. Good job on that one. Is that like a mission or something? That sounds like something that Denmark could do. Yeah, this sounds like something Denmark would have. But there we go. And remarkably, Greenland, of course, remains uncolonized. Because why would you colonize that? When you can start colonizing and competing for South Africa. Please, stop. Tunis, Muscovy, Holland, Denmark, Friesland, the Dutch, the Poles. Revolutionary Denmark. They've actually gone Revolutionary Denmark. He's the Sikher Hedge. Oh, the Dutch. What is that? Really? I mean, I feel like they use an English alphabet when they really should not be using an English alphabet. Do you know what I mean? Like, when the Poles come up with a weird name, I'm like, alright, fair enough. You should be on the Slavic alphabet. This is a bit weird, but whatever. You know, you've picked the wrong alphabet, but I respect your choices. When the Danish talk about the Sikher Hedtinget, I'm like, are you sure you're on the Latin alphabet? Like, is there not a better alphabet to represent what you're trying to say here? Also, you're revolutionary, but you have a junior partner, which is quite significant as well. I'm going to doubt the validity of your revolution, but you know what, you do you. I have to say though, I'm proud of you, Croatia. You've done good. Or at least Ragusa. Out of everyone here, I hope you're not ever big enough to get removed from the face of the map. But what you've got here, what you've achieved so far, even if it does involve a Kosovo, at least you now have a proper Kosovo, so congratulations with that. Well, to be fair, Russia didn't take too much out of Hindustan, so they're still in charge of India for the most part, although they still have a bit of a Jean-Paul thing to squeeze out. While this was happening, Russia burned down a couple of their colonies, so Jean-Paul managed to get a couple more Siberian frontiers out. But there we go. And yeah, Russia has a decent chunk of Persia now on lockdown as well, although Dutch Khorasan sadly isn't helping that, as well as Dutch Persia. Bengal's kind of migrated now. They're still vibing out here in Burma, but they're definitely very much a Burma tag with a couple of random, should we say, enclaves left. I'll go with enclave. And if you especially take a look at their culture, yeah, not that much about it, or not that much of it around in Bengal proper. Very Hindustani culture, it seems. Dear Lord, are the Canadians really spreading their way through Hindustan? Very Shia now, India as well, so this colonization. Good job for the Buddhists as well for getting control of a decent chunk of this land as well, but yeah, Orthodoxy. Well, definitely the religion take over Asia is what I will tell you, although Shinto and Catholics are also in charge of, well, Japan at this point, and poor Korea, very Shia and very Indian. I definitely didn't expect this to happen, I'll be honest with you, but here we are. Worst part is, it's Shia, it's primary culture, primary religion, Indian land. But then again, I never thought I'd see Hadramut owning that part of China. It seems like a Russian treaty port, if anything. But it's if anything, it's a Hadramut treaty port in Russian China. Even an influential power holder in the area. Good to know. Well, the deed is done. The French are finally gone for the most part. They've been annexed by Peru. Peru proudly owns, well, Peru and honestly a lot of the South America, but also very select and very specific bits of France. Poitiers may be French and Catholic, but it's a Peru core. Verdun is a Peru province, as is of course Barrois. You might think it's a Provence territory, you are wrong. This Lorraine is rightful Peruvian clay. And also, for some reason, Barrois is where we produce fur again. God damn it, woman. The trade goods are really messed up. But I guess it's part of the colonization. Well, unfortunately, Tuscany definitely going on the back burner now. With, I mean, Ferrara just popping out of Milan there, but yeah. Milan has decided that they're going to be going for Italy, which, hey, at least is going to add a new colour to the center area, but can they actually form the thing? No, they took everything apart. Really? They're not Catholic, right? Oh my god, they're Catholic. They're going to release the Pope as well. Oh my god. They're definitely going to release the Pope. Absolutely going to release the Pope. And why didn't you take the one other province you to form Italy? Oh god, you annoy me so much, Milan. We could have had a different colour on the map. We could have been happy. Yet look where we are. We now have to wait for the second war with Tuscany. I definitely feel like the Swedish are the real winners. This kind of weird colonization is they have Swedish South Africa, Swedish Egypt, and the most random bits of land unimaginable on the goddamn planet. Like, why does Sweden own this random island? Why? Come on, Sweden. And do I even want to know why the Polish wanted to take Australia? Really, I kind of forgot about Australia and see that it's split up, carved up between Hindustan Australia and Polish Australia. Of course, the Polish Catholics and the Shia Indians, that's the two groups that are going to get really well along over in Australia. Well, at least Hindustan Australia have got, you know, New Zealand on the wraps, but damn. A cursed world to live in. Of course, a world where Sweden has taken themselves a couple of holiday homes in the Pacific Islands. And Friesland starts to own really random things like Wake as well. And why does Commonwealth own Guam? Why does Commonwealth? Why is Polish Guam a thing? Again, always best to stop asking questions. Like, how is Bengal still alive? The answer is because Bengal's the best. They're the real winner of the campaign. Alright. Is Holland ever going to invade Friesland? Because by the looks of it, I think Poland's going to be taking this land from them sooner rather than later. I mean, come on, Holland. You literally have claws on their neck. And it's cause you're not going to lose because they're Dutch. Well, you're going to lose in 1801 actually, but still. Like, they're right there, go for it. Haiti, why did you invade Texas? Or a very weird part of Texas? I feel like I've only just noticed that. How long have you had this? Again, some things better, just better off without answers. I still love how the Huastek are still kicking around here. By some sheer miracle. Mesoamerican tech group and all that, and they are just fine being chilling. No, Hindustan, no, not Bengal. A shame, really, a shame. They're even a tributary state of Dive yet, but I don't think it's going to keep them alive, unfortunately. Yeah, and this massive Russian army inside India tells me they probably had a war quite recently as well. One that I've yet again missed, but there's so many of these quick blitzkriegs, and honestly, half the time they rush through and move their troops back out of the country. They just kind of leave them there until the next war starts. Oh, and for the record, Hindustan does indeed rule the waves. So the next time that Russia and Hindustan fights, one of them is losing hegemon. And something tells me they're going to be fighting, well, before the game ends, that's for sure. It's still weird to me how no one's taken economic hegemon, even though that's by far the easiest hegemon to take as a player. Like, naval and mill hegemon gets to be taken quite a bit later. Is it because Russia's the highest income, maybe? Let's take a look at Commonwealth, because they haven't got hegemon. So we'll be able to see if they're highest income. No, they are highest income, they just don't have 1,000 ducats. That's incredible, actually. The Commonwealth, that AI's managed to hit 1 million troops and 250 heavies, or 250 ships, before it's managed to hit 1k income. This is 1746 as well. Like, the Industrial Revolution all that is in full swing. People have furnaces. Well, I take it back. It's 1749. Milan still has not released the Pope. I've been keeping kind of an eye on that. I mean, Tuscany's managed to go revolutionary, and it's become a revolutionary Ferrara has now become a vassal of them, to be fair, but insofar, so good. Unfortunately, 749 does mean that 1750 is approaching. So apart from Peru getting their revolutionary zealots in the most inconvenient place possible for them, 1750 is going to be here soon, which means one of these 8 is going to go. And 1st of January, there we go, flawless. So, taking a look at our list again, no one sneaked in, no one really sneaked out as far as I'm concerned. But hey, Milan's on their list now, so maybe that's what you get for no form in Italy. With that said, Hindustan, Russia, Commonwealth, and Denmark, I'm not going to bother revolutionary things, are top of our list. So, Hindustan, Russia. Congrats on India to come into the top, by the way. Hindustan, Russia, Commonwealth and Denmark, followed by Holland, Aragon, Milan, and Dai Viet bring up the rear. Well, with that all said and done, who's going to be eliminated today? Let's find out. Let the wheel speak. Because the wheel has chosen... Oh boy, the wheel has chosen Poland, or the Commonwealth, to be removed today. That is a big choice by the wheel, that's for sure. And that does mean that... Does that mean, wait, are we actually going to see a Spain? Because Holland can't click that, neither can Revolutionary think that if Aragon can click Sevilla to colonize it, they might have it at time. Let's check debug mode. PLC indeed. PLC. You are going to be, well, let's probably get this thing back. So just looking at the wheel right now. Yep. So if the Aragonese get Sevilla first, they'll actually be able to form Spain and proclaim themselves the winner of whatever the hell this was. But they're gone. It's pretty beautiful to some extent. I mean, Poland just got deleted again. And there's no more Francis to take advantage of that. And whatever the hell this is, well, I think Croatia and the Seljuks are about to have a field day. But here's my question. It's who gets to Sevilla first? And it's Aragon. Aragon got there. Which means, of course, once they're at peace and once they own Sevilla, they can finally form Spain. Aragon, despite all of these major setbacks, is going to be the true successor. Milan, of course, is also immediately coming. Because they're one of the few that can Siberian frontier still, and they've cut off Swabia as well. So Italy is going to grow, and Croatia is absolutely having a field day. Russia as well is going to get a huge amount of free stuff. Sweden, I don't think so, but yeah, as well. Bohemia, oof. And the Seljuks, they're going to get a whole bunch of their stuff back as well. It does mean that some of their colonies, like Rhodes, are back up for grabs, as well as whatever the hell's going on here. And their new things, like their colonies over, their colonies out there in South Africa are also up for grabs. It's quite a big deletion, and yeah, Pegu really, Bengal hanging on for dear life at this point. But yeah, the Commonwealth is gone, and the, well, I guess Brandenburg definitely isn't happening because Aragon immediately takes this opportunity to colonize, well, their little bit of Prussia. Fair enough to them. But yeah, once this is done, and it will be done soon enough, we'll have Spain. Please, Peru, please do not release France. That is all I ask of you. Commonwealth, how are you back? Commonwealth, how are you back? Why are you Icelandic? Commonwealth, how have you done this? You are the Holy Roman Emperor. No, it's the Empire. What? How? But they are, of course, Polish, but I don't understand how they did that. Much like France, they also refused to die. That's incredible. You know what, Poland or Commonwealth, respect for you. You refuse to go out. You are also probably going to be trying to grab Paris back, which honestly, fair enough. 44 dev, but still, damn. And Frisian, yep, of course. Russia's having a field day. They're going to get a whole bunch of their land back. I mean, the fact they haven't Siberian frontiered outside of their capital is mighty concerning, but I guess they probably have a dip shortage? No, just a can't be bothered to click the button shortage, it seems. Well, eventually they'll wake up and realize, oh right, we can Siberian frontier Poland. I mean, Colonial has certainly been going for it, and I see that Seljuks were getting a new border between the Croats and the Seljuks. This definitely seems very MP to me. You don't tend to see these tags around, but here we go. Sorry, what's been done to Taiwan? It's owned by Hadramut, Sweden, and Flanders. And the Flanders are... Flanders also animist, and have accepted the Polynesians, while the Swedish and the Hadramutians have not done that. How is Flanders... Flanders? You're actually animist. You've been kicked out of Flanders, haven't you? You've been kicked out of Flanders proper. Where is your capital, Mr. Flanders? Where is it? Because you do own the most random provinces on the planet, that's for sure. Let me take into like Tondo and then click on your flag just so I... That is your capital. Your capital is South... You know what? Fair enough. Flanders, enjoy that. I mean, still a bit better than whatever the hell's going on here. Frisian Eastern Europe. Aragonese Crimea. Of which Holland owns Theodoro. The Commonwealth is back, though, in the Baltic. They've seemingly colonized a bit of France and said, you know what? We're coming home, boys. And I have to respect that, that's for sure. Even though Aragon has insisted that we are indeed going to be keeping Riga. Good job. They are, I think, done with Sevilla. They are indeed done with Sevilla. So they are ready to press the button. However, they are unfortunately also fighting... Why? Aragon, why? Do you even have any troops going towards them? Not really. Oh. You have a navy I just saw move. Are they actually going to do a successful naval invasion? 45k men, I mean, they are going for it. Don't think it's going to be anywhere near enough for Mombasa, but... By the looks of things, it might be. Where the hell is the Mombasa army? You have 25,000 ducats in the bank. Where is the Mombasa army? It sieged out the Aragonese colonies in... You know, the AI really never fails to disappoint. What is your plan about this? Mombasa? Mombasa, anyone home? I don't think anyone's home. I don't think anyone's home. I really don't think anyone's home. Oh, they're immediately carpet sieging. Good job. And you're going to use that 3k to prevent any carpet sieges? They're going to be a no. Okay. Where are you? Do you want to get the other fort? Maybe? No, you want to take out the... Fair enough. I mean, that's your land you want on siege. Good job. You've done it. Whereabouts to now? What are you doing with your 43,000? Oh, you've landed more men. Fair enough, I did not see those. Huh. I mean, I've seen Mombasa taking this opportunity to march some of their troops home. They are indeed. Yeah, there we go. There they come. There they come. Was that going to be too little too late? Have the AI actually successfully pulled off a naval invasion? Did I just watch that happen? That's incredible. The AI never does anything, even remotely cool like that. It'd be a really big shame if Aragon does all this, still doesn't have time to form Castile at the end, and then gets removed by the... I mean, you better get your peace deal soon, because by the looks of things, yeah. Yeah, that's not looking too well for you. Aragon in terms of combat ability. Well, Aragon, I don't know what your genius plan is. You've let them unsiege your entire land, and your 43,000 is about to become a sacrificial lamb to the to the Mombasans. Which, by the way, still do not own a Mombasan. That's owned by Ajuran. Not looking too good for you. I'm not sure what your plan is. But I guess we'll see it soon enough. The answer is you're going to run away very passionately. You know what? Fair enough. And why exactly are you fighting Tuscany? Oh, you've been caught into that by. Fair enough. I think when both these wars end, then we're going to see a... Though it depends how much fight, you know, the Croatians are going to put into this. Yeah, I'm really not sure how the Commonwealth managed to pop back out here and then start immediately going back for their core lands, but congratulations are in order, that's for sure. And hey, Riga's glass now, that's actually quite a good trade good for it. Oh god, it's revolutionary Milan. Are we going to see revolutionary Italy? I mean, they've kind of already got the flag sorted, to be fair. They're Italy in all but name and colour. Oh, they've pieced out Mombasa. Good job for them. Are they ready to form Spain then? Yeah, just need to be at peace and they are ready for that. Hopefully they get that done before in the next 11 years, but... It might be a long one. Depends how much the Croatians are willing to fight. By the looks of it, a decent chunk at the moment. Unfortunately, yeah, not... The Tuscans themselves look at it very well, but not well enough. I think Milan is going to be able to unite Italy here, but we'll see. Again, if Croatia pulls something just out of the back pocket. Big battle here happening up north. Quality seems about equal on both ends, but yeah, defending a mountain helps. Is Austria in on this? They are actually in on this, fair enough. Austria's still doing things, albeit not very well. And, oh, why has Swabia joined this? Ah, that's not good. They just great power intervene. I think they just did. Well, that's definitely going to change things. Don't know if Aragon can pull this one back out, though. They're definitely going to have a lot more of their troops involved. Like, this definitely looks like to me like a player Aragon just not sending their troops in. Kind of poetic, to be honest. Here's my real question then. When the hell is the Dutch going to invade Friesland? I want to see the Netherlands fall. But no. No, Bengal, what's left of you? The 4 provinces. I think Hindustan is finally putting an end to you, Bengal. You survived for way longer than you should have, Bengal. But you know what? Death in December 1765. I respect that, Bengal. I'm happy I backed you. You know what? I know that I think that Hindustan is probably not going to let you live after this one. No, not looking good, unless it's maybe like Tibet or something. But end of the day, you did good. You did good early, and you gave me a dream. And why the hell does Zaitai still exist in this province? You know what? Less questions, the better. But yeah, Hindustan finally putting an end to you. Fair enough. You know what, Aragon? Fair enough. You've actually shown up to this front. I respect it. You are helping out your brothers in arms, although I'm not sure how much this kind of half commitment is going to get you. I mean, you've definitely started moving a bunch of units, but there's still a lot of troops just vibing out there in the desert. Also, if La Plata pops off, then I think that Spain just could be out the window if they declare war, because that's going to take you forever to fight. I just really want to see Italy and Spain form. I just don't want to see the thread, I'll be honest. And you know what, Haiti? God damn it, you deserve it. Economic hegemon Haiti. How? How have you done it, Haiti? Yet, true miracle workers. How much of that is gold? Not even that much. You are making bank off the Caribbean. And you know what? Good job for you, Haiti. Not quite the English Channel levels of 300 ducats, but that's a very impressive trade node nonetheless, Haiti. Good job. Go build the Panama Canal. You've invaded Mexico, you deserve it. Oh, beautiful. Honestly stunning. Good job, Haiti. I'm proud of you. You did not give up when Denmark invaded you early, and you made that beautiful comeback. Well, Aragon's pushing Swabia now, even though the Swabians are very concentrated in Italy. It's kind of almost a siege race. Let's see if they're going to be smart enough to peace out sooner rather than later. I mean, the war goal is getting invaded by the Croats and very overstacked in the process. They have sold that. I do love how this fort is technically providing zone of control, even though it literally does not exist yet, as it is uncolonized. But it is what it is. And the real question is, how the hell has Saluzzo survived so long without Saluzzo? But you know what, all these things, probably best off we don't ask questions, as always. The Aragonese had been decided to change focus to relieve their friends. Fair enough to them. But yeah, Bengal is gone. Rest in peace, Bengal. You are definitely one of the ones I was, backing from the start. A lot of people are back that are actually just straight up gone. Zimbabwe and Mutapa, they're gone. Tunis, I mean, for some whatever reason, has decided to replace them. Bengal, you're gone. Rest in peace. Oirat, I thought it'd be beautiful, made a comeback. It did not. It survived for way too long, but it did not make a comeback. Portugal got deleted. England, I was inherently backing and it got deleted really early. That's a rip. Yeah, definitely back to, you know, back to a lot of the bad peeps. But at the end of the day, I have to say, Haiti, I was very happy when you popped out, and you did not disappoint, Haiti. You are truly the economic mastermind of this entire world. Somehow you're even still gaining progress, which is a miracle in itself. The largest economy. I guess with Poland gone, you had that open for you. Croatia, going from Ragusa, also great respect for that. And Sweden, you know what? I'm just happy to see you in places now. Because things like Swedish Egypt, and initially I was not happy with it, but you know what? Swedish Egypt, you've convinced me. You've convinced me. Aragon, you going to spend your admin points, or you're just going to sit on them? Fair enough, I guess it's a bit focused on the wall. Well, they better get the thing wrapped up by 1775, because if Aragon gets deleted before they can form Spain, that's going to be very disappointing. I mean, it's already 33 war score, so it's looking interesting, but we'll see what happens. They're now trying to push into Croatia, while Swabia's taken over the north of it. I mean, the thing is with Croatia, they've been growing strong with all of this free dev. They've just been grabbing through Siberian frontiers, right? All of this land is also their right religion, right culture, Dalmatian Protestant. It's beautiful for them. They even grabbed the gold mine of Hont as well, although Hont is actually just a cattle mine, for those that are unaware. Remarkably, Cheb, I think, has maintained their gold monopoly, as has the gold mine of Intal, which is, of course, the Austrian capital and always will be. Because that is how the Austrians survive in the gold mines. But, like, come on. Revolutionary Milan. Surely can go to the Tuscans and just... Ah! It's an anti-revolutionary war. Well... that might take them a while. That one might take them a while. Wait, why? They can't. They're also revolutionary. They can't dismantle the revolution. Paradox? What have you done? Paradox. What have you done? I mean, eventually, I mean, Croatia's on medium. Swabia's already on medium. Utrecht, sorry, is on medium. Surely, eventually, they'll dip out of it, right? Surely. If Aragon gets deleted before they get Spain, just because they stayed in this war, I'm going to be sad. Not gonna. Like, they literally just need to be at peace to press the funny button and be Spain and proclaim victory over their conquest of Iberia. But here we are. Surely they wrap it up in 5 years, right? And no new big war starts in the process. Is that it? Is that the peace deal? They did the thing. They took it. They took the province. They can form Italy. They just need to core it. They actually won, the bastards. Beautiful. And the Aragonese just haven't pressed the button. Why have they not pressed the button? Oh, Aragon, do you just not want to form Spain? That would be poetic after all of this, just waiting for them to form it. They just don't. Oh, that's beautiful. That's beautiful indeed. Maybe they're just really thinking about it, you know? Do we want to become Spanish? Or are we happy with our Aragonese heritage? Are we happy just pissing off lemon cake by being the same colour as every goddamn other thing on this planet? Did they just... Why did they... Italy? Italy? What are you doing? Why? The AI is going to be the death of me, I swear. Also, come on, Aragon. Just press the button. Just press the button, goddammit. You can't do a union with Portugal. You know you... You know you just do it. Well, at least the Commonwealth has been relatively cleaned up, and hey, Iceland managed to maintain their grasp of that province, although they seem to be a Russian vassal now. And no longer revolutionary, it's just Iceland. The temptation to tag into Aragon and just make them press the buttons through the roof, but That would not be a true AI only, would it? So, I'm afraid this Aragon that can form it exists. And hey, to be fair, at the moment they can pretend to own all of Iberia. Instead, they just don't have to worry about this whole Denmark existing. And they're immediately back off to the invasion of Katsina. Well, this one at least they should be able to win, although next time you declare it, maybe have your troops locally in the area. And you know what, Haiti? I doubted you why this would be called Haiti Amazonia, but you know what, you've actually expanded into Amazonia. So good job on that. I mean, you are now in charge of a bunch of Dutch people, but you know, it's all the sacrifices we have to make. Haiti really had everything figured out from the start. When they called their colony in Mexico, Haiti and Amazonia, that was all just future planning for when they would eventually actually take over Brazil. Meanwhile, Peru has decided to proclaim their dominance over South America and rule it in some kind of Peruvian nationalist wet dream. Now, I don't know if this is part of the Swedish nationalist wet dream, but Swedish South Africa, that's certainly a thing as well. I hope they enjoy it. And hey, I think they have... Do they have the coal province? They do. They do have the coal province. Have they furnished it? They have. So congratulations, Sweden. This desert coal, it's 33 development. The revolution is fully present. And goddammit, are you happy to make money from your South African colony? Pretty remarkable to me how much of, well, the Commonwealth has been able to recover by just recolonizing it the moment that they popped back out into existence. Quite impressive, to be honest. So, you know what? Outside of the French that refused to die and then ended up getting annexed by Peru, and for the record, Peru is still holding on to a touch of Italy. A touch of France. Congratulations, Peru. The Commonwealth really went out swinging. They said, yep, we will make our capital in core, and we will use that to rebuild our glorious Commonwealth land. With that said, 1775 is rapidly approaching. It is October, and it's going to be November, December, and then the first soon. So we'll have to find out which one of these beautiful 8 great powers is going to be purged again. Unfortunately now, so many wonderful things entering the list, Swabia being one of them. And we now have 3 of them being hegemons as well. But there it is, there's December. Let's get ready. Can we pull it off on the 1st again? That we can. Flawlessly done. If I can get the last one in 1800s, that would be beautiful, because I'm terrible at getting the 1st in January, but I'm important this amazingly. Anyway, our list today is Russia, Hindustan, Holland, Revolutionary Denmark. So, Russia has taken over Hindustan back. And who else do we have? Hindustan, Holland. Hindustan, Holland. Followed by Denmark, yep. Aragon, Milan. Oh, I need to stop clicking that. Followed by Haiti. And of course, Swabia. Well, the wheel, it is almost your last choice. 2 countries left for the wheel to eliminate, and the one that's going to be gone today is going to be none other than, of course, there's terrible suspense, I should have clicked it before, but it's going to be none other than Swabia. The wheel does not like the Germans succeeding, it refuses. It was not happy that Swabia intervened in the prevention of Italy, and it decided that we are better off without Swabia. So Swabia has been removed. There's the results for you to see again. And I've just realized I've been showing you the wheel. My apologies. There is Swabia. It's gone. At Cologne. Dortmund is unfortunately going to be growing. And hey, Austria. Austria's finally expanding. They did their time. They were ready for this. They were ready to grow. They are ready to face. They're ready to face this new German post-Swabian world. Whatever that may look like. Truly beautiful, but there we go. Milan is going to expand into this Germany. Even Mainz is going to have a relatively good time. As well as, is this Revolutionary Nuremberg? It is indeed Revolutionary Nuremberg. There we go. True art. Commonwealth has almost refilled itself, to some extent by itself, so good job. Did I even look at the culture map mode at this point? Well, it's very Czech and Polish. And a lot of Catalans, and definitely a concerning amount of Swedes. The Muscovites are everywhere. Jesus wept, the Muscovites are everywhere. I mean, I don't know how happy the Muscovites are over there in Tibet, but they're there in Tibet. Congratulations. And there's still a couple of them in Haiti. I don't know how happy they are being over there in Panama, but you know what? At least they're warm with the ones in Tibet. The Turks doing their things. The Dalmatians are all over the shop, as are a bunch of the other Italians. The Catalans are massive. these throughout Europe, as are the Dutch, weirdly enough. Tunis is the actual sleeper culture colonizer, because they kind of did it quite late. They haven't got that many colonies, but you know what? The Tunisians in Peru, I'm sure they're fitting right in. And here's the real question, the Danes. The Danes are everywhere as well. Weird Danish holdings, a couple Swedes as well being next to them. Yeah, very Danish America is what I was saying. But there we go, in 1800 we will see our last tag being removed. I wonder who that is. That does mean that everyone else has kind of survived the list. Croatia is back on the Great Powers list. Haiti has moved up to 7th, so congratulations. Milan is up there, Aragon is up there, still hasn't formed, Spain, but I guess it doesn't need to. And there we go. Honestly, good job to QQ as well for getting the Seljuks out. Is Swabia back again? God damn it, these new tags refuse to die, don't they? Swabia is back. And still refusing to go revolutionary. I think that's the issue with rebels, the new tags, if they do ever just pop out or get released, then yeah, they are. And they are massive, and they can immediately kind of regrow back in their territory. Poland's the only one that's done that at least somewhat successfully, and then we have the Commonwealth Baltic, but yeah. Well, Hungary at least is getting fully Croatian in the process. And there's just not much left. Russia has managed to squeeze out a lot of this land, although Frisia has managed to make out like a bandit as well, and even Aragon's grabbed themselves a bit of Crimea, although Holland's taken Theodora. Medina has been kicked out of, well, Medina, but it has got Mecca still, so congrats, and by some miracle still holding on to the holy sites. Truly is the claim of being a custodian, although the revolution is present in Jerusalem. That is... you know what? That's definitely an old history time for another day. But there we go. Does mean, however, that Milan has the leisure to integrate Tuscany at their nearest convenience, and I'm assuming they will sooner rather than later. Because, yeah, they can annex them in 1780, so in 2 years. And, well, their opinion will probably get there by the end of it. Although ease the tension is ticking down. Denmark and Russia, another war. What's this one over? The Russian Belenese, yeah, I don't know why they're fighting over Bali, but congratulations. The Russians are fighting over Bali. Where even is Bali? Huh. Fair enough. Oh, it's a vassal of Denmark. Russia went in against Bali and is now fighting down. You know what, Russia? I'm gonna stop questioning your genius because you're doing quite well at this game. Oh, I guess you do also own Simba. Maybe you just want to have a nice little holiday spot in Bali. It is 38 development. Quite a spicy province. Maybe that's you just trying to get yourself a resort before the game ends. Fair enough. Although Hindustan has also been very much going into this area as well. Remarkable how Brunei has basically AFK'd this entire campaign. Putting some depth in it. That's about it. And Christ, the revolution is all the way in Brunei? That's concerning. Let's take a look at the political map mode. How bad is this revolution? Honestly, not that bad. I thought it'd be worse considering it's in Brunei, but... very spread throughout Europe, and the Seljuk Empire, and Mongolia, and Africa, but... not too well throughout the New World, and definitely got their little grasp over a lot of Europe in the process, that's for certain. In what other setting would you ever hear the phrase, the revolution in Denmark is sieging out London from the Russians? I feel like no other situation would ever that lend itself to. Where you have a situation where a revolution in Denmark is occupying London, which is Muscovite Orthodox, from the Russians. Or at least about to, before... okay, they got some revolutionary zealots, but those got sorted very quickly. And I think they're about to get it here. I don't think the Russians have any troops in the area, so... London is about to fall to the Danes. It will no longer be in Russian hands. This campaign is art. I think I've created art today, and I think I'm not happy with what I've done. There it is though, London has fallen to the Danes. Is it really 10 ships versus 15? Do neither of you guys have any more navies to put locally in the area? I mean, I guess the Danes don't need any more troops, but they don't need any more ships, but still. Finally, the random 70,000 they have to keep in Lincolnshire are finally being useful. Which is, of course, Danish and Protestant. Ah, those were just transports, fair enough. Or at least what was left of that fleet. And here's where the main fighting's taking place. Makes sense. I mean, Russia may have a lot of troops, I'm not underestimating that. 1.2 million, but Denmark has a lot to throw at them as well, especially when you include their colonies. Should probably bother to come over at this point. Yeah, they only almost have 1 million themselves. So it's by no means a free win for Russia. We'll see what comes of it. In terms of war participation, it's just Russia and Ireland against Denmark and their massive colonial empire. Are they coming over? No. In fact, Denmark has like 60,000 garrison they're not using. Fair enough. Oh god, what? They just peace out. They did just peace out. Denmark, what have you... Why? Denmark, why? Why have you taken half of Iceland? And you know what, Denmark, you do you. But damn, I question many of your choices. Not even the good half of Iceland, the 8 dev part of it, okay. Iceland owns half of Iceland now. I really feel like Scotland's the real winner here, because they've just kind of AFK'd on this super prospering state for like the majority of their state. They've been reduced down to by England at the start. England got deleted, and they've just been chilling in the Shetlands with their Norwegian chaps just for the entire campaign. I think Scotland's the real winner. I mean, look at them. Look at them. No worries about the revolution. 9 ducats of income, so a stable economy. And when I checked, I believe they had literally no friends and no allies. So they're not getting dragged into any wars. Yep. No one's invaded them, they're not invading anyone else. They are just chilling in the Shetlands. Good job, Scotland. But there we go. The Commonwealth has for the most part been cleaned up by the Commonwealth, Aragon, Bohemia, Friesland, and Russia. So there we go. Russia's gotten a huge amount of free land from this setting. Because they got a bunch of Mughal free stuff. They got a whole bunch of Commonwealth free stuff. They've just been roaching a lot of the kills, for lack of a better word. Well, fair enough to them. I mean, if you're talking about the masters of free art, it's Aragon. They didn't really make a comeback. They just kind of colonized their way back. And I guess, for whatever reason, they are refusing to form Spain militarily. Does the AI just not want to press this button? I guess so. Are you going to annex Tuscany, Milan? You're well under GovCap. You can form Italy when you do. You gonna do it? I'm just gonna have them around. I guess they just want to piss me off with their terrible map colors the whole time. I mean, Friesland still hasn't formed there. They're gonna lose their cause at this rate. Yeah, in 1800, they're actually gonna genuinely lose their cause. Impressive, if anything. How is the Holy Roman Empire still around? I guess the Swedes are just great at keeping it together, although half the electors are literally revolutionary. Swabia's back to being an elector as well. You know what? I respect that. You know, I did think that the Dutch would want to colonize South Africa, but I never thought they'd colonize this part of South Africa instead. It's certainly an interesting choice. Who the hell have they grabbed as a vassal? Rwanda. Fair enough. I guess their alliance with Iceland didn't last, but there we go. Mombasa, though, they could beat back the Aragonese, but I think Ajuran is a bit too much for them. Which makes sense considering they owned Mombasa, so I think that's that chapter finally coming to an end. Ajuran truly is the real winner there. And Dongolia has done great fighting the Ethiopians. That's for certain. What's remarkable to me is that the capital of Holland, the great site of their empire, is still Limerick. Limerick is the place where the this kind of weird amalgamation of Holland, English, whatever the hell's gone on, has been built. This is the city of the world's desire. 58 development. I'm not sure if it's the highest their province, but it's up there. Well, I guess Friesland may have bitten a bit too much off they can chew, though. Croatia's going to put a stop to this, or whatever's going on here. Although, weirdly enough, it's Holland that's also going to be taking that over. That does, however, tell me that, yep, they are fighting over here. So this is the chance. This is the chance for for Holland to actually grab their cause back and form the Netherlands. Only they're instead focusing their front on where? Where is the Dutch army, and why is it not in the Netherlands? And why are they instead relying on the Croatians to siege for them? You don't need this in Britain. Get to France. Get to fighting. Go form the Netherlands. Go do your thing. I know you want to do it. I know you've been itching to press this button as much as I have. You see that beautiful non-beige red color, but come on. You're gonna have to actually fight this, right? You can't rely on the Croatians to do everything for you, surely. I mean, they will do it all eventually, don't get me wrong, but definitely have the troop counts here, but still. Keeping a lot of troops home for no reason. And this war's over Cuba. Cuba, really? Okay. Fair enough. You focus on that front then. You focus on that front. Poor Dutch East Africa. I guess we're war over colonies more than anything at this point, but there we go. Okay, they finally landed some boys. Fair enough, they're actually landing here. Normally you'd send more than 15k at a time, but it seems to be working for them. At least I'd like to think that you do, but... There we go, don't split them up, you only have 30,000, like... Okay, never mind. Alright, okay. I love the AI's decision making sometimes, that's for sure. Now Croatia going to engage them over here? Looks like you want to. I mean, you are going to go for it. Good job. There you go. Now here's my real question to you, Mr. Netherlands. Do you, for the love of God, desire those provinces? Because if you don't desire those provinces, I swear. Okay, you do. I mean, you desire a lot of stuff on English Channel, to be fair. Let's hope you actually take them. I mean, it's quite expensive to take. You're going to need 4 of them to form it, but still. I'd like to see at least one formable today, even if you're just going to... Even if Milan's going to refuse to annex Tuscany to form Italy. It's weird to see Croatia go from the anti-formable power to the one that's enabling it, but here we are, I guess. With that said, though, 1790, so we're 10 years away from our final purge. We have the last 20 years to see how the game plays out. I guess, again, just to say, outside of this little bit of Friesland, look at you, Haiti. Right? Now Haiti, Central America. Perfect name placement. You've got very nice thin borders with Peru. You know, nothing to complain about. Maybe a bit to here, but I'm being finicky. You've left a native alive to remember where you came from. You've been beating up the Dutch, the Danish, always a noble task. You made a massive comeback, and if I'm not mistaken, yeah, not only have you claimed the hegemon, you also built up quite a bit. By far, the best performance has been out of Haiti in terms of just the sheer comeback of the century kind of thing. Economic hegemon, almost put it out. Got all your things going, making bank from the Caribbean. Look at you go, Haiti. Never change. Have the Netherlands done it? Or don't tell me they still need the boss. No, surely. They just need to be at peace. They just need to be at peace. And we will see the Netherlands, I hope, if they press the button. Please. Please, you've basically won it. It's just Cuba. It's you have all the troops there. Right? Yeah, you've basically already won this war. Croatian Rwanda, they're overkill. We finally get to see a Netherlands. Out of the country that, by the way, got evicted out of the Dutch. They got kicked out, they got invaded away, and then they settled in Ireland and built up their power base in England to then return triumphantly to hopefully form the Netherlands, right? You will press the button, right? Once you're at peace, right? Right? Look at them, they're still going for those occupations. Wow, that fort is going to take you actually a while to siege, Jesus. Maybe send some cannons on there or something, that'll be... Well, please don't tell me you're waiting for Adjuran to be set or something. So you're waiting here for a while. 77 war score. You've got the war goal. You've got Cuba. Surely it's now a foregone conclusion. Surely. That the Netherlands will actually form. In their many constituent forms. And then we'll get the events like Friesland joins the Republic. And why does Aragon own Oversticht? You know what? They haven't formed Spain, but they know they're Spanish because they are over there. Come on, Dutch. 79 war score. You are ready for that peace deal, aren't you? You are ready to press the button. Surely. Please don't tell me you are actually genuinely waiting for this siege. Okay, no, they've pieced out. Adjuran has even pieced out. You can get so many more occupations. Even Rwanda's probably the... Why is Rwanda the only one? 7 years, 7-year margin, surely. 80 war score. You've breached the walls. You're honestly quite lucky they're not selling out with their 10k men because they might have an actual chance against your 14. Oh, there's cannons actually. They went on. But still. Surely. Surely you'd press the button. Surely you want to form the Netherlands. I mean, I don't know why Aragon doesn't want to form Spain, but surely you want to form the Netherlands, right? Look at that. You're even making progress on that siege. You might even win it sooner rather than later. -7. 14, come on. The end is in sight. Don't let them unsiege the capital, come on. You're not even know your Netherlands yet. Okay, sure, yeah, stab him. You can do it. You can do it. Yeah, none of you have a general, but I guess that doesn't matter. There you go. 88 war score. Max war score from battle's already been hit. 49. Okay, that's it. That's the final 14 progress roll. You can't get any more progress. Surely you win on it now. Unless you breach, but... No, disease outbreak. Alright, fair enough. You know, you can't win on that one. That's fair. No, don't walk off the siege. What are you doing? Did they actually just walk off the siege? God damn it. They are actually bullying me right now. They actually walked off the siege. Oh my god, that is such an AI moment. They walked off the siege. You don't even need it. Just take any peace deal. You take a white peace deal, give them half of your colonial possessions. Just form the Netherlands, please. Oh, I am a desperate man. This is what the AIs reduced me to. They walked off the siege again. God damn it. They were literally on max progress on the siege and they randomly walked off for apparently zero reason. I mean, they're going to unconquer you soon enough. Oh my god, they're walking off the siege again. It's 71, so they're going to make like zero progress as well. It's 49. You get 1.8 more from taking from Cuba. There you go. There's the peace deal. And you've done it. You've formed it. You've formed the Netherlands. You did the thing. Finally, you saw another pink tag. It's red. Are you going to see Friesland and stuff join you? Oh... I mean, haven't really done many of your missions, to be fair, because only said you united the lowlands, and, I mean, you've kind of done the Glorious Revolution, just not the part of it that matters, so congratulations. And you've merely gone back to war, but you know what? You did it. You formed the Netherlands, and for that, congratulations. Beautiful. This is less beautiful. This is a lot less beautiful now, actually, but you know what? At least I can tell what countries there are now, a bit more. It's just going to be Denmark, Milan and Aragon that are this awful colour. And to be fair, if Spain formed as yellow, then, well, it's a different shade of yellow, so it would have been okay, but damn. It really was the beginning of the end of the dominance of the red tags. Hopefully one of the red tags, that's going to be either something like Denmark or Milan or Aragon, get deleted here. Honestly, Aragon, for refusing to form Spain, I think they deserve to die here. So the real winner from the start is going to be nothing. But, of course, I don't dictate this, the wheel does. So we'll find out who the wheel considers worthy. And if it's Haiti, then so be it. I do hope Haiti is able to hit. No, someone's making more money than probably than the Netherlands, to be honest. Oh, if Haiti was only able to hit 100% hegemon power, they may have been at one point. May have missed it. But still, beautiful performance by Haiti. Couldn't ask for more. But yeah, 5 years to go before the last final deletion. April is here, so we are approaching our final year before the final wheel purge as it stands. That will be, I believe, how many? 16 countries, so 15 at the moment, 16 in total that would have been purged by the wheel. The wheel has suddenly been ruthless today. I do wonder who is going to pick. Who is it going to be their final tribute? Are they finally going to punish Russia for the hubris of holding London? Or is it going to unconfirm my hypothesis that, you know, holding London is the fall of all empires? The list of tags is quite substantial as far as their options go. India will be a big one removed, Netherlands especially. They achieved their goals and can go. Russia will be... I don't think it's going to get recolonized in 20 years, so I will say. Denmark will be quite a funny one, to be fair. A lot of the colonies will go free, that's for sure. Aragon will be poetic because they refuse to form Spain. Haiti will be just sad. Milan, honestly, I'll take because they refuse to form Italy and annex their tag. And Croatia will also be quite sad. But we'll see. It is not up to me to pick after all. It is up for the wheel. And the wheel will be deciding in 2 months. For it is November now. And I'm really hoping I can pull off that pause. To get all pauses done perfectly. But yeah, I mean... Aragon, they had the option to form it. The whole time. They can press the button. They're not doing it though. Let's find out though. There we go. The perfect pause, 1800. I got off every single pause here, I'm very happy. With that said though, Let's take a look at our great powers list. Take out of them. Take out of Aragon. We have Hindustan, Netherlands, Russia, Denmark. So, Hindustan, Netherlands, Russia, Denmark. That's our top 4. Followed by Aragon, Haiti, Milan, Croatia. So, Mr. Wheel, decide our fortune. Who will it be? Who will be our final sacrifice? And the will was spoken. Their decision? The wheel is a cruel god. The wheel is a cruel god indeed. I've just realized I didn't show you Cuba after deleting it. I didn't show you Haiti. Unfortunately, it's as ugly as it looks. Even Hindustan's making a landing. My apologies, 1802. I spent like 5 minutes talking about like the great travesty that was the Haiti deletion, and didn't realize I was talking to you over the wheel. Oops. Anyway, so that's probably cut for the most part. But yeah, Haiti is gone. It went from 300 ducats in Caribbean to, well, now it's recovered to almost 30, 35, but back then it was like 20. Everyone in their mother is colonizing it back, including Tunisia and Haiti. But there we go, the Poles, the Sweden, the Dutch. I think it's poetic that the Poles have finally made it back to Haiti, but yeah. It is a sacrifice that we all had to be in vain. Haiti died so others could live. Even their final act in the 1800s was an act that was incredibly honorable. It was also beautiful. It was also united by Haiti. And now it's just going to be awful. It's going to make me want to make my eyes bleed. Taking us from us too soon, but it's what Haiti would have wanted. Haiti would have wanted to make the ultimate final sacrifice, so the other nations could walk. They were put on this planet with a purpose, and Haiti achieved it. And apparently that purpose involves Sweden colonizing really random bits of this land. God damn it, Sweden, why? Why are you here as well? I mean, I know it's a 30 dev province, but why are we now producing glass in Barney? Sure. You do you, Sweden. You do you. You desecrate this corpse. But no, joking aside, actually, I think Haiti's done an excellent job in terms of a story that it's provided us, and Sweden continues to do so by grabbing the most random colonies on the entire godforsaken planet. Respect for Sweden for that as well. They are here, and they are here to grab random provinces for their colonies. Oh, I've just looked over here. What the hell is going on? Why the Seljuks are definitely going for one last hurrah against the Russians, it seems. And much like everyone else, they are, well, they've taken Moscow. I feel like a lot of people have taken Moscow in this game. Commonwealth has taken Moscow. QQ's taken Moscow now. But I think, were they allied with QQ by any chance? No. What's this war? Ah, they've just been pieced out. No? No, it's QQ taking Moscow, not the Seljuks. My apologies. Fair enough. It is not Russia. It is not the Seljuks going for one last hurrah. It is the Russians trying to secure their Persian land before the game end. Fair enough to them, and QQ taking this opportunity to burn down Moscow like they always wanted to. Fair enough. You have to love how little the AI defends themselves sometimes, but there we go. I mean, Russia can easily stop them if they just bothered, and they seem to be bothering now, but kind of poetic, to be honest. But there we go, 1810, so we've entered the last 10 years. Russia's probably trying to collide themselves with Russian Arabia, which, I mean, a noble goal. One they've definitely colonized, but good luck with that one. And not too many other border adjustments. Unfortunately, we're going to have quite an ugly Spain. I think Aragon has just decided they actually don't want to form Spain. They're pretty content, and of course they can't form it because they're now at war again. But that's their decision to make. I don't think Milan is annexing Tuscany. Nope, they are happy to stay as Revolutionary Milan. To be fair, they kind of have the Italian flag already sorted, for the most part. Sweden, you continue to own really random things. You continue to own Lübeck. Good job. Germany, I'm gonna skip you. I mean, we'll do a proper TLDR later of a kind of walkthrough of what we've observed, but so far it's just the corpse of Haiti slowly but surely being recolonized. Mostly focused on the Mexico era, which makes sense because that's what all their dev is, but we don't get a colonial nation here. Oh my god, they did. Swedish West Indies. Well, you know what? Fair enough. And even the Commonwealth, even the Poles, they are back. They're back with a vengeance. The Haiti may be gone, but their cause disappeared in 1825. So as far as I'm concerned, the Haiti cause are here forever. I need to shut up about Haiti because I've been going on about them for way too long. God damn it, such a poetic end. I never expected, when I was making this video, to be like going on an emotional roller coaster from EU4. Right? That's not what I was expecting right now, and also Cuba's here. Well, congratulations to Tunis for forming Cuba. But there we go. That is, Haiti has taken me on an emotional roller coaster. And I respect Haiti for it. With that said, is Hindustan finally going to be putting an end to Pegu? After all these years, after all of the survivability, is Pegu finally coming to an end? Well, it depends. Is Daviet going to keep them alive? By the looks of it, at the moment, the answer is looking like a no. And I'm assuming Hindustan does want all of this land. Something tells me they do. I mean, that's just a war thing. Let's take a look at what they want. Something again tells me that it's all of Pegu. Pegu's probably quite annexable, isn't it? Well, not without urban efficiency. I mean, can they even annex the whole thing? No, they can't. Pegu will live, unless they get truce broken. I don't think they're going to get truce broken. Pegu will live, unless Daviet also decides to backstab them. And probably by some miracle, Bolan Nan as well. Truly no idea how these guys managed to survive, but I guess being small and fitting under the radar is a great survival tactic. Looking at you, Brunei and Banjar, and honestly, Sunda, you've just been left alone for the entire campaign. I mean, the real OG for that is Scotland, getting kicked all the way down to the Shetlands and then just vibing there for the entire campaign is pretty impressive. But there we go. Last cleanup opportunities. Japan's still vibing in Japan. Ah. I never thought I'd get so emotional over an EU4 campaign, but this truly was art. In the worst and the best kind of sense. And there it is. After all this time fighting, Pegu has been turned into some kind of unrecognizable monstrosity. Even the wasteland isn't covered in anymore. Rome has been taken by Hindustan, and they've also taken some really random things as well, like... Well, I mean, they've connected, I think? Have they? They have. They have a line. Hindustan is now connected to their colony proper, for the most part, over here. Given more time, they'll probably clean this up, but unfortunately, within 6 years, the game is going to be coming to an end. Very sheer, and very Canadian. Canada. Cultured, that's for sure. But that's Hindustan for you. Wait, is that... Is that the last of Khan? The last of... yeah. Oh no. Russia's leaving no loose ends. I mean, if Dali survives, that will be the true miracle, but... Khan is on the chopping block by the looks of it, and I don't think they're going to be able to survive 5 whole years. Just under 5 years now. I think that's going to be it. Let's take a look back into the Caribbean and see what they've been up to. I take that back. Let's not do that. Europe, they've been doing great. Not too many more borders adjustments. Swabia's back. They're revolutionary now. They couldn't avoid it forever. Been definitely cut down to size, so congratulations. They do own some random provinces, but there we go. Paris continues being Dutch. That's beautiful, and revolutionary Milan has definitely migrated out of Milan. And would have formed Italy if it wasn't for one thing, that is their dedication to not annexing revolutionary Tuscany. I mean, they've been supported by Croatia, so congratulations, that's just not happening. The Croats really growing from Ragusa, making excellent use of the Ottomans collapsing, then the Polish also being deleted to form this beautiful, beautiful Croatia. The true Croat nationalist dream. Quite a bit of land being held by them. And the Bohemians, you know, they certainly utilized the Commonwealth collapse later on, but definitely carved out their empire almost fair and square, going into Austria when Austria was weak and so on. The Danes certainly fought their way for the whole time and colonized their way throughout all of it. They inherited the British spirit, and for that I commend them, but they aren't doing too much more still here in Britain. And Aragonese Baltic is something I never thought I'd see, but here we are. Still can't believe they didn't form Spain, but I guess I just don't want to press the button. Just to spite me. And of course, Peru maintains the control of Huatipuar. Saluzzo has survived despite spawning the Renaissance and no longer owning Saluzzo, but it is what it is. And a lot of their land is now controlled by revolutionaries, but you know what? Those revolutionaries can't make it over to Saluzzo, so Saluzzo's safe. But there it is, 1816. We are approaching the end. This has been a journey for me especially, and I hope you've been enjoying it as well. But I think, are we here to see the Diviate invasion? No, not Dali. Not Dali as well, Russia. You can't be. So many innocent countries you've annexed. So many small survivors. You've already put Oirat out of their misery. But no. There it is. I think they, from my understanding, they probably desire that land. They do indeed. So Karm and Dali, I don't think are going to be surviving that one. And I don't know how much of Diviate they're going to be able to hold on to. Tondo's, hey, expanded. You know what? Good on Tondo. They've done things. And Hadramut, despite everything, you've survived by some miracle. And that's respectable. But here we are. In the ideal world, I guess Russia doesn't have time to wrap up this war, but given it's 4 years and Dali's been very busy. No, Dali. Okay, they left Lanzan on one province. They've left Lanzan, Landau on one province. Sorry, the Russian ally has lived by some sheer miracle throughout all of this. Poor rice harvest. Sure, you have that going for you, but you know what? A 46 development jungle rice field is definitely a way to go. But I think now, with your truce, you're safe. You are literally safe, yeah, to the end of the game. Lan Na will live. Pegu, maybe not. Why are the Russians invading it? God damn it. I mean, they can take it as well. Let's hope they don't. They don't design that land, okay. Calm though. Yeah. The end is rapidly approaching for them. Although, 3 years, if they can just drag the war out for 3 more years, they'll be fine. I think the real miracle is the fact that Medina has managed to maintain control of, Mecca for the whole campaign. They grabbed Jerusalem, and they still held on to Jerusalem for the whole campaign as well. They've even thrown together the Suez Canal. You know what, Medina? You definitely get some respect from me for that. Well, I mean, Vietnam still hasn't fallen. It's 1817, 3 more years to go for them to survive, 2.5. I doubt they'll be able to do it, but I mean, if they're cutting it close, what's the war score looking like? Minus 54, to be fair. Maybe. Maybe the war, I mean, by looks of these occupations, Dali and Diviate will be making a comeback within Russia, so maybe they survive. Maybe Dali goes out fighting. And in fact, they don't even go out. They are still going to be this winning. We'll see. I mean, what's the main war person? It is Dali. Okay. So the moment Vietnam's pieced out, yeah, Calm is also definitely in the chopping block. So they need to keep they don't know it, but they need to keep Vietnam in for these next 2 years. The next 750 to 70 days. I mean, the occupations are pretty rapidly falling by the looks of things, but we'll see. The war score looking like minus 64. Not great. Not great. I mean, even the Russian fleets here. Well, it's April. Are they going to have time to peace out? Minus 64. They just need a white peace. Russia doesn't realize this, and only the AI takes into account that the game's literally about to end. But there we go. No, I'm not actually sure. Does it end in 1820? Or does it end in 1821? I think 1821, actually. I think we're going to have 1820 to do as well. I'll be honest. Whenever I play the slate, I've normally finished my goals. I think the only time I played the slate was literally for the achievement to get to 1821. I think every single world conquest I've attempted was completed well before 1820, or honestly well before 1800. Well, their war score is 85. Maybe? Hindustan is fighting Malacca. Okay, that's a separate issue. They're now getting revolutionaries, Vietnamese revolutionaries. Well, poetic, almost, but we'll see. No, don't tell me they're fighting Hindustan as well. Okay, are they? No. Well, about to enter 1819. Is Dali about to get the siege of them back? They do. They got their capital back. It's beautiful. Truly beautiful. I think Dali might actually survive this. It depends. Oh no, the Russian army. It's back. Oh no, they did not get time to refill the garrison. They had to take that fight. They had to take that fight. They did not take that fight. And they're about to get killed here, I think. That was the last hurrah. No. No. They breached at once. Surely the Russians will let them get away with it. Yeah, okay, they were not brave enough. But they got a province, they built a unit. Okay. Yeah, now the Russians are swarming this place. Fair enough. And there's the Piso. They live. Calm died. But Dali survives. Dali lives. The Russian onslaught. Maybe wrong religion, but it's the right culture, goddammit. And they are here. They are here to stay. Beautiful. True poetry was created today, is all I will say. Any other major wars about to clean up? No, not really. And this is sacrilege for whatever they're doing to this corpse here. I mean, they're fighting over the scrap. How unbeholden. 80 would have never allowed that. 80 would have never allowed that. Swedish occupation. Swedish Egypt being occupied by Tunis. True poetry. But there's December 1819. So we'll see. Do we have another year, or is the game about to end? Are the Seljuks about to lose land to revolutionary Denmark? Potentially. No? Okay, we're entering our last year. Alright, it was not close. Okay. I mean, Delhi still survived by some miracle. I guess because the Russians took so much land from Vietnam, but there we go. This is the last year. Probably just enough time for these wars to, you know, rack up. Surprised they still haven't taken the Coal Province, to be honest. I thought they would have taken that a lot earlier, but fair enough. And then we'll have a final review of the world. I see the Commonwealth. They're invading Russia. Just for one last hurrah. Burn down Moscow. They literally got deleted off the face of the map. And they still went for it. And they're still going, you know what? We're going to take Moscow one last time. They've got Smolensk, so they're going to get there. They are close, to be fair. I mean, there's the Russian army, but... They're literally defending a smaller power, is the best part about it. But the Commonwealth, they're here. And they are there. They are a couple sieges away from Moscow. Unfortunately, they're going to get there. But the hurrah has to be respected. But there it is, October. I don't think they're going to win any extra sieges. It's a bit too little, too late now at the moment, I'm not going to lie. There's December. And with that, the Polish go out the way they would have wanted to. Coming back from their life to fight the Russians. But there it is, the 1st of January 1821. It's over. I mean, it's actually over on the 3rd, because I think I messed up the pause. Or, the game actually, no, I think it does end on the 3rd or something. But there it is. GG. For lack of a better word. GG. Let's take a review of the map we have so far. Starting in Europe. The Netherlands, by Holland, got evicted out of their land, recolonized Ireland, and then retook the UK after all of these adventures. They also, after France was deleted, was brought back from life and got deleted again, managed to snag Paris and build themselves a pretty decent Netherlands over in this area. The Danish are also an excellent, you know, survivor of this whole period. They were definitely ripe for being murdered quite a few times. But they survived the wrath of the wheel as well as the other players, so... Well, the other AIs. So good job to them. Sweden as well, very much in toe-to-toe with the Danes, colonizing half the planet in really random ways. They very much inherited the British approach to colonization. So that's that done. Bohemia forged their own empire. They did get a bit of a freebie from the Commonwealth near the end, but you know what? A lot of their land they fought well for. And given their neighbours around them, that's very respectable. Swabia had a good run, almost united Germany. Unfortunately, the wheel decided no. Milan, good job. Took you a while, almost united Italy, but was very disappointing near the end there where you just failed to do it. Same for Aragon. You fought from the start, you were beaten back, you almost made a comeback, and then you did make that comeback. You got your land back, you got very lucky with all the people being purged. You could have formed Spain and yet you didn't, so for that you disappoint me. The Seljuks, AQ, you did the migration, you did the colonization, you got your Seljuk Empire, you got your Rum, congratulations. And a special big shout out to Croatia as well. Stana's Ragusa utilized the whole Ottomans and then the Commonwealth being deleted perfectly to form a very beautiful empire. This is the last 8 tags by this. Sweden! Sweden got there! They got into the top 8 right at the end. You know what, Sweden? You entered at the perfect time. Because at no point, I think, were you in danger of being eliminated. And you entered right there, right at the end for the final review of the Great Powers. Congratulations. Good job, Sweden. Truly beautiful. Croatia, you deserve that spot in there. You worked for it and you got it. Milan, fair enough. You did work there, although you disappointed me by not forming Italy. Aragon disappointed me at the end, but a comeback story is a comeback nonetheless. Denmark, consistently nice. Russia roached a whole bunch of land, but you know what? Despite being beaten back by the Commonwealth, despite being beaten back by those Swedes, you still stuck in there. And you know what? You avoided being eliminated so many times. I think you were ready for elimination from almost 1450, and you survived this whole time. You beautifully utilized the collapse of the Mamluks to grab so much land, and you did a beautiful amount of invasions into Korea, into China. Just, you did you, Russia. And you know what? Russia can't ask for more. With that said, though, that's about the list. The Netherlands, exodus to Ireland, and then you came back from that, reformed your empire. And Bahmanis, you may have lost your early wars, I believe, to VJ, but VJ was unfortunately selected for the kill, and you utilized that well. You rebuilt your empire, you formed the Khan, you formed Hindustan, you made the Indian nationalists proud. And you know what? You left Peggy alive, even if you couldn't technically kill them at the end, so I respect you for it. A beautiful India, and a beautiful colonial empire for that as well. Great borders, cannot ask for more. Truly a shame for some of the people no longer with us. Zanzibar did very well. A comeback story too, but unfortunately the wheel decided no. Dongola truly was one of the winners, never really see them around. And Ethiopia as well, they may have been beaten up by the Dongols, but you know what? They're still there, and add you around to the real survivors. Haiti, they died so others could live. We respect their sacrifice. And Denmark, you held on to your colonies, especially for Vinland, New Denmark, and Danish Louisiana. Good job. Despite Haiti, beating up Danish Mexico silly, it's still there. It's now just migrated to Texas. With that said, that is kind of the review. I mean, honorable mentions do still have to go for Dai Viet. They grabbed China right early on after the start. They set up their little empire over there, and they were happy about it. And of course Japan, who just united slowly but surely, and then just kind of sat around on their island being Christian and being happy. One of the last few Catholics remaining, to be honest. So good job for doing that. And that brings us to the religion map modes. They are cursed beyond belief. I mean, Europe is at least a bit understandable, but what the hell is going on in Africa is beyond us. The New World is very Protestant for the northern parts, that's for sure. Haiti was very religiously tolerant, and of course you can get to see some Orthodox Reformer and even Catholics running around. Some animists even made it throughout this whole process. As for Australia, very Shia, with a couple Catholics, a couple Hindus still vibing either in India or inside the Hindustan colonies and future colony areas. The Buddhists in Mahayana did very well, especially with that early colonization, but of course Orthodoxy very much dominated Asia in this period. Shia also did very well, Sunni looking very fragmented, because you have Shia India, really Shia coming out on top here. A couple Sunnis still left here in Brunei, and of course the Seljuk Empire was Sunni, but there we go. With that said, let's now take a look at the cultures. Very Muscovite, dear Lord alive, the Russians have been going very Muscovite. We had a very big Tibetan into China incursion, a lot of horde cultures surviving in China as well, Manchu united. That's always nice to see. A couple ones over there. The Vietnamese, definitely growing in the opposite direction they went to. Southeast Asians doing fine. The Canada culture, absolutely massive, and special shout out to being present in Korea. The topics of Korea, never would have expected these weird colonial tags like the Mari to get just about as much as they did. And they survived, so good job for them to be in at the end, although they seemingly got Russian at the end there. No, just a couple of it. Just Buru. But they're still there, out there in Sulu. So congratulations on that survival. Culturally, Canada's a mess. Australia's a mess. You've got some Canada, you've got some of the native Australians, and you've got a whole bunch of Polish Catholics. Truly beautiful. Then now Polish Shia, which is somehow even more cursed. Same can be said for New Zealand as well. A couple Canada over there, chaps. The Swedes, of course, do rule South Africa for whatever reason, and the cultures in here are pretty cursed. A whole bunch of Dutch peeps over here. And yeah, I mean, the Dutch really making a comeback. Catalan also a major colonial power. to be expected. Some great colonies going over there now, recently, and decent domain over there. The Basque did survive. The true legacy of Navarre is, of course, that the Basque culture actually grew. Congratulations, somewhat. So that's nice on them. And hey, the Aragonese also culture group survived. The Danes, however, are the ones that really got about everywhere. And again, even the Muscovites, they held on to London, because truly London is Muscovite property, as it turns out. But yeah, that's about that. Dalmatians also disproportionately massive, as is something like Frisian and Czech. You don't see that every day. But there we go. Turks surprisingly survived, and hey, the Azerbaijanis that came down into Syria, they're still there. They're still vibing. Good on them. The canals got built, apart from the Kiel Canal, but you know what? I don't think that much got missed there. And is that land still uncolonized? It is indeed. The Panama Canal is still uncolonized, which is fair enough. But with that all said and done, thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you in the next one. Goodbye.